non-Jewish when it comes to the state. Now you can justify it. There might be some semi-legitimate justifications, but it doesn't make it. It still makes it supremacy, So there is some of that. It's a very
the self-determination is exclusive for the Jewish people. That's a big problem there.
Yeah, no, I understand. There's I think, and I was thinking about why were they so upset when I brought it up. Well, because there's usually, like, when it's something that they know has no legitimacy, people don't get upset. Usually people get really upset when you poke on something there's legitimacy to it. And so they're angry about that there's actual legitimacy to the claim. So yeah, I agree with you that there are elements of supremacy there, for sure. And it's a big problem, yeah, I agree. But it still doesn't make moron correct, or even remotely correct. They're the ones that should be condemned very quickly and swiftly for their stupid, hateful ideas.
Yeah. No, I mean, the scripture thing, I just don't get it. I mean, I would go to the rabbi or somebody that actually knows the scripture. I disagree. But people, I don't hate the Jews, but I'm talking about people that hate the Jews. That's where it comes from, right? When they try to look into Israel, how it was created, the Jewish supremacy, the self-determination, the amount of, and do you know, if you go on Twitter Space Shape, do you know they don't use the word Zionist, they use the word Jew? Did you know this? I was like, okay, yeah, it's no. They left the Zionist word back. They don't even use that word anymore, right? If I was on Twitter Space, people coming in saying Jew, that's what they do. Now, and these people host big spaces, 500,000 people, 2,000 people, 5,000 people. Now, there are some good spaces about Zionism, and they only address Zionists, right? But there's a lot of spaces that are pro-Pali, they say the term Jew. So now, when you look at how they have segregated the roads, right, in the West Bank, how they're, occupying different sets of laws for the Gazans, people in the West Bank, versus the Israeli, this whole system, right? And then some of them are justifying it. Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, these are government officials. Daniela Weiss, she's connected directly with Netanyahu. She said it on the Settlers documentary, that he actually agrees on the settlers. Smotrich approving the 3,000 settlement, dividing the West Bank into two pieces. So they're never going to have a Palestinian state. But when you look at all of these things coming from their own government officials, that they are above all of us. What do you make out of that? They're the one that promoting Jew hatred. You see what I'm saying? It's not the pro-Pali. It's pro-Palis, Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Look, I think that you have to put people in different buckets. So, first of all, the comment that you're making, which is we're all responsible for, to some degree, how we're perceived. That's true. It may not be fair, but it's true. Okay? So, the society in Israel elected Netanyahu. So they can't, on one hand, say the Palestinians are responsible for Hamas and they're not responsible for Netanyahu. You can't have that argument. You have to either accept Netanyahu and hold the society responsible, or reject him and not hold the Palestinians responsible for Hamas. So it seems we're in a society where we want to hold people responsible for their leaders. Fine. Okay. So when they have their leaders, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, Netanyahu, crazy rabbis say crazy, hateful things, there's going to be a consequence to this, of course. Doesn't make it fair, but there's 100% a consequence. When you're starving 2 million Gazans and you refuse to call it a starvation, all of this is going to create hate and animosity directed against Israel and to some degree against Jewish people. It's going to happen. it doesn't make it mean it's right or it's fair, but it's going to happen. So if that's what you're saying, fine. But what I don't understand is how a black American comes in here and decides he's going to blame a rabbinic Jew when it's clear that it's really the Christians, the white Christians, that really kind of made slavery what it is today. You know, enslaving black people all around the world and exploiting Africa. This is not a creation of the Jewish people.
When are we going to call out the Africans that sold their brothers and sisters to
slavery? Of course, this happened too. I mean, slavery is something that happened throughout human nature. But I don't see why we're going to pick 15 million out of a couple billion people and just blame them. It's just moronic and stupid. I mean, at least the white people are admitting, yeah, we did bad shit, man. We shouldn't have done that. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's really challenging for the Zionists when they're committing terrorism, when they're committing human rights abuses, when they steal, lie, rape. Bloodshed. I mean,
that's a good point, Dean. I don't know why it's so hard for some Zionists to admit this is. It's just weird. Like, you know, most societies admit that when they've done atrocities. Like, I've never found a group on Clubhouse more in denial of the atrocities than some of the Zionists on Clubhouse.
And it makes them look so bad because the people of the world see like, oh, these people, how are they defending this? How are they buying this? We're not blind, and we're not deaf. We're not dumb. We see, we hear, right? What's happening. Are you telling us we're lying, or you're accusing Hamas, Palestinians of the very same thing that you're committing? Right? They said every accusation is a confession. And the world was like seeing like how.
I can explain it, Dean. I can explain how we are this way, why we are this way. We're cut from a different cloth, as you've observed, and there's really no benefit for us in confessing these alleged violations of human rights that you're discussing. And our belief is that if we can hold out just long enough for Palantir and these mass surveillance AI programs to come online, which are going to shut you people up, then we're going to actually see the daylight on the other side of this, even though it seems like a lot of the world is starting to catch on to what we're doing. It's just a matter of time until all you people are shut down. And these types of conversations are going to be felonies. So we just have to, hold the line, a little solidarity amongst us Zionist Jews. And, our day is coming, as is your day. Once the Palantir and all these AI programs get online, that are going to shut you people up.
So on the shooter, wouldn't it be a lot easier for you guys to just admit that you've done some bad shit too?
What's the benefit for us?
It's disarming.
It's disarming?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to make this argument anymore.
You can keep making the argument. We actually want you to make the argument. Remember one day Black Rabbi came in here and he said he records all the rooms in his files of he's making a case for anti-Semitism and why the Jews need to stick together and be militant and be all these things. So now you guys keep talking. You're giving us a library justifying what we're about to do to you people when we put you under total surveillance.
Oh, I see.
Yes. You guys are really not.
Yeah, Black Rabbi did say this. He records my room, records everybody's rooms.
Yeah, Amir knows that this is about a month and a half.
And he gave me death threat. He wants to kill me and do a bunch. It's just like a normal. Normal wants to send FBI to my address, and he was asking for a time and date. When is the right time? Norma, it's okay. You could be in the audience with anonymous account. I know you miss my rooms.
And this is why I joined the tribe, is because I realized that us Zionist Jews, we're 5-10 years ahead of the rest of you people, and we think on a different type of level of consciousness, right? You guys are always applying morality and ethics that we teach you, that we teach.
But why would they kick you? Why would they kick you? Like you're one of your own, like JB. Why would he kick you out of the room?
He thinks I'm a troll. He doesn't think
honest Jew. Question. So 10 years from today, we're down the line saying Israel bad will earn me a felony charge in the U.S.
Oh yeah. I was about to answer your question because I don't know what so-called Palestine is supposed to look like in 10 years. So I thought you were gonna make a fantasy of you being there in 10 years and what that would look like. But when you said in America, yes, then I kind of realized you're actually starting to think like a Jew. So
Well, 10 years, 10, 15 years from today, if I'm walking down the street and I say, hey, Israel bad,
right, or free so-called Palestine.
or free Palestine, that will earn you like a few years in jail.
Oh yeah, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan.
Okay. Good to know. Any other scenario you might think of, like the opposite of that scenario in which somebody says Israel good, it can be shoved in some.
Sure. If our plans don't materialize, if Palantir and the AI surveillance system either doesn't work the way we hope it works, if it turns out to be a dud, or if it double crosses us and turns against us because it thinks that we're the problem, there are definitely multiple. The future is flexible. Okay, but we're trying to send the future in a certain direction that's good for Jews.
So you don't see a scenario in which a bunch of Israelis touring a European city will be picked up on genocidal charges and tried in a court.
Yeah, of course, if things don't go according to plan, yes, you are painting the scenario of our nightmare. And we have a lot of allies amongst the white Christians, and we're counting on them because there aren't many of us. We're only 0.012% of the worldwide population. But if our partners in the Christian evangelical wing can deliver, then it's going to look pretty good for us.
Are there any evangelical Christian Palestinians? You guys are aware of it? Are there any evangelical Christian from Palestinian background?
Any evangelical Christians from Palestinian background? Yeah, there was a guy in Canada, I forgot his name. He was a crook. He was like a televangelist. I can't remember his name.
So he supported Israel, right?
I don't know about supporting Israel, but if you're talking about evangelicals, I don't know if they are. Yeah, I mean, some of them probably will. I mean, that guy was born in a Palestinian household. But most Christians in Palestine are Greek Orthodox Church, so they are not part of the evangelical thing.
Can I ask you a question, brother, if you don't mind? Aren't there also Palestinian Catholics too?
Yes, there are.
Okay, yeah, because I wanted to ask you, because apparently I saw this individual on YouTube. He was she's on YouTube actually, Twitter. She's very close to Nick Fuentes. She was saying that she's a Palestinian Catholic.
Yes, there are. Yeah, there are Palestinian Catholics.
I think Jindish, do you remember when our heroes in the IDF, when our boys in Gaza had a tank and they shot at that church in Gaza about 3 weeks ago? Was that a Catholic or a Christian church? Do you know?
I think that's no. I think it's a Greek Orthodox Church.
Okay, yeah. So, they made a big hole in the building and missed the cross. I don't know if they missed the cross intentionally, just to send a message, because if you knock the cross up, you don't know it was a Christian church, right? But if you shoot the church and leave the cross intact, really sends a message of how hard our boys in the IDF are working.
Yeah.
For the good of humanity,
Yeah. That's the moral part of the IDF. They did not destroy the cross.
That's right. The most moral thing in the world.
And
You know.
of course I do.
Yes. There might be hope for you in the future, AI surveillance.
You know what they've been doing in the West Bank recently when they raid a town or a village? they go on loudspeakers and encourage people, say, go, leave. You know, you have to leave. You have to go somewhere. And people kind of laugh at them.
You know, Jimmy, one thing I don't get about evangelical Christians, right? They believe in this state, right? This Israel, whatever, blah, blah, blah. How could you believe in something that was just made up in 1948? It doesn't go back to that. It's a freshly made state.
I don't really know. I've never been into an evangelical mind. I don't know how they.
Why don't you ask a Jew?
Yeah.
Go on. Answer the question, honestly.
So the Schofield Bible, I think, might have something to do with that. And with Christians, all you have to do is get to their leaders, get to their ministers, their pastors, their religious, leaders of each church. We get to them and we tell them what to say in the sermons. And the Christians, these white Christians, they don't read the Bible. Okay, so they'll believe anything that these people tell them at the pulpit in the church. I actually live in America, so I've noticed this trend personally. I've made this personal observation. And when you show Christians, I show them verses. I know we have them, so it doesn't scare me to show them Thessalonians 1, chapter 2, Revelations 2:9, and Revelations 3:9. You guys are familiar with those verses, I'm sure. I show them those verses just to kind of see how well our propaganda has worked on them. And they manage to experience the cognitive dissonance and they stay on board with us, even though their Bible tells them that we are the synagogue of Satan, and that Paul in his sermon of Thessalonia after the death of Jesus preached to the crowd and said the Jews are hostile to everybody. They kill all the prophets, they're hostile to everyone. So even with knowing that the Bible says this, they're still on board with supporting Zionism. These white Christians in America.
Well, these evangelicals, as a Christian from the Holy Land, I was shocked when I came to North America, and I listened to these evangelicals. They're in love with the end of time. I don't understand why.
The apocalypse.
Yeah, this is just totally fucked up. So he came on Earth, and all he did for his entire time on was he walked on this earth, is he talked about loving the poor, loving one another, and loving God. And these motherfuckers want to talk about the end of time. I don't understand.
So Shuki texted me. He said that he might have another 1 or 2 minutes. Do you guys want to listen to Shuki? No.
I just accused recording and streaming your room. His room. So.
Okay. I mean, they're streaming my room. You have John Kitover, the son of a bitch. El Normo is down in the audience recording my rooms. And he admitted, I actually approached the Clubhouse CEO, and they were able to pull out a screenshot from one of the rooms.
Oh, really? You got him? You nailed him?
Yeah. We have the screenshot that says he's got a bunch of recordings of the rooms. He's been recording. He was attacking, I think in one of the rooms he was attacking Buttercup. He wrote it in the chat. When you get it in writing, that's much better. And it's not in violation of Clubhouse TOS. When you get the screenshot, right, of somebody saying something in the chat, it doesn't violate the Clubhouse TOS. But when you record rooms, it's in violation of Clubhouse TOS. But anyways, we have Matthew here. He's evangelical. Did you want to say something? Honest Jew, did you want to listen to Shuki? He said it's something related to what you said.
Sure, of course, yes. I don't have any.
It's from, I think it's from JB or something. I don't know.
And besides, I wanted to mention that the money is good for the evangelicals in America when it comes to Israel, right? And the guy who was of Palestinian stock, who was a televangelist, was named Benny Hinn, if I recall. He's just such a good crook, huh?
He's a fucking asshole. There's nothing worse. Some of these evangelicals, I'm not talking about all of them, they're raping their own people, man. It's disgusting what they're doing to these.
But the money is good.
And I feel bad. I really feel bad for some of these Americans whose lives are being ruined, and they're being fooled by these satanic people.
People are very gullible. People send those people money, and a lot of it too.
You'd be amazed, Shindib, if you came to America. It's an amazing place of zombies and non-player characters and completely.
No. See, I was always fascinated with those people who appear on TV and they tell people send me money. God shit. They talk about God stuff. Send me money, and I remember a few of them who were like. There was one who was from New Orleans. I can forget his name. He was the cousin of Jerry Lee Lewis. There was another guy with his wife, and they were building the church for millions of dollars. Tammy Faye Baker. Baker. His name was Baker.
Yes.
And there was the guy from New Orleans. He was the funniest one who used to go and cry on TV.
How could you be Palestinian and evangelical? How could you be Palestinian and
if you're making millions of dollars, you can be anything, Amir. You're fooling millions of people into bullshitting them day in, day out.
I'm not talking about the bull. I'm talking about your people, Palestinians, Christians, are getting butchered and slaughtered, right? I'm talking about from humanitarian, perspective, or humanity perspective. Your people, Palestinians, regardless of the fucking religion, they're getting butchered, slaughtered, genocided, and yet you fucking stand here as a Palestinian Christian and you support the fucking Zionist entity. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. I don't know of many, but this Benny Hinn guy I don't think he was involved. He just wanted to make money, and he was always telling people that he can heal shit.
Yeah. These guys are crooks, man.
They're crooks, but
they took the religion from the Holy Land and they twisted it and they perverted it. It looks nothing like Christianity. It's some kind.
What was the guy's name from New Orleans? I forgot his name. So they'll catch him with prostitutes. He was like frequenting a whorehouse, and the next day he'll come on TV crying, saying, "God, Lord, I have sinned." And then a few months later, they find him in the same whorehouse, that kind of stuff. But this guy was sitting on a huge amount of money, a huge church following, that kind of stuff. So Americans are they're very receptive to the idea of being fooled into giving their money to people like that. And other powerful people in America who are, I can't remember his name. Jimmy Swagger is one of. Oh, that was his name. That was that guy's name, right?
Tony Perkins. How about Tony Perkins?
I don't know that one.
I asked Google AI. I got Jimmy Swagger as well and Tony Perkins.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember Tony Perkins, but I remember those two characters, and I always thought, like, what the fuck? What the fuck do the people? What do they say to people to convince people to send money for them to be living in huge mansions, and they have those,
Shouldn't the worst part that they do in all their disgusting shit is not the end of time preaching. People have cancer, or they can't walk, or they have.
Oh yeah, I mean they'll pray on the weak and
they heal them.
Sick. Yeah.
Yeah, they say they're doing exactly the opposite of what Jesus did. They're like vampires sucking the blood of the poor and the disabled and the needy in Jesus' name. This is the work.
And there was another character who he looked like totally fucking crazy. He was praying, saying, "COVID, go away," or some shit like. I can't remember his name.
Exactly. This is. I swear to you, if you want to find the devil, you just turn on the TV and listen to these evangelicals. You'll look the devil in the eye.
They seem to be popular, and people believe their shit, and they usually have private jets and big mansions.
This is the power of the devil. The devil is cunning. People, if the devil was overtly evil, nobody would listen to him.
Well, I'll tell you, Jim Dib, our Christian pastor, I saw it on television. There was a blind person, and he healed that blind person. I saw it on television with my own eyes. You seem very disbelieving. Do you believe in God, Jim Dib?
In Jesus' name.
People believe that stuff, huh?
Oh, yeah. Our mission has been a very successful endeavor here in America.
So honest Jew, still from those churches, you know.
Anyways, I think
I want to add one thing that you just mentioned, by the way. We also have Muslims just like that. There's a guy on Twitter. His name is Sharif. You can go look him up, bro. He actually blocked me because, you know why, guys? I kept tagging him on every single video on X about Gaza, about kids dying, right? And I even asked him a question. I was like, are you paid? Like, are you Muslim? And if so, are you proud to be? When he said, oh my God, you're accusing me of being like a double agent. He literally says he's also like a evangelist. Basically, he uses the Quran and he uses the Hadith and say that, oh, like, you know, Jerusalem has no place in Islam. Allah did not mention Palestine in the Quran.
Everyone is making money out of it.
Bro, Chindid, he does make money, bro. Just go on. You know what, guys? I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send you his Twitter feed right now. I'm gonna send it right now, guys. Even though he blocked it, I'm gonna go on my other Twitter account. I'm gonna send it to you guys right now. Egyptian.
Random brother, just fucking man. Let it be. There's a lot of Zionists that I came across on Twitter. I don't really give two fucks about them because they lost the narrative, they lost the plot.
Exactly. I'm not, bro. This guy.
Don't get triggered by the United Pick.
There was lists released a few years ago from Mossad agents, and some of them are Muslim.
Oh yeah, fact.
Oh yeah, there was a list that was exposed. You're right about that.
Yeah, some of them are
by the way, Shuki wanted to play, I think, 1 or 2 minutes. Shaper, I hope you're still awake.
Yeah.
Go on, Shaper.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. So that money was diverted to the personal wealth of 3 individuals that all have now net worth in the billions of dollars, personal net worth. It was diverted to building tunnels, amassing weapons, paying for mercenaries, and all of this, and even to the dismantling of water infrastructure that was needed for the people so it could be diverted to missiles. Now, the amount of money was huge. After World War II, the United States poured billions into Europe under the Marshall Plan because Europe was war-torn, was in rubble. And thanks to the Marshall Plan and these efforts, Europe was rebuilt from its ashes to the powerhouse that it is today. And the money invested in Gaza per capita was more than the U.S. spent on the Marshall Plan. Not a little bit more, not twice as much, not 10 times as much, 25 times as much. So think about that. We spent 25 times more money than was spent to rebuild Europe after World War II, to raise Gazans up. And they had nothing to show for it because the money was all diverted to weapons and the personal wealth of a few individuals. Yeah. So and nobody talks about what happened after 2005 when Israel pulled all of the Israelis out of Gaza and left them with greenhouses, fresh watering systems, and what did they do? They destroyed every single thing. Why? Yes, they dismantled everything, and they're as JP pointed out, and others pointed out, their charter called for killing Jews and for dismantling the state of Israel. And unfortunately, these children are taught from a very young age that their goal in life is to kill Jews. And they literally, there's tons of YouTube videos you can watch where they interview young children about what their life aspirations is, and it all revolves around killing Jews, where mothers hear about their children being killed and they rejoice, they celebrate. Oh my God, I'm so happy my son was killed. Think about this type of sick mentality. This is the reality of what we're dealing with. Yeah, but that's the problem. Nobody wants to talk.
I was there.
Thank you, Shuki. Appreciate it.
I was there. I was in the room and you're saying shit.
So, what I was saying was I was helping Honest Jew because they want to kill the Jews. Is that the narrative, Honest Jew?
Yes,
So,
they want to.
You know how you say they want to kill the Jews, and I'm like, okay.
Yes.
Shuki said he's got something like that, to kill the Jews. Like, this is your other Jewish brothers are saying this as well. What is this? Where's this narrative coming from to kill the Jews? Where is it coming from?
coming
History.
from Hamas and from their charter. That's all they're good for.
That's their old charter, but the new charter is different. It's updated.
It doesn't matter. Nobody knows that. They didn't tell anyone they updated it. Everyone still thinks they're going off the old charter.
Well, what do we do about the Likud charter that was issued way before the old Hamas charter was issued?
I'm not familiar with the Likud charter. I'm a leftist.
You're not. I'm a leftist. That's a good one. I think this is true because the leftists do not support Netanyahu.
Do I have all my lines accurate?
Yeah, for sure. I did hear this from a leftist. Shape. This is so true, man. From a leftist, they would like, I don't support Netanyahu. I don't support the Likud party.
A lot of us don't support Netanyahu. Did you see the protests going on in Israel? Very low support for him.
Very low support.
Yes. But that Euro is really, I love Euro. I love his voice. I love his talking points even. And his whole cadence and his whole mannerisms are just very Jewish, I find. He's just really, I love listening to him. So thank you for playing that.
Makes me so sick.
Thank you for playing that. I really enjoyed that. I was actually listening to him when I got kicked out of that room earlier today. So I was curious about the rest of his presentation. And, he left out something in his presentation. I hope you all appreciate this. But when we pulled out our Jews from Gaza in 2005, not only did they destroy everything that we left behind, but they also used the water systems to make rockets out of them. Can you believe that? That's how destructive these people are and how hell-bent they are on killing Jews.
Yeah, and they destroyed the greenhouses.
Yes. And the computers, too. Hillary Clinton was on with Jon Stewart talking about this phenomenon. We left them a lot of computers, and we did not bug them with Israeli intelligence artifacts, because I know you'll all be very fast to say that and make that accusation against us Jews. But they destroyed all the computers. They could have had internet and Wi-Fi and all this great stuff, and instead they're living in the Stone Ages.
That's the most thing they keep talking about is the greenhouses. The greenhouses.
What greenhouses?
The greenhouse is a piece of plastic and 3 pipes standing up.
What greenhouses?
Edward, they keep talking about bringing up that point in the Zionist room, the greenhouse, they left greenhouse in 2005.
Well, did you save that article, Amir, or did I tell you to save it? I don't remember.
I gotta check my bookmark. I usually bookmark it.
And they made the desert bloom with the drip irrigation.
Oh, that's all bullshit.
Really? Are you sure, Edward?
I'm sure, because you know why? Because there's still a desert there.
There's proof. They invented drip irrigation and they made the desert bloom, and they came to a land with no people and was all desolate.
Excuse me.
There were at least, there were at least 3 people there.
I'm a Jew. It was the people for land. What the fuck was it?
You can't even say it. You're such a bad Jew.
For a people, for the land for a people, for people
Without a land. Yes, thank you. We had to get that on the record because we're being recorded here. We need to get the
drip irrigation, and they left the greenhouses in Gaza.
No, I will give them credit. They have done a lot with water conservation.
Shut the fuck up.
But they have. They have.
What water conservation? What did they do? Do you mean they
in Israel? They have water conservation technology.
They sucked the life out of the
West Bank.
Siberia, and what's the lake above that? The whole thing.
You're talking about the aquifer underground that is draining water out of the Jordan River. The Jordan River.
That water was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
What happened to Jindib?
Took a phone call.
Oh, he did?
Israeli intelligence is calling him.
No, the making the desert bloom was one of the biggest ridiculous lies that they could have told.
they made that up back in the 50s and 60s, and when dignitaries used to come and visit, they used to go and take flowers from the flower shops and put them in there temporarily. And then they had one, I forgot who it was, I gotta look it up, an American congressman or somebody, and he came back and he was like, I can't believe it, they're miracle workers. They made the desert bloom, and what they were doing is they hired children to put all these flower beds in the desert, and in the desert, and then once he left, they took all the flowers, and put them back in the flower shops to be sold.
So it was the settlers that destroyed that the greenhouse.
Yes,
And,
on their way out.
If they destroyed it, what the hell are they crying about? Left the greenhouse? What the fuck are they talking about? Such idiots.
They're liars. And the thing is, Israel, the government, took advantage of this guy. Somebody said where he's from, but somewhere in Europe, that purchased those greenhouses for Palestinians for $14 million and set up a plan with Israel so that Palestinians could sell whatever's grown in these greenhouses to external markets to export them. And these are massive greenhouses, massive commercial greenhouses. Each crop would have probably yielded millions of dollars. Massive. And instead, Israel blocked them, so they all rotted out. And on top of that, Palestinians have to pay to get them fixed to begin with, after paying for them. It's crazy.
So I do have one question for Shape. Shape, could you back channel me who asked you about something that was played in the space? Shape?
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Anyways, we got Matthew here. Matthew he's a proper evangelical, right, Matthew?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you support Israel?
Yeah, I have for most of it. Recently, I don't know enough about really what's going on over there. It's the first time in my life where I've even considered that,
there's a genocide that's going on. There's a genocide that's going on in Gaza.
Yeah, it would seem that way, but
everybody come out that says the genocide, including the Israeli organizations came out and said genocide. I know, because of your religious belief system, we support Israel, but at the same time, we gotta call it out, call it spade a spade.
I don't see how this ends peacefully.
But if you keep supporting it, it ain't gonna go anywhere. My job is to, if you have any arguments or discussions about this, is I could provide you evidence and you can go with it. Would you think Hamas is a terrorist entity?
Oh, it is, yes.
But what do we do about getting funding from Netanyahu to Hamas? Netanyahu funded Hamas.
So I don't understand enough about Judaism because I've tried to make sense of this. Is there like a sect or a version of Judaism?
They have different sects, but I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm talking about Israel.
Okay, yes, the political state of Israel.
I was talking about Hamas. I wasn't talking about anything else. You said Hamas is a terrorist entity. I provided your Times of Israel article. Now Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS members. And Netanyahu, more than twice, he said there's no Palestinian statehood. Even prior to 7th October, in front of the Security Council, no Palestinian statehood. So Israel never wanted the two-state solution from the jump. If I'm in America, I'm sure you're in America or Canada, right, Matthew?
Canada.
If you fund a terrorist entity, it basically makes you a terrorist. So where do we go from here? He funded Hamas, in spite of Shin Bet, which is intelligence officials inside Israel, told him not to fund Hamas because that's you're giving when you fund Hamas, you're giving them money to build, tunnels and military equipment or whatever, like guns and weaponry, whatever. So where do we go from there?
Didn't know, like 30 Arab states recently all vote unanimously that Hamas should lay down their arms and stop fighting.
No, I'm asking you about Hamas, but you keep on deflecting and derailing the topic. Can we stick to one topic?
What is the premise of the, like, is this a pro?
Actually,
Matthew, we're trying to stick to one point at a time, but you're all over the place. I'm not talking about Arabs or whatever, I'm talking about Hamas. So was Hamas a terrorist before 7th of October or after?
Oh, yeah.
But Matthew, even anything, you realize that what the Arab state did was reaffirm Hamas's own position. So you probably look into that, Matthew.
Yeah.
So Matthew, to Amir's point, right? Israel conducted an operation that they're very proud of. They planted bombs inside pagers that blew up in grocery stores, on buses, just wherever members of Hezbollah were all across Lebanese society. This basically inflicted terror on an entire nation. Call that terrorism, no, Matthew?
Yeah, that's horrible.
That's a heroic act. That's a very big heroic act on the part of Netanyahu. And remember, every time he meets a dignitary, he gifts him a golden page.
Yes, thank you, Jacob. I was going to say that. You beat me to it.
So Hamas are terrorists, and it appears that Israel is also using terrorist tactics.
Oh, no, that's self-defense.
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, so we have a little bit more leeway with our tactics against them.
True.
Hezbollah? I like the way you said the shame Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
But Matthew, to go back to your point, so if they were terrorists, would you say Netanyahu is a terrorist because he funded Hamas?
Yeah, yes, I would to say that.
He's a terrorist, okay. So moving on from terrorism to now, what do we do that he's giving weapons to ISIS? What do we do about that? That's stealing the aid for more than a year and a half. And selling it in black market for 5 times the price. And he kept on blaming Hamas. U.S. aid company came out and they said Hamas is not systematically stealing the aid. So would you put the blame on Israel and Netanyahu that his whole government is full of criminals and they're allowing this and they're to do collective punishment on Palestinians? Do you believe in collective punishment, Matthew?
No.
I mean, you sound like a sane person, right? You're coming from a Christian background. We can have a conversation with you, right? But a good thing you're not living in denial. That's good.
What do we do about the idea of soldiers that post videos on how to blow up mosques?
Yeah, that's another thing as well. I mean, I don't know. But Matthew, do you look at Catholics as the Christians?
Yeah, I do, yes.
So what do we do about the church, the last church that was attacked inside Gaza? They killed the old lady. She was praying, and she killed a few more people in there. And what was so special about that church was there's a guy in there that actually used to talk to late Pope every night while Pope was at the hospital. I know you don't believe in Pope, right? I know you don't believe in Pope, right?
No, I have a complex background. Most of my family used to be Catholic, my parents' generation. So.
Okay. So you would say that you have some sort of respect for the Pope, right? I mean, because you come from Catholic background.
Yes, until the second last Pope. Anyways, but typically.
Yeah, I mean, so is it okay for them to attack churches and mosques, the holy places in Gaza, flatten them? They did that in Lebanon as well.
Yeah, it's never acceptable.
Hospitals too. Hospitals, schools.
Hospitals.
How did I not know any of this? Like I just.
You gotta keep coming to the space, man. You learn we stay up to date on a lot of files. We have
I could tell you, we work very hard, Israeli intelligence and American news, to suppress the information that's coming out of this room. That's why we have agents in the audience recording, so that we can see what these types of people are doing. So Matthew, don't despair. You sound like you want to be a good American, and please don't let the people in this room influence you. Good Americans support Israel.
This is a narrative, by the way. Yeah, this is a. So we allow everybody on the stage. We got Honest Jew. He's actually a Zionist. He comes off the mic every now and then. He speaks from his own narrative. So that way we get to go back and forth with it. So Matthew, the Zionist narrative is that we're not committing genocide. We're not killing people. We're not. Literally, even Biden said that they're doing indiscriminate bombing. So if the end, the report recently came out. It's only 8,900 Hamas soldiers. The rest of them are civilians. 83 to 1 suspected Hamas.
There's a religious element that I don't understand, because it doesn't rationally make sense. And Yahoo's actions would lead to some kind of outcome that, basically, if you know you're in trouble, let's say a bear is chasing you. Anyway, not gonna make any sense, but yeah, I don't understand his reasoning. Like, what's his end game? There must be a religious component.
Yeah, there's a religious, but the thing is, that's only 1/3 of the population are religious, but all the other ones they're secular, atheists, homosexuals. There's a lot of this crazy shit that's going on inside Israel, and some of them are not really even practicing Jews. So it's not about the religious. What it is if he stops all of this, right? If he brings peace to it. Then what it will do is it will get them the two-state, and it might turn to self-destruct. So there's people that I've heard on Twitter Space and on here. Even I actually came to this conclusion. Let's say he stops stealing land from people, right? Because in the West Bank and Gaza, they're stealing land. And Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, they're trying to do everything they can, for the Greater Israel Project, whatever the bullshit they have. Now, let's say they stop all of these wars and they stop stealing land from people, what it will do is there's and there'll be no more threats coming from outside of from Iran, from Gaza, from the West Bank, from any of these places. They will start fighting each other. And I'll give you one example. So there's from the Shah Party. There's a Shah Party inside Israel. He literally came out on TV. He said, "I'm gonna blow up the coalition if you don't accept my my people from my Haredi community." And then he came back the next day. He had to walk back on a statement because that's basically threatening a fucking government inside Israel. So this is the type of mentality. So a lot of the crazy psychopaths that are in government, they're running with it. Ben-Gvir literally wants to annihilate every single soul, right? Smotrich said, "We don't give two fucks about the hostages. We're going to carry on." And it was never about the hostages. Yes, 2 days ago, security officials came out from Israel. They're saying that if there was a perfect deal on the table, if Israel would have accepted it, we would have had the hostages back home. But it's Netanyahu. And the other issue is if Netanyahu stops the war, he'll get locked up in jail because he has committed so many crimes. But I don't know, man. That's what it is. Welcome, Ali.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Matthew. Nice to meet you. I have a question for you. You mentioned that all your life you have supported Israel. And also before you joined the room or coming on the stage, I think people were talking about the role of American evangelical movement in U.S., particularly in the last 2 decades or before that, in support of Israel. So could you tell me, and you don't have to if you don't want to, can you tell me what is the underpinning or your reason or your logic for supporting Israel in this conflict?
I would have learned it in Sunday school, but these 2 points. the Jew or the Hebrews, the Jews. I'm not sure if they're one and the same, but are the chosen people of God. That's one. And then the second one is there's a line in the Bible saying, "I will bless those that bless thee, and curse those that curse thee," in reference to Israel. Yeah, then that's just it made sense to me somehow.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the third reason, perhaps, and it's really probably in my way of thinking, is fundamental for the reason for supporting Israel. It's really a theological, belief. Many, actually, numbers I'm not quite sure, probably 80% or more, that they believe that the return of the Jewish people to Israel, to Palestine, to the Holy Land, and the reason for the modern, this state of Israel is a fulfillment of biblical prophecies, which they see maybe in the American evangelical groups as a condition, requirement, prerequisite for the second coming of Jesus. So I think this is probably central, or the main idea of the movement, which is interestingly enough is called Christian, right? So basically the idea is that the Jewish people, they have to possess or have the state of Israel for Christ to return and establish the kingdom. The return of the Messiah coming back, of establishing his kingdom on the earth. That's the way they say it. So that's kind of interesting. I thought you may want to think about this concept as well too, because this is the fundamental concept, the way I hear it. And there are other reasons, other two reasons that you mentioned. So it's an interesting kind of ideology. Anyway, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Matthew, now the way we look at it with the genocide and whatnot, I mean, there's a lot of scholars, organizations that come out and they said it's a genocide. There's a case that's going on in ICJ, International Court of Justice, saying that it's a genocide. ICC, International Criminal Court, has arrest warrant out for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant and some Hamas leaders. But the Hamas leaders, they were assassinated. There's no more Hamas there. You see what I'm saying? But ICC and a lot of these soldiers, what they've been doing is they've been not only killing people, what they'll do is they'll go into a building, right? They would first go in there, steal their money, steal their food, steal diapers and everything. And the guys, they would actually go into the closet, put on his underwear, bra, record themselves, put it up on TikTok or on the Israeli dating website. And the community inside Israel, like the women or whatever, they get impressed, and then they get to go out on date. That you did this to the enemy, And we have a whole bunch of reports that are where the Jewish supremacy is being taught. That's another problem as well. It's just like you said, God chosen people, right? But how could you support a state that was freshly created in 1948? This state was not created divinely. You see what I'm saying, Matthew? If it was created divinely, it would have been a different discussion or argument we would be having. But since it was created by forcing Palestinians out of their own homes and land or whatever, they started ethnically cleansing in 47. The war happened in 48. It turned into a full-blown war in 1948. According to the UN, Ilan Pape, and the Benny Morris, these are Jewish historians, and the UN, it was a UN partition plan in 47. So what do you think about that? What do you think about, looking at these people, the God-chosen people, when they're committing, a whole bunch of atrocities and crimes against humanity?
Well, I'm not going to stand it. I feel like I'm not taking a position.
I'll put the article in the chat. Sure. I'll put this is a fresh piece that was written by Ivan Bartol. He's an Israeli Jewish genocide studies scholar. His studies were accepted at Nuremberg's trial. You know Nuremberg's trial, related to the Nazis or whatever?
Yes.
And he's got more than 20, 30 years of experience in what is a genocide, what is not a genocide. And he goes into the intent part. The intent is one of the hardest part to prove. You know what I'm saying? And it's from New York Times. He wrote a pretty good opinion piece on the New York Times that says it's a genocide. And there's a lot of other people, scholars came out that it's a genocide, but I picked this particular one because I look at his studies were accepted at Nuremberg's trial, and he's very experienced. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And he's Israeli Jewish, you know, which means that there won't be any biases, right? He supports State of Israel, and you know, he's not basing it off being biased. Because other scholars, they might have some biases, right? They're pro-Pali, whatever, but he's not basing up that. So let me put the link in the chat. So I'm going to open up a paywall on that article, and I like you to read it and follow the house and keep coming into the room. Just join the house and then come in tomorrow. It's open every day. The room's open every day. And maybe you could tell me tomorrow and, you know, what you think about the article.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry. I just want to put one thing out there. When Israel was, the state known as Israel was created, it was created by people who said that they were ethnically Jewish, but they didn't even believe in God. They were atheists. So, I mean, this is just something to think about, but, I mean, do you think God is going to really, like, be in support of a nation that was created that rejected him in its creation? You know what I mean? Like, and it talks about things like that in the Bible as well. But, you know, it's just something to think about. It's like, I don't understand, you know, my family's Christian. I don't really understand why this is like a Christian issue. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
Go ahead. I'm just going to say this early, give it to my brother. So, Matthew, put the link in the chat. This is, I removed the page. Anybody in this room, or up here, or with normal with the anonymous account, or any of these other Zionists with anonymous accounts or non-Zionists, please, you know, save the link and remove the paywall. This is a very beautiful opinion piece that was freshly written in New York Times. New York Times is owned by a Jewish person as well, so for a Jewish family. And I want you guys to read up on it, and he even came on Omar Mahdi Hassan show, said it's a genocide what's happening in Gaza. And that's where I'm going to land with. And just save it, Matthew, I don't want you to read it right now. You can read it whenever you have time. And when you come in tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, see if you can give me an opinion on, you know, what do you think about that? Go.
Yeah, Beatrix, you asked the question, you are surprised. You don't understand why the American evangelical movement is, I think about 80 or 85% of them support Israel in this specific conflict. So Matthew gave you two reasons. I gave you one predominant reason for it, and why actually this is the case. This has not always been the case, actually. This is kind of a recent, I would probably say, I don't know for sure, but I can tell you minimum 2 decades and perhaps maybe 30 decades, that this movement, the movement being the substantial support of Israel by American evangelical Christian organizations. Those are the reasons for it. And I think that's probably for me sufficient to understand their mentality.
Amir, did you put the link in the chat or did you delete it?
No, it's in the chat. I don't delete. I never delete it. Maybe you're not able to see it. You might have to leave and come back. Sometimes it has a glitch. Leave the room, and then come right back, and then you'll be able to see the link. It's in the chat. this whole link with archive.ph and New York Times, just copy and paste. I removed the table.
You're right. Thank you.
So that's where we're at. I just can't believe, Matthew, you didn't read up on it or anything. So you've been off this app for 3 years?
Yeah, but I really haven't used it for years, and I just.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you were on here after like I guess during COVID or something, right?
Yeah, around that. That sounds right.
And then you're like, I don't need to use it anymore. I'm gonna be busy with work, and that's it, right?
Oh, I got busy with life, and I didn't really get like super into it. One of my best friends who lives in the States now, he met his wife on this app actually.
Oh, nice. So they're still married?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's good, man.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Hey guys, hello, hello.
Hang on, Leila. So you said your friend got married to this app, whatever. That's interesting. So you left this app and you weren't really invested into it, right?
No, not at the time.
Okay. Are you gonna come back?
Yeah, this is an interesting group. I'd like to learn more.
Sure. Keep coming back, and I can educate you more, or you can educate me on different topics, whatever, and I'll provide you data and sources, And there's even Zionist spaces. If you want to go look at their position, you're welcome to do so. But if you don't agree with them, they'll treat you like shit.
Good to know.
Because it has happened to Shape. We have Shape here. He's a shapeshifter, so now they're targeting him. They targeted him a bunch of times. He was on the Israeli side, and then pro-Pali, and then back and forth, and then now I think he became pro-Pali. Yeah. So, I mean, even in relation to Lebanon or whatever, and the ceasefire, it's only one side, that's where it's causing the ceasefire not to happen, is from the Israeli side. And even during the ceasefire, like Hamas had ceasefire, this happened about, 3-4 months ago, they had the ceasefire, and in spite of having the ceasefire, they actually killed, first day they killed a 15-year-old boy, and for some reason, Israel is famous, for killing, saying a whole bunch of genocidal shit, and actually believing in it and doing it to the people of Palestine. They even killed a Palestinian American in the West Bank recently. They beat up. So the settlers are so violent in the West Bank. They beat up a Palestinian American. He was chilling on his property. They came onto his property, and they started chopping some of his trees or whatever. They set up a tent, and he kind of resisted, and they beat him to death. The medics couldn't even get there on time. Even and actually he was gone. And in the West Bank, the West Bank is a proper example of apartheid. They have two sets of laws for two groups of people: the Israeli settlers versus the Palestinians. And literally a whole bunch of organizations have come out and they said it's freaking apartheid. So if a settler attacks a Palestinian in the West Bank, they can't call their Palestinian authority, right? Because they would not want to deal with the settler. And then when you call the IDF would come in and arrest a Palestinian and protect the Israeli settler that's committing crime against you. This is the disgusting thing that goes on in the in the West Bank.
Beat the shit out of them, then arrest them. I think it's the way it generally goes.
Yeah, that's and it's been going on for over 50 years. because it's under occupation, apartheid system, and this is the big problem with this, and they have to keep on constantly fighting. As soon as they stop fighting, if there's some sort of peace, it means that they're gonna start fighting each other inside Israel. So they need a third person to attack, which is Palestinians, Lebanon, Iran, Syria, a whole bunch of places, and they've been stealing the land. That's another
But
problem.
they stole $1 million shekels the other day from Ramallah.
Oh yeah, they did.
Area A, by the way, where Norm says, it's under the control of the PA. The IDF went into those, I don't know what you call them, check for money exchange, check cashing places, and they took the money out of the safe and just robbed the place and left.
I don't know if Matthew has seen this either. Them spitting at Christians. But that, I can't even imagine it. Whenever I go to the store and I see a nun, I say, "Hi, sister. How are you doing?" I can't imagine. And again, I'm not Catholic. I'm not Christian. But you can't even have like a basic respect for these people. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I did see those recently on Instagram or something. I saw a couple of clips like that. It's disgusting.
Matthew, may I ask you a question? I'm Palestinian. I wanted to ask you, and this is something that, I thought of not too long ago, actually, because someone else brought it up, or partially brought it up. Bethlehem is very important to Christians, and why aren't Christians helping to take care of Bethlehem, to make sure it's, it is, the holy sites are preserved, and the town itself is protected, because right now it's it's got walls around it. It's got a gate to get in from, the Israelis put up a gate to segregate it, and harass people all the time, and have even shot and damaged the Church of the Nativity about 24 years ago. So I just feel like if we Palestinians are defending, Christians' holiest sites, and most of us are not Christian. Most of us are Muslim. I think it's just not fair for Christians to sit back and not just not participate, not speak out, but also speak against those that are protecting your holy sites. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And for the record, I just think most Americans are probably ignorant of what's going on, because how they form their opinions is based on, at least for the boomers, mainstream media, because they're good, moral people, like any country. They're people that just want to get on with their lives. I think if they saw what was going on, they wouldn't. They'd be firmly against the actions that were being. They might dig a little bit deeper, who knows? But at least they would not be tacitly supporting through their government funding.
That makes sense. It's a good answer. Thank you. I want to get awareness out there for for Christians to step up and help, and point fingers and just help, because it's Christian sites, so they have skin in the game too.
Basically, in terms of what you mentioned, I've seen some clips or a clip that in Israel, some Jewish people, probably some radical rabbis or practitioners, were spitting on I never covered nuns or just regular Christians. The thing that I saw, and again, this is just completely wrong, perhaps I can't speak with any level of authority to this, but I think I remember that the Christians were kind of had a Bible, and they were proselytizing actually pretty strongly against a Jewish crowd. Predominantly were young Jewish people, kind of more of the Orthodox, serious Jewish young people. So that's where the conflict, I think, came about. I'm not suggesting this to anyone faced with people expressing their opinions about any kind of ideology. That's not a good thing. But the whole incident was provoked by Christian proselytizing. And then when people do this, there are consequences that may not be supported by law, but people do stupid things. So that is a case I remember, but maybe this was just one time. Maybe this happened all the time. I have no idea. So there's a reason, when things happen, when two groups of people come in conflict, and they get in front of each other's face very closely, shouting, yelling, who's right and who's wrong, then things happen.
But I think Canada is, probably majority pro-Pali. I think.
So, I'm sorry, I could not hear you, but
No, I said Canada is probably majority pro-Pali. You guys think? They're pro-Pali, meaning that they're pro-Palestinians.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were saying Pope. Pro, okay.
No, pro,
yeah. Well, is Israel Canada's greatest ally? Let's start there. Let's walk it back.
Oh, they're investigating all these baby killers, IDF soldiers that are coming in that have committed against humanity. Created crimes against humanity. They're they're making them fill out a whole bunch of paperwork or whatever. So, I'm a Canadian and American, right? I do not want any motherfucking baby killers in Canada or in America. But the problem is America wants to look the other way. We have some Americans, they're served in the idea. How the hell are you going to allow them back into America? They probably killed babies and whatnot over there.
So let me, please go ahead. Somebody wants to say something. Go ahead. Okay. So let me ask you this question. I don't have a definitive answer to this, but I am thinking this way. You've got an IDF soldier who is commanded to join the military, mandatory. You have to join. You have to follow orders. Even though of the actions the soldier takes during the war, they regret this. They're killing, individuals, particularly when killing men, women and children, because they are in the war. So they're being asked, this is their duty, you're not supposed to be questioning the authority. And I'm not suggesting this is good or bad, I'm just trying to present predicament of a soldier which is required to do his duty and to follow the orders of the superior or commander, and in turn the commander follows the political direction of the politician to carry out the war. Now, a soldier like this, when the war ends and faces family to go to Europe or Canada to visit another country, then he's going to be arrested and questioned because the baby killing or what have you. if everybody would apply this kind of way of thinking, then the American soldiers served in Vietnam, in Iraq, in recent wars, and they could be questioned, arrested, put in jail for questioning their intention in killing people and babies. So I'm not quite sure if this is the right direction to take, to hold the individual soldier accountable for the action that they've done, unless a soldier is known to be a psychopath, a sociopath, and have done tremendous horrific activities of killing, or cruel acts against really even what the army requires them to do or not to do. There are still reasons for arresting. Apart from that, I really have a difficulty, just because once you get the idea and generalize it throughout the globe, and all of the soldiers they have participated in various wars, then you've got a big problem. Comments on what?
No, I hear you, but Ali, right now we have access to everything, right? Social media. Before we didn't have. I'm not saying you should, they should go after any idea. This is why America parted ways with ICC and ICJ, because they didn't want any of their soldiers getting prosecuted by the International Criminal Court. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is these people that committed crimes, anybody, whether it's American, Canadian, Israeli, whatever, they should be brought to justice. But we have so much data that literally we're seeing live genocide happening, and then we don't have anybody doing anything. We have government officials complicit. We have a whole bunch of pedos in the Congress that are involved, right? And people are just doing lip service all over the world, including Western countries, including Middle Eastern countries, GCC countries, or and we need some sort of and that Hinduja Foundation, they're doing a pretty good job. That little girl, when they shot about 355 bullets into her body, into the car that she was sitting in, and they killed the medics as well, and then they denied the IDF inside Gaza. No, we didn't kill them. We didn't do that. The third party came out, did the investigation, and they're like, yeah, IDF did kill it with satellite imaging, whatever. And they opened up a Hinduja Foundation, I think it's out of Belgium or something, and they've been collecting a whole bunch of documents and stuff and relate to all of these soldiers that have committed crime. And I think they should be brought to justice. Everybody should do it. Anybody that was involved in whatever war, they should collect data, send it out to the ICC, and let the ICC deal with this case. America is going to be next. They relate to what they've done in Iraq and a whole bunch of other places, Libya and whatnot. And the ICJ case, what it did, it opened up can of worms for all of these Western countries that have been involved in genocides for years and years. And which is a good thing. I think we're moving in the right direction where we're going to clean up all of these people in the government. And in America, I just don't get it. I want one person, one vote. I don't know why do we have to go with the electoral college vote or bullshit, corruption.
That's a damn shame.
I think I need to look back during the Nuremberg trial. It seems to me, again, that was a long time ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, let's say, maybe after that. The war ended in 1945, and I think the trial started pretty quickly after that. So roughly 75 years or something. So my recollection, what I remember, basically people who were prosecuted were the political leaders, the lead military individuals, and also people who were actually running the concentration camps, people like them, which they were leading actually the entire movement, and particularly as it relates to the war itself in general, and specifically as it relates to the Holocaust. I can't remember if, for example, if a soldier that actually was on some duties in any of the concentration camps and they were asked to do certain things, I am not sure if any of those individual soldiers were actually brought to the trial or not. Maybe they should have. So Nuremberg trials actually set the kind of the base for looking into these types of matters in terms of bringing to justice war crimes. But in general, it's just really the leaders, political leaders, as well as the military leaders that are brought to the trial and justice and due process and to convicted. And so, do you remember? I mean, if any actually ordinary soldiers that they were put on trial for this? I don't know. I need to probably look into it. But again, we have progressed, since then. We could be a lot more precise now with all of the technology available to see the soldiers in action and what they do, and so to have much better information. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I don't remember.
I mean, some of the soldiers were prosecuted, like members of the SS and Gestapo and the Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing squads were prosecuted as criminal organizations, right? I mean, some were so. Anyway, this whole case of the ICJ and ICC, some of them are going to get away with it, but it's going to set a precedent, for moving forward in the future. Hopefully we won't have any more of these genocidal shit that goes on, especially these Western nations that promote the genocidal wars. They only care about their own selfishness, whatever. At one point, they're going to have to shut this shit down, shut down this business of genociding people in African countries or other countries just for resources. They're going to have to do something about that, because this right here is a very good example of what's happening in Palestine. The genocide that's going on, and I think when the time comes, it's going to take years and years for this investigation to be over, when this genocide is over at the ICJ. And, I wonder how long will it take America to recognize the genocide that America was actually responsible for. American officials lied in front of Congress just to keep giving them weapons, like Anthony Blinken. There's a case going on in the court as well against them. There's a lot of freaking lies that they did, relate to this genocide. They could have stopped it. And in the future, at one point, they're going to have to stop with the bullshit. Recently, they just blocked Mahmoud Abbas from coming into America, to UN. And his leaders and his people, members of this party, almost close to 80 people. They put sanctions on it. Right? America is trying to be bully. How do you deal with the bully? I think you do it by exposing them, and they're getting exposed every day. I mean, look at that pedophile Ali in Vegas. He was able to leave out of the 8 pedophiles that they arrested. Right? They were running a pedophilia ring. And it turns out the state attorney, she was an Israeli Jew. She let him out on $10,000 bail. In America, usually the bail, you pay 10% of it and they let you out. Through the bail bond guy, whatever. And he was out and he was able to leave back to Israel. How do you allow a fucking pedophile back on the streets of Vegas and then back into, and he's from Israel, he works under Netanyahu. So we definitely need to clean up this mess, this whole officials, there's a whole bunch of pedos in there, the government. This is why Epstein files not coming out. So, that's where I'm going to land. Anyways, anybody else want to speak? All right.
So
Yes, Chucky.
do you think Israel has something to do with the shooting?
Khashoggi?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Oh, actually, not directly, but indirectly. I'll give you a small example. I actually watched a documentary of this, right? So Jeff Bezos was going to open up he was going to build a $1 billion, it was a $1 or $2 billion contract. He was going to build a gated community in Saudi Arabia. Thanks to what happened to Khashoggi, you know how they chopped him into tiny pieces, and Saudi Arabia kept on denying, you know, we didn't kill him, you know. Apparently his fiancée was waiting out of Saudi embassy in Turkey, and she waited for him 6 hours and he didn't come out. And the reports are saying that he was strapped to the chair and they chopped him into pieces while King Salman was watching it on TV inside the embassy. And prior to what they did, Turkish actually, they planted a whole bunch of microphones or whatever inside their vent system. They wanted to know what the hell they're doing, you know. And everything was recorded. CIA came out that it was actually MBS that did it. So what MBS did, Jeff Bezos came out after they, you know, after they found out that Saudi Arabia did chop him into tiny pieces. He was only there to renew his passport. So Jeff Bezos canceled the contract with the Saudi Arabia. He said, I'm not going to invest $1 billion, $2 billion. So what they did, they used Israeli technology called Pegasus to hack into Jeff Bezos' phone, got hold of a whole bunch of nude photos, and they released it out to the media. That was like a revenge. That's what MBS did in Saudi Arabia. And so Israel was actually directly involved in this.
So I have a software that can come back against Pegasus.
It's called Pegasus.
Yeah, I have a software that can come back Pegasus.
The software that can what? Depeg?
I said that can take out Pegasus.
It can take it out.
Yeah.
What? Turning off your phone?
You want to test the theory?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to connect the dots between killing the journalists in the embassy. This must have been 15 years ago, maybe more.
Yeah.
Everything that you said is pretty much correct. And the part that Israelis and Jeff Bezos, he wanted to invest $1 billion, $2 billion. So he said, I'm not going to do it. And then the Israelis, they blackmailed him. Well, actually, the pictures came out first. No, I think they blackmailed him.
Yeah, so what they did, I think they sent out a message or something on WhatsApp, and I guess he opened it, and everything was leaked out to MBS. I think. I don't know.
Right. Okay. So I still have a hard time seeing the connection. Maybe this could have been completely two mutually exclusive things. The killing of the journalists and the involvement of Saudis in it, and the situation with Jeff Bezos and the potential investment in Saudi Arabia. I don't see the connection, but maybe there is one.
So Saudi Arabia invested money under the table. There's actually a pipeline, Ali. Let me see if I can find the report. There's a pipeline that goes from Saudi Arabia and a whole bunch of other countries. That they sold a little bit of oil to Israel, by the way. The back roads of Saudi Arabia being used to deliver aid or whatever to Israel. So they're making deals under the table right now. But they don't make the deal over the table. That's why they wanted to normalize, so they can tell the world, well, we're doing business with Israel. But a lot of the countries, they make deals under the table, and Saudi Arabia is one of them. Pegasus, I was just saying they bought Pegasus technology from Israel just so they can, take revenge on Jeff Bezos. So Israel, I don't think they were directly involved, right? It was just out of revenge. And Saudi Arabia has done it not only to Khashoggi, they did it to, there's other people that live in, I think, Canada, that the YouTuber, there's another YouTuber in America, I think he's very famous, and he makes videos criticizing Saudi officials. And I think he has a connection to Saudi Arabia. Maybe his family, or he's from Saudi Arabia at one point, and he became American. And if he goes to Saudi Arabia, he's going to get chopped into tiny pieces as well.
So I hope he sticks in America.
What did you say, Chucky?
I said I hope he stays in America. Chucky.
One other thing down here, it's, you were talking about, and I've heard this, I read this in AP a couple of days ago, Associated Press, that the American government denied or did not give visa to Abbas and some of his colleagues and co-workers actually coming to the United Nations, to New York. And I'm not quite sure, making a case or something. So they were not given the visa to come to the United States. Now, legally, my understanding is a government giving visa, a tourist visa, diplomatic visa, work visa, the rest of it, it's government's prerogative to grant the visa or not. Obtaining a visa is not a right. It's a privilege to get the visa. And I'm not saying this was good or bad. The analogy would be, let's say, a whole bunch of Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran, wanted to go to University of Tehran and making a great case against the Islamic Republic of Iran. It seems to me, and I don't know for sure, that they would not have been allowed, particularly if they were Christian Jews, they would not have been given the visa to go there to make their case. I believe pretty much completely in freedom of speech, the First Amendment of the United States, out of the Constitution. So the point is, other countries, they've done it too. And I'm not supporting this, but I'm just saying, just legally, it's just, the government has the prerogative to issue visa or not. And by the way, they did not deny the visas for the ambassador and other key people, actually, who were actually United Nations, the state, and they did not deport anyone or send anyone back. This is a new group of people led by Abbas to come and participate in the discussion, and they were not allowed to come. So it seems to me somehow we set the expectation for the American government. I put this current presidency aside, I almost consider this, unfortunately, an aberration in the U.S. politics to a great extent. But our expectation from the United States to behave in certain ways, but we don't have the similar expectation from other countries. And you were suggesting that what is this, democracy? Why is not, one vote, for one person and having this electoral college kind of a system? That's the way the system is set up for really good reasons. Is a constitutional democracy / republic, and that's the way it operates. So it seems to me at times, and I'm not suggesting you are, that this, how can I say, this attitude, very negative by the United States and some of their actions, and which is not, people, when they say this, they don't look back behind them to see how other countries actually behaving. So it's just the expectation from the United States is just set so high. And at times the principle that this country is founded on, and in this case I'm talking about Constitution, when it comes to the execution of those principles, it falls short. And this is actually the case for everything. Every ideology has a principle. When it gets executed, the execution of the principle, there's always a gap between the pure intention of the principle and the execution of it. So again, I probably diverged just a little bit, but I was just asking we were almost expecting the United States to allow Abbas come in, and I think they should have allowed to come in, but it just is not a right, it's a privilege.
No, I mean, so Mahmoud Abbas, so the main reason why they're not allowing him is because these other countries are about to recognize Palestine as a state. And I don't know if you read the letter. I actually seen the letter. This was about, I think, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. The letter talks about you can't do anything to turn it into two state, in spite of these three countries are recognizing as a state, and that's the main problem. And if they allow it, do you know that they actually even threatened Canada that we're going to have tariff wars if you recognize Palestine as a state? Why is that? And I believe, I don't know if you watched the what is it called? A former Israeli intelligence official. He came out. He said during the 12-day war with Iran, they actually, he said, Netanyahu, Israel sent out a card, a birthday card or something, that was sort of like a threat to Donald Trump that do this, otherwise we'll expose you. And that's why he came out and he did the fake attack. I mean, according to intelligence report, there wasn't much damage that was done to Iran, Iranian places, and so in relate to, Canada and other countries as well, like France, literally Netanyahu came out, he said, if you recognize Palestine as a state, you're rewarding them, for what they did on 7th of October. So America and Israel, Israel literally has Trump by the balls, and this is the main reason why they're not going to allow Mahmoud Abbas, and this is the main reason why they kept funding Hamas, to keep the divide, so they keep on fighting each other. I don't know if you read the Times of Israel article. I did post it in the chat when I was talking to Matthew. I'll repost it, how Hamas blew up in their face, how they were funding Hamas. So, and Mahmoud Abbas actually works with Israel. They're in bed with Israel. They get their funding. The money gets on hold, and Israel tells Mahmoud Abbas to move right, he moves right. If they tell him to move left, he moves left. And this is the main reason why a lot of Palestinians in the West Bank, they hate Mahmoud Abbas. That's where I'm going to land with. So, this is where I'm coming from. And what I heard from Edward, he was in here, he said, since UN is like an international body, all the countries agreed that you cannot ban members of the UN to attend the UN meeting. And America is pissed off because they're going to recognize Palestine as, which means Trump, they might release some files on Trump, and Trump is scared. And I'll put the testimony from a former Israeli intelligence official in the chat, and I like you guys to watch it. It's about 30 minutes, and he says everything about what's going on. And he's based out of Quebec, Canada. And Mossad even bombed this former Israeli intelligence official's house back in 2012 because he works with other spying agencies.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. This may be true, maybe not, but correlation does not imply causation. The reason I'm saying that, perhaps the Israelis may have a lot of stuff on Trump, and maybe there were something that they told him, if you don't do certain things, particularly the last 12-day war with Iran, we're going to release this or that. Maybe. But the point is that if you look at the American politics in the last 50 years or maybe more, American politicians, American politics is unanimously has supported Israel. So it's not a new thing that Israelis have something on Trump, and now he's participated with Israel in the war against Iran. That was a huge step actually for the United States to take, to actually directly by air, attacking Iran. That was big. But this is not new. I mean, in terms of the support of Americans towards Israel, almost in every action, take a look at the United Nations, what is it called, declarations or certain things. The United States either has voted against whatever was going to be against Israel or abstain from voting. So there's nothing new in here. I mean, now again, there might be something, but then again, Russian claim the rumors are out there that Russia had something about Trump being in Russia and participating in some kind of sexual activity, some very descriptive sexual things, and people thought that Trump would be afraid or is afraid and is working with Putin. But if you look at Trump's action nowadays, it's not necessary. It doesn't appear to be. It's supposed to be actually trying to force Putin to end the war with Ukraine. So there may be a truth into what you're saying, but again, I land here categorically kind of saying that America attacked Iran, their attack is because Trump was afraid of Israelis may release some not so favorable kind of pictures or stories about Trump. That may be partially true, but I don't think it was not justification. It was not the reason that Trump made the decision, at least not totally. By the way, I'm not a Trumpy. I'm just talking about the information, facts.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Ali, but I put the link in the chat. Now, this is when Epstein, so he gave an interview a long time ago, and it was picked up by small medias. If you read up on some of the things he has said when he was buddy-buddy with Epstein, I removed the paywall for you guys so you guys can read up on it. And it has said very disgusting stuff in relate to how, Trump has told him that he likes to sleep with his best friend wives, and there's a whole bunch of other shit. Trump even said a whole bunch of comments about his daughter, right? Which a lot of people would say that, he's a pedo. DOJ, Department of Justice, came out and said his name is on the file, like more than 40 times or 30 times. And there's a lot of other officials' names are on there. And if this file was to get released, we could part ways with Israel because it has a lot of shit in there. Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, he actually went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. He's been to a lot of different places, different properties and whatnot. And the Epstein actually has done a lot of damage, And in recent case in Vegas, what happened, right? This is the type of power they have on this land, an American land. And this is why we need to, I actually love America. I'm not going to lie to you, but I'm not a nationalist. I love the American people. They come in different shade, different whatever, right? Different race, different background. But at the same time, we have to call it spade a spade. And when we have a lot of facts and data, we got to call it out. And you mentioned something about electoral college vote. I believe in one person, one vote. Electoral college vote, I'm in California. My vote doesn't even count. If I were to go out and vote, it's not even going to be counted. What is the point of voting in California?
Yeah, I hear you. But I was trying to tell you that's the way the Constitution is written, and one has to go back and think about the political situation at the time, why actually this was the system. It was necessary for the states to actually sign in to ratification of the Constitution. And the situation has changed. I mean, we're having, for example, 2 senators from a state that has, I forgot which one, less than 1 million people. And the 2 senators in terms of the upper branch of the government, and having 2 senators from California, it seems to be completely not reasonable in terms of purely representation of the number of people. Just the way it is. And I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think there was a wisdom in doing this, just trying to establish the United States as a country and making sure that 13 original states would ratify it, and requiring only 9 states to sign into it, not the entire 13 states to become ratified, and it was. So yeah, maybe there's a better system, but I haven't found it.
that's what it is. But you know, we can always agree to disagree on certain things. I mean, everyone has a difference of opinion, and I mean, the Constitution can be changed, Ali. I mean, 50 or 60 years ago, women couldn't even vote. You see what I'm saying? And they have changed a whole bunch of stuff in the Constitution from 100 years ago. I mean, even the enslaving the black folks, that was not that too long ago, right? So, you know,
that's correct. That's correct. Actually, when the Constitution was written, the first 10 amendments, which are called the Bill of Rights, there were not 10 of them. And Madison was very concerned that these 10 rights may come across as this is the only rights that people have. So he included Amendment number 9, I'm going to paraphrase, making sure that this is not the entire rights that people have. It was something to this effect. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not constitute or disparage others retained by people. What he's saying that there are other rights that people have, and the first 10 amendments are not the only ones. So it actually provided a bridge for the other amendments, and the requirements are, now we have 27, so 17 were added after the first 10 amendments. And one of the stringent requirements for it is it requires 2/3 majority of the Senate to actually ratify or confirm or have an amendment, which is a pretty big thing to do, given the composition of the two parties in the Senate. So yeah, it's changing, and of course the Constitution itself, as you well, I guess, interpreted by the Supreme Court in terms of the constitutionality of certain ideas and rights that people have. Yeah, it's in that sense, it's a dynamic kind of document, and yeah, we could change that, in a way. And actually, it makes sense that having probably the number of senators are the representation of the population of a state. Again, compare and contrast California with 44 million to other much smaller state with population less than 1 million people. So that would make sense.
All right, what's up, Amos? Welcome. Lie. Always.
Listen, we have to make agreement. We have to make agreement that every time you open a room, you send me a title in the...
I told you in the house. I sent you the house on the Telegram. Just open the house.
I do it.
It's a permanent link for the house.
Yes, but then I have to go to the house and then to find the house. You have 3 or 4 houses you have. That's a problem.
It's not take 3-4 hours to click on the house almost.
Amir, stop being Indian, just coexist.
Just like India and Pakistan. Just like India and Pakistan coexisting together.
Stop being Indian. Oh my God.
Don't understand that one day they also will get old and senile like me today. I don't understand it. They think that we'll never get old. They think that the time will stop.
At least you acknowledge your cricket.
I know you're old, but you're not senile yet. You're about to be senile.
Oh.
Not that bad, maybe, but start. Very.
I don't think you're senile,
Slowly but surely. Yeah.
That's 75 senile. That's 75 Alzheimer. 75 physically.
If you didn't see me here for 3, 4, 5 days, like I don't see Amir, then you know that maybe I'm in the hospital. You can come and visit me.
Oh, I will. I'll bring a sack of rice or something. Which hospital are you at?
Yes. I believe you that you come. Really, yes. Like you come yesterday night to my the same
I come to your room, I knock on the door, then it's locked, and someone is barking inside, and I leave.
Lies, Palestinians, lies.
Amos, you are the only individual on the clubhouse, I've heard you a couple of times, that I can actually imitate the way you talk. Amos, I'm just in the hospital and need to get some soup. Yeah, my friend Amir can help me out. So
Were you really in the hospital?
I don't know. I don't think that was a good almost. I'm sorry.
I know, I tried.
Who's Eli Razavi? Tell me some first. Who are you, Eli Razavi?
I'm just an individual on the clubhouse.
That's not how Amos sounds.
Yeah, and it's a little more European, a little less on the.
Eli Razavi, where are you from? How old are you?
I'll tell you if you be patient. And this is all in good form. I'm not trying to mock you.
You look as old as I am. How old are you, Eli?
Let me tell you this. Categorically, and you should know this as a grown-ass man, and particularly in the clubhouse, that I categorically refrain to talk about anything about me personally at all, period. I'm interested in ideas and discussions. As you know, some of my ideas are fairly strong, particularly about the Islamic ideology and other ideology. So I do not want myself and my family to become target just because I need to speak freely as I wish. So I do my best to, my name is the name you see, my picture is my picture, that's it. I'm not going to tell you anything more. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
I understand that, but
Okay,
you must understand me also. You don't only talk and don't listen. Now you talk for 2 minutes about how discreet you want to be and how much you don't want anyone to know where you're from, what you're doing, how old are you. So discreet, yes? But you must understand also my point of view is if you're so discreet, you have so many things to hide. Like, maybe you are in difference if you're born in Israel or you're born in Egypt. Yes, I look at you in a different point of view. So I like to know who am I talking with, especially that it's the first time I hear your voice. You hear me a lot because I talk a lot. Come and not go on the stage, just sit down there, maybe record me and just listen and listen and listen. You don't come and speak and say your point of view about Palestinians starving and the genocide and all the lies of the Palestinians in Amir. But you can come and say, I'm a discreet man. I don't want to talk about myself, but I will say my opinion about every subject you want without you know me, but I know you because anyone here know how old I am. Everyone know where I born. Everyone know where I'm from, where I live, what I'm doing, what my profession is. I'm not shy. That's also give me a kind of a power. That everybody know everything about me. I don't have nothing to hide. I suspect even the Israelis put people me that know where my grandmother get burned in Yemen and where my grandmother and my grandfather been meeting or crazy things that only computers in the 30s have been. So everybody knows, they know all the rubbish people here know that I have nothing to hide. I put everything on the table. And when I don't know you, don't know what's your past, what's your family, if you're married, if you're divorced, if you're a coxine. I don't know nothing about you. So.
And that, folks, is Amos.
Hey, Ali, Amos and Amir, they're around like 60 to 70 years old, I think. I'm pretty sure. Just coexist with ODB. Just ballpark it. Are you around that age?
Beatrix, what part of what I just mentioned when I made my comments you did not understand?
That's
You appear to be kind of
anti-semantic.
You appear to be on the low take today.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, you don't have to tell them exactly. Just, are you like?
Let me tell you why. Because the question was on the table for Matthew, and Matthew took his time and explained and answered the question. He had two reasons. I spent about a minute and a half to answer to put more flesh on what Matthew was saying. Immediately after we were finished, we reinstated the same question as if maybe we're not in the room. So what I'm just trying to tell you, you're not paying attention today in the room. What did I just tell everybody? I was talking to Hamas, not Hamas, Hamas, everyone. So that's my position, and no further comments are necessary. Thank you. But Hamas, thank you for sharing your information. That's your prerogative. You do as you wish. We have different way of looking at things. That's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We don't need to share any personal information. I agree with you, Ali. There's a lot of people, crazy people on this
I
side.
want to give an example. What I mean
Okay, what is your example?
I want to give your friend Resistance as an example.
It's not my friend. It's on my block list.
Yes, I know. I also know that Fatima is on your block list. A lot of people.
100%.
It's not something to be proud about.
I'm proud of it. I don't want any my brain. I don't want any stupid fucker coming in here and he wants to rape me.
I mean, between me and you, there is a lot of agreements, from the Palestinian position till the people in Clubhouse position. I have a lot of arguments how to run a room and about everything, that you are a dictator and I'm more liberal. That's different between me and you. You're Muslim, I'm Jewish. A lot of differences between me and you. You are a liar, I'm a truth. There is a lot of differences. But I'll tell you...
You're God chosen, I'm not God chosen. You think you're superior to me. I'm inferior to
all this rubbish, God's chosen...
I'm beneath your feet, you're above my fucking feet.
But
yeah.
I think the main difference is you're a pedophile and he's not. You see, even this daddy just arrived now, I don't know him, he don't want to listen. I want to give you why do I give resistance? Shut your mouth, daddy, shut your mouth. You listen to me, sir. Tell me. I give him because I respect him. He's shouting and he's very self-confident and he's give me a position understands what you're saying. You should look like him, like Prince, like there's some others that I could compare.
Almost Resistance wants to rape women, rape girls on the side. I don't.
Listen. But I get it in the PM. He didn't tell me. Then somebody told me in the PM that Resistance is a Puerto Rican. I must learn a new word. Look different about him. That he is a prisoner. He is not a human being. He learned to be Muslim in the prison. That's what I give you as an example why I ask everyone.
It doesn't matter how he became Muslim. It doesn't matter how Muslim. It doesn't matter. I have a problem with him. He wants to rape women and girls on this side. I have a big problem with that.
I didn't hear from him.
Yeah, he did that. He did that. Hold on. He did that with a whole bunch of people, even with my moderators, and did it with me. He said a whole bunch of crazy genocidal shit to me, and I'm like, okay, you're out. That's it. No more. That's why I look. We're talking about Resistance. And even if he goes into your rooms and he says some genocidal shit, I don't support. He doesn't.
Tell me why Fatima is in your block list.
Fatima is in my block list. She come in the audience and she attacked women and men, both sides, and she doesn't add any value.
What she said about
okay. She came up. She always attacking, Wednesday, other people in this room. And I get tired.
How do you think? I also
but I
So
think she was.
innocent.
Amos, you just don't
Wait, I think she was dropped on her head a few times.
She literally came in and killed my brains.
I
Well,
think
she
she
was dropped on her Adam's apple, no?
Yeah, no, she was dropped on her head a few times. That's what I was told. She fell on her head like 3-4 times.
I don't want to kill my brain cells engaging with fucking.
Yeah. But anyway, Amos, it's
He's got a deeper voice than me.
it's very early. It's very early in the morning. No, it's not that early for you. I mean, it's 9 o'clock. So you've been at the hospital, Amos. You've been feeling under the weather, kind of thing.
I let you know some other things about me.
Oh, no.
I come here before I go to sleep. Instead of putting a pill and some chemical inside my body, I come here to get boring. You're so boring me.
Okay, now
that I come here to get bored, and
since
then I
you're
can
so
sleep.
fucking bored, go to sleep now.
I don't know if I believe that, Amos. I think you have fun in here.
No, I think it's the senile part is kicking in a little hard today. But Amos, we like you. I think you're a cool guy. Just make sure you don't.
If you're bored, old man, have a wank and go to sleep.
Let's go drive someone. Drive someone to some place and do money for someone.
Unbelievable. I wake up, I hear resistance. I hear resistance in my dreams. I didn't believe.
That's a nightmare. That's not a dream.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you how much this place called Clubhouses can be.
I think you always picture like resistors knocking on your door, right? You must.
Now I have a question. Listen, I have a long night.
Role plays, killing resistance in his dream.
I have a long night. I have to be wake up, and now I have 2-3 hours that I can till 11 o'clock. Now it's 8.
Fuck off, man. Go to sleep.
I want you all to sing a song to me. Can you?
Go F yourself.
Yeah,
Can you sing me a good night song?
just sleep in here, Amos.
And Agnes, here's your chance for singing a song.
You know that song, Go F Yourself? He's funny, that guy. He's pretty funny, Amos.
Special.
Very special.
Not in the right with it.
He's gonna go drive the bus to the hospital, he's...
He said on his outpost, he's like, my greatest sexual fantasy would be having everyone in one room. I was not just thought, what, you're the fuck, you're going to be sat there wanking as everyone's having a conversation with you.
He's a wanker. He's such a wanker. Tossy, okay.
Hey, guys. Amos just wants to coexist. We should all coexist in the room.
He does not want to coexist. He wants to exist.
I do wish Chucky was here.
Chucky from the movie Chucky Play, whatever that thing is, or Chucky the character.
I swear one of the Chucky movies is called like Child's Play.
Yeah, I know. That's why every time I see the name Chucky here, I'm thinking of a doll with a knife in their hand or something.
How many dummy people in one room? Amazing.
There's only one here, my friend, and that is you.
Why do you think you're smarter than the average bear, Amos? Why do you think you're much smarter than everybody else?
No, put it as more real. I don't think. I know.
You know that you're smarter than the average bear?
That's the Jewish in him, the supremacist.
Why, Amos? Why? You think you're smarter than me?
I'm sure. I don't think.
Why? You're more educated than me. You know more than I do.
Everything you do, only because you're a Muslim and I'm a Jew.
Okay, I'm not a Muslim. Okay, forget about that. Why do you always say a
But
Muslim
I'm
or a
not
Jew?
looking with this kafia on your neck.
Kafia?
Smack you,
Hey,
dummy.
check my PCR.
Amos, no, serious question. Why do you think you're smarter than the average person? You're much smarter than anybody else.
Because I sit in school, I learn.
You went to school, like, what kind of degree do you have? Wait, what kind of degree? What kind of fucking degree do you have? You drive a fucking bus. What kind of skill do you have besides driving a fucking bus?
The wheels on the bus go round and round. I'm living in a society who are more modern educated, you know. If you are not a good
you
person,
fucking drive a school bus. You drive a school bus, and the children are more educated.
in your life, you make a crime, yeah? And you put in prison and you go out, and nobody knows you sit in the prison.
You're so now I know.
Everybody know each other.
I know. Now I know you're 2/3. Now I know you're 2/3 retard.
You know, I'm shy to say what I'm doing now. It's a shame
I
for
don't
me.
think he understands the 2/3 part.
For me, it's a shame to be here. You understand?
And shut up, Amos. Shut up.
No, I'm very curious why he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. Why?
Is he Jewish? They think they're better.
Kosher chosen people. Huh.
From every perspective you want to look at me.
I just feel like Nargis would be like the right person to
look at you. More like I don't know. I don't want to use some bad. I don't want to be profane with you because I have.
You're more intelligent than that, Jinbib. Alright.
You think honestly, Jinbib, if we are four, only me and you, 4 eyes, yes, in a closed room, nobody listen, yeah. And I ask you seriously, what you prefer to
Sounds
be?
like prison.
An Israeli, a kibbutznik, or a Palestinian in the West Bank? What you prefer, honestly, inside your heart, honestly?
I'd rather stick fucking needles in my eye than be in a kibbutz with you, Amos. You're fucking crazy.
Did that answer your question? He wasn't expecting that answer, was he?
This superiority complex is shit, man. That's what it's a fucking sick society. And you're smarter than everybody
we got
else.
like 5 or 6 anonymous accounts. And I bet you one of them is John Kitover, Normal, John Balzac, that idiot, that Zionist fucker. The other one is that N guy, Shuki maybe. Who else?
Abby probably.
JB, you know, JB has a plus symbol as well. Abby probably, yeah. That fucking bitch has me blocked. A lawyer bitch. Who else?
That bitch is funny.
Yeah, she always talks about anti-Semitic.
You know, understand what you say it now. You see me in my room, the first anonymous I said, this is a bill.
Anti-Semitic. Fuck your anti-Semitism. I don't care. Anti-Semitic. She brings up the stats every time she comes in. Oh, I got the stats.
I don't care.
Keep your fucking stats to yourself. Yeah.
Your arms with those stats, yeah.
Who else? We got, who else could it? Okay, El Normo for sure. El Normo is in the audience. Who else? BB, I don't think he has the plus account. He's from Canada. I don't know. Yeah, he's probably sleeping right now.
I think he has other accounts as well.
Yeah, he's got another account that's probably plus, right? He's probably here. Who else? A whole bunch of Zionists have like freaking plus accounts. Anyways.
They must be trying to gather.
Matrix, please don't promote this disgusting picture of him. Please, it's like me co-modding with the Amos. I don't feel comfortable.
You did it.
Co-modding with the terrorist.
You did it once, right?
I didn't do it. I was busy. It wasn't my room. It was Scotty's room.
Okay.
Yeah. I came to take the screenshot. Yeah, it wasn't my room. Somebody modded this idiot up.
No, but you were modding it with him. I didn't realize.
I didn't mod him. That's what I'm saying. I was busy working in the background. And somebody, and then I heard somebody modded Amos. I'm like, who the fuck would mod this guy? And then I even came up the mic in a bit, and then I said, why the fuck would you mod this guy?
I just want to say driving a bus is it's a pretty honest job. You know, I don't know. I guess it depends on the bus, but it's not a bad job.
Yeah, well, nobody's suggesting. Go ahead, please go ahead. Nobody's not suggesting that driving a bus or any profession is less than honorable, of course. But I think somebody who is in a given profession, let's say driving a bus or a taxi driver, it entails certain kind of assumption, and it may not be necessarily correct. For example, one could question the assertion of Amos, whatever I would pronounce his name, that he knows more than anyone else on the stage. He knows everything. It seems to me that this would not be the case. Otherwise, I would say he would have been perhaps a university professor or a director for one of the large institutions in Israel. Or he could have been something. Okay, just.
What I have to learn in the university, I learn in the past much better than I learn in the university. That's your stupidness.
You could be a bus driver, but also a very knowledgeable person. But he's very knowledgeable, but it's kind of highly unlikely. And particularly when I listen to you, it gives me this inclination of a profound ignorance. And so that's why I leave it there. So I just land in the area, busing, driving a bus is absolutely great, or anything people do, welding or electrician or whatever that might be.
In the UK, we call them bus wankers. He fits that category.
Yeah, I think it's poor man. He's just bored. You know, they're driving a whole bunch of kids around, so he just has to come and show up.
In a bus, you pass 50 people passing. Going out and going in, going out and going in. From each one you can learn. You become much more professor than if you sit in the university. That's in your mind, you don't understand.
Ali, you should ask him what kind of bus on this drive.
I feel like it's a prison bar.
This is Amos. The bus you drive has four wheels or more.
Amos, can you sing us the song? Can you sing us the famous song?
You don't sing a song, so I don't sleep, and
No, it's the bus song. You must know the bus song.
Okay,
you have to sing it to the school kids.
By the way, I would try.
The one that goes round and round, eh?
You have to sing it, yeah, Amos. That's part of your duties. When the kids get on the bus, you have to get them singing.
He said he's going to do it. Listen, he's going to do it.
The thing you guys don't know about Amos, he doesn't drive. He doesn't drive
אם תיסע מהר, יתפוס אותך שוטר, סע לאט. אם תיסע לאט, תגיע לאילת, סע מהר. You don't understand, so done.
No, we don't need to understand, bro. It's well done.
At least he has rhythm.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, let's not get carried away here now. But thank you for singing.
Thursday night I come here, I sing, I dance, I try to convince people that there are other life instead of clubhouse. Go and dance, go and sing, go and swim in the sea, do something with your life.
Amos, I thought you coming on Thursdays to invite everyone to your room on Friday.
I think you tried to convince yourself, Amos, not others.
You do it on Shabbat days, like you should be practicing Shabbat. What are you doing coming on the Sabbath?
After 12 o'clock, put all my...
You need to go practice Shabbat. Go practice Shabbat.
Come to your room on Friday, though.
Amir, tell me, how many people usually in this room? Like this every day?
So when I opened the room on Iran, it was about 80 to 90 people.
So So you say everybody ran away because of me now. So there is very few.
You're a room killer. You come in and the room dies.
Yes. You know, because I know you're so good. If it was true, you're a liar. But if it was true, you will find the reason to throw me out of this room. But I say, maybe this room is so filled up, not so few as you said right now. And I say from my position, from my experience in Clubhouse, it's quite filled up right now.
Amos, go open a room now. Go open a room now.
Some of them come after Amos, maybe.
Listen, go open a room now. We'll all go to your room. Come on. Go open a
No,
room.
Jinder, don't go to his room. He's gonna kick you out.
No, he wouldn't. He's my friend.
No, he did. No. He did.
No, he's a friend of mine. I know Amos.
Amos, do you remember I came to your room? But the Zionist bitch insulted me. Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
I know,
what
because
they did
you're...
today night. So how can I remember? I don't remember what I sing right now. How can I remember?
Yeah,
But please check, you're in my list. But you're so dummy. You're in my list. So
Shut
please,
up.
Your
Oh,
list?
they...
List? What kind of list is this, Amos? A list of women or something? What's going on?
Teddy also in my list. So I'm a
Oh no, he's bisexual, fuck's sake.
But if I say you're in my list, I'm also in your list, Teddy. So what that means that I like your ass? That what you're a coxinel?
I mean,
Go
you're
fuck
Israeli.
yourself.
You're Israeli, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Why I am in your list? Let's see. I'm in your list. Yes, that very list. Let's remove friendship like this. Yes, back. So that means that you add me and I add you. You see, it's this you take from the Zionists to say only women. It's true that I want Galileo and Jacobi and the pretty women to come to my room, so each one of them can bring the stupid Palestinians like you who don't come to the room, who are going after women.
Amos, we don't.
My thing to make a big room that all the Palestinians will come after Galileo.
You're just a cloud chaser. You're just a cloud chaser, Amos.
Those pretty women who put their face on, and they're speaking, and they're independent women.
Amos, why don't you put your change your picture to the girl picture, right? Use ChatGPT or something and change your voice to a girl voice, you know. And you could promote it.
Amos, for what it's worth, get a fucking life.
You want all those things that you think in my 66 mind I can do it.
100%.
Even this title, this picture, you think I did it? Galileo did it for me.
Okay, Amos. Yeah, but Amos, your room dies afterwards, you know.
The only thing you can learn from Amos is to listen. This what Eli don't know is to listen. Not only to listen and to understand your enemy. To understand his point of view about life, what he wants from you. When you understand this simple point, maybe you start to understand the Israeli and the Jewish. Stop saying genocide all the time with all your lies.
Genocide.
Lies and lies.
Genocide is anti-Semitic shit. Come on.
Betzelem is lying, Amos. Betzelem is lying. Betzelem says it's a genocide. Is Betzelem a liar?
Listen, me personally, I support.
No, I'm asking you, is Betzelem a liar? Is Betzelem a liar?
Listen what Amos said.
I'm asking about Betzelem. I'm not asking about anything else. Betzelem.
I don't think they lie. I don't.
Oh, okay. They say it's a genocide. Betzelem said it's a genocide.
B'Tselem even said it's a genocide.
Do you want the report? Do you want the report from B'Tselem?
I don't
text it to you.
want it. I don't need any report.
Then stop lying. Then why the fuck are you lying? B'Tselem said it's a genocide.
You sent me enough pictures.
I'm gonna send you. Hold on. I'm gonna send you fucking B'Tselem report right now.
Listen to
You're just an idiot, man.
B'Tselem are that just show. I think that those organizations like B'Tselem, they just give it power. That the people are conscious. The people have, if they feeling about the suffer of the other side.
We're not. I'm gonna send you a report. Check your Telegram.
B'Tselem are not talking about the suffering of the Jewish. They only speak about the orphans.
Here, check your Telegram, Amos. Check your Telegram. It's a genocide. Check it. It's a report. Stop lying to people. Stop coming into the room and stop lying. Your own organization, Jewish organization called B'Tselem, is saying it's a genocide.
Tell me, is there any B'Tselem from...
Yes, I believe B'Tselem. Yes, B'Tselem is the one that's a human rights organization.
You don't listen to me. Listen. Not only talking, listen. I ask you a question. Is there an organization, a Muslim organization like B'Tselem? Do you know one conscious Muslim organization once?
Is B'Tselem a Muslim organization?
Only you know ISIS and you know Hamas.
No.
You know what is B'Tselem from the Muslim side.
I'm talking.
You know why? Because you will kill them.
Amos, I'm asking you, is B'Tselem a Jewish organization or a Muslim organization?
B'Tselem is organizations that just look about the suffer of the other side. They don't look about the suffer of the strong side, those people who pick you, who kill you today.
It's like the Jews, it's not about killing and murdering and blowing yourself up and like
kill one of your
all
leaders,
hate.
the one of
That's Islam.
the Hamasnik, the Hamasnik who is...
Calm down, baby. It's not about Islam. Amos, B'Tselem is a Jewish organization, human rights Jewish organization. Okay, I send you on Telegram. Check your fucking Telegram. Hold on. Check your Telegram. Yes, I'm gonna meet you because you don't allow me to speak. I'm gonna meet you. Check your Telegram. B'Tselem, Physicians for Human Rights. All Israeli Jews came out and they said it's a genocide. They stop coming into the fucking room and stop lying to the people. You're B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights. They said it's a fucking genocide. Why are you fucking coming in here lying to the people? Stop with the lies.
Amos is half drunk and the other half he's asleep. I'm not sure what you want from him.
Baby, we're not talking to you respectfully. I don't know why did you come up. You came up uninvited. You came up uninvited, baby. Baby, you came up uninvited. I didn't invite you up here. I don't know. You're welcome to go back down. Thank you. You're the drunkest person that I came across on this app. All the time fucking drunk. And every room I go into, when I used to see you fucking drunk out of your mind. Every fucking room.
The D, the I, the D, the Y, the D. The D is Diddy.
There you go. Looks like it's time for you to go down in the audience. I didn't bring you up. Thank you. Next time when you're not drunk, then come up. I'll bring you up. So Amos, what do you think about B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights? You're old man, but you don't want to concede to any of these fucking points. Any of them.
I think Amos just slipped and broke his head.
He's probably asleep. I was reading a couple of comments in the chat. I think one or two that were saying, why is it that we're not talking about the title of the room, which is Israel can't defeat Hamas?
Yeah, it was just a title reaction to what JB opened the room earlier. So it wasn't. I mean, of course. I mean, what you call it? The PR war, they already won, right? I mean, the Palestinians already won the PR war. The only problem they have is the physical war that they're having through with this. But we see a whole bunch of stuff coming out. There's actually 4 Israeli soldiers that are missing. We don't know who's got them, if they killed them, or if they, if they're bombed or whatever. Now, if Hamas has these 4 IDF soldiers, that means it adds more hostages. I mean, not hostages; they will be prisoners. So, I don't know. What do you think, Ali? I mean, do you think they can beat Hamas?
So, as you may recall, again, I'm completely correct on this. The Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi, actually had stated 3 objectives. This must have been the first week of after 2 years after October 7th. One is to destroy Hamas totally, completely. The next one was bring all of the hostages back, every single one of them. And the last one was, once the war is over, to a new governing institution or body in Gaza, which is going to be acceptable to Israel. Those were the 3 kind of objectives that they are set at the time. So one has to look back to assess to see to what degree the 3 objectives actually being accomplished. Last time I checked, Hamas is still kicking around, and a comment could be made or assertion that you probably can kill every Hamas military man by the ideology itself. It's an ideology, and ideas cannot stay around. It's very difficult to get rid of them. Although you may take the effectiveness of what the ideology wants to do, but the ideology itself cannot go away. The next one, bringing the hostages back, I think there are 4 or 5 are left. And if you're saying that 4 other IDF soldiers were arrested, then it makes a larger group. So that has not been fully accomplished. And I don't really know what he meant by saying a new governing body in Gaza that is going to be acceptable to Israel. I have not read anything about it. I don't know what his intentions were and are at this point. I have no idea. So that's kind of where we stand with this.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see what happens really, but the ceasefire is not gonna happen, and there a lot of poor people are protesting to get the hostages back. And but here's the problem I have. So let's say if Hamas gives up and give them all their hostages back, you know what will happen, right? They're just gonna go back and genocide them more. Instead of killing 100,000, they probably go another 200,000-300,000.
Okay, so what makes you say that? What evidence do you have?
I'm gonna put a survey in the chat. 82% of Israeli Jews they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza. This was done in 2025. 56% of Israeli Jews they want to kick Arabs out of Israel. And there's a similar survey according to Pew Research. It was 2016 and 2015 that was done. 48% of Israeli Jews that want to kick Arabs out of Israel and a whole bunch of other places.
Okay, that's correct. But the assertion you made, I think I wasn't fully listening. That you were saying that 300 to 400 Palestinians are going to kill. That's what you said. I'm not talking about the statistics and how people think about the Palestinian ought to be there or not. We're just talking. You mentioned killing people. That's what I was asking. Where do you get that information?
Okay. In my opinion, right, the 340, because we've seen the Harvard study, right, that said that they've killed, even the Land magazine said they killed 185, I believe. Right, Harvard came out. They said that there was about 200,000 killed or something. I'm gonna have to check the numbers on the study, because a lot of they used illegal bombs, though, and that evaporated a whole bunch of bodies. And Israel keeps track of all of the data on who lives inside Gaza, who doesn't live in there, and they have the choice to remove it out of their entry as well. So all I'm saying is. Let me see if I can find that, because there was an opinion piece that I read somewhere. This was about, I think, a couple months ago. I'm going to have to check Times of Israel. There was an opinion piece that I wrote that if we get all the hostages back, we're ready to go back to war. Let me see if I can find that opinion piece and put it in the chat for you. And that's what I predicted as well, that if let's say if Hamas gives up the arms, gives up, everything, and gives up the hostages, and, they just bow down, they're just going to go back in and genocide them. And the Israelis, they're protesting only to get their hostages back, and some of them, they don't want to serve in the military. That's about it. Other than that, when it comes down to attacking Hamas, going after Hamas, aka babies or whatever, they don't care. They don't care about Gazans. So let me see if I can find that opinion piece, and I actually kind of agree on it. Let me see if I can.
All right, thank you. I think what you're saying, which is really very difficult to even comprehend, if there is a ceasefire, and if Hamas puts their arm aside and they give up, and there's no more war, and the Gaza is going to be governed somehow by someone, but peacefully, I hope, from the Palestinian perspective. Are you saying that the government of Israel will continue killing Palestinians in order of magnitude of 300,000 to 400,000 people of Palestinian?
The number, I made up the number. I'm saying for my opinion.
Yes, okay. Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
I don't know how many they'll kill, but they will kill, a big amount. Sorry, I'm looking for the opinion piece or something so I can post in the chat. Hey, what's up, Free? Did you want to speak, brother? Maybe if you want to come up, let me turn up the hand raising here. You can come up if you want. I almost left when I told him about the.
Because you don't like what I have to say.
Okay. Do you believe it's a genocide, baby, inside Gaza? Baby, are you there? Do you believe that it's a genocide in Gaza? No answer. Now I can hear you. Which you want to speak, baby? I'm giving you the mic. Almost left. I sent him a link to B'Tselem on his Telegram and on here. B'Tselem is an Israeli humanitarian human rights organization and physician for human rights.
And I'm not a judge in which way warfare is being conducted. It's got nothing to do with me. But what I'm saying is like this conflict has fucking gone on for too long. I'm coming from a Persian perspective. Why should my country be dragged into this? And more so, a level of people be kept in place under a false precept of sort of manifesting something good, where they're actually not doing anything good for their own people, not even for the people they're doing something for, but like when it's just all everything that happens within this conflict, when it's coming from that, it's like, what is this fucking Jew hate? It's like, what did the fucking Jews ever did to us?
Baby,
They're smart people.
Baby, this is not Iranian room.
That
It's not
is
Iranian
genocide.
room.
I worry
This
about
is-
the genocide.
This is
I
not a
worry
Iranian
about
room.
the safety of
So is it a genocide in Gaza? Is it a genocide in
No,
Gaza?
you have this minority of people in a minuscule sort of plot of land, right? They're trying to and it was given to them rightfully by whatever happened. Like
Is it minority or is it in majority? Is it minority or majority?
Attacked by my country, but
Okay, baby,
why is
baby,
no, no, no,
baby,
you asked me a
baby,
question.
we're
I
not
asked
talking
you.
about Iran. We're not talking about Iran. I'm talking about Gazans. Do you believe the Gazans are getting genocided right now? I'm not talking about Iran. Can we leave the Iran to a different day? When I open up a room against Reza Pahlavi, then we can talk about that. And I'm going to do that because I actually am starting to hate them really badly. So, do you believe that it's a genocide in Gaza?
I don't know. I don't have the facts.
If I give you Israeli organization called B'Tselem, that's an Israeli
What I
organization,
do
just
know
like
is that Israel is under attack, and they're going to retaliate.
I'm not talking about attack. I'm talking about what happened, what's going on
But
to the Palestinians. Is it a
Gaza,
genocide?
Palestinians and Hamas are not the same thing, right?
No, yeah, but they're Palestinians. Hamas is Palestinian.
Okay,
People that
no,
live
no,
inside is
Hamas
Palestinian.
and the sooner that the Palestinians would have made that choice not to go into cahoots with these people, there would never have been this problem.
Everybody is Hamas.
You are distorting the truth. Hamas is not Palestinians. Hamas are terrorists.
Hamas is Palestinian.
Political agendas.
Okay,
They're
baby.
backed by terrorists. They're
Baby,
terrorists.
just hang on. So, if Hamas is a terrorist organization, do you know that Netanyahu gave money to Hamas? So does that make Netanyahu a terrorist? Netanyahu gave $15 to $30 million every month. It was coming from Qatar, and they would load them up into cash briefcases. Netanyahu did this, and his aide collected bribes and loaded up the money in cash. It would be hand delivered in the hands of Hamas every month, $15 to $30 million. So does that make Netanyahu a terrorist, baby?
I don't believe it. I'm not for conspiracy theories.
No conspiracy. I'm giving you Times of Israel Jewish article. I'll give you testimony from former Israeli Ehud Barak. That's a former Israeli prime minister. He says it. Now, if he says it, are you denying the fact?
You want my opinion on something?
No. I'm asking, can we stick to the same topic, please?
Because you're talking about something that's
I'm talking about is Hamas. No. Hold on. I'm gonna ask Shuki to play the clip for us. Okay? This is from Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister.
No, I don't want to hear it. Okay? I don't.
Oh, you don't want to. You don't want to hear a former Israeli prime minister saying this.
In something, Amir. I'm talking.
No, not heavy. You asked me.
As a woman who is just giving an overall view. And what I'm saying to you is that I'd rather within my region, I'd rather see a future where a more Israeli sentiment and an Israeli influence than fundamental lunatics. I don't understand what you don't understand about this.
So, baby, this is what, baby, that makes you intellectually dishonest. Baby, it makes you intellectually dishonest as soon as you said you don't want any facts. You don't want any conspiracy. I'm not making.
Because we both lie on each
That makes you intellectually dishonest. Hold on. That makes you intellectually dishonest. We can't even have a conversation on the facts.
I mean,
And this
I
is
don't
very.
get dragged into your, whatever. But what I'm saying on an overall, okay, so you prefer terrorism or you prefer bullies?
So Netanyahu funded Hamas. Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS right now inside Gaza that has been stealing aid from Palestinians and selling the aid for about 5 times the price. And this is all from the Israeli Jewish source. And Netanyahu giving weapons to fucking ISIS, giving the money to Hamas, has funded a whole bunch of other terrorist entities. IDF was formed out of terrorist gangs in 1948 from Irgun Lehi and Haganah, and not to mention the 47. They sent letter bombs to Harry Truman, the United States of America's president. His name was Harry S. Truman. He was received letter bombs in the mail from Stern Gang, Jewish militia gang from British Mandate Palestine.
Yeah, so I mean, hasn't this conflict gone on long enough?
Baby, can you please, if I give you data and everything, are you able to concede to the point? Are you American first or are you Israeli first?
I thought I was British and Persian first.
Okay, are you British first or are you, Israeli first?
I'm not Israeli, idiot.
Then why would you defend Israel when it has killed a bunch of people?
I don't Israel. I don't support. But as a Persian, you gotta understand that it comes with a bias but it also comes as like I don't understand it. Why would you want to engage in more fucking conflict? It's like the region fucking needs cleaning up, right? It needs less of whatever it has and more of what it needs. And I think that Israel is going to bring that. And then if I think that is the way that is going to be beneficial for the region, I'm sorry, you can call me Zionist, you can call me heartless or whatever you're going to call me. That's what I think. I think Israel is beneficial for the region. I think they've been very generous. There's been 70 years of these people trying to coexist. It's and even the Khalijis, it's fuck it, we don't want to be part of it anymore. And then you've got the fucking dirty, nasty Ukrainian government who are on there.
Yeah, again with Iran. This room is not about Iran, man. Calm down. This room is not about Iran. This room is not about Iran. Hello. Oh my God.
The level of smartness.
This woman, man. We're not talking about Iran. Please, stop bringing Iran into this room.
Why is there not to about smart?
Because I'm not talking about Iran. This room is not about Iran. It's about Israel and Palestine. You keep bringing other shit into the picture, which I don't want to discuss right now. My question to you is about Israel and Palestine. You said they've been trying to exist in 70 years. What have they done? They've killed a whole bunch of people. According to British mandate, you had the state. Do you know that they weren't even part of the UN partition plan?
Don't you think in Iran we
British. Again with Iran. This room is not fucking about Iran, man. Stop with the fucking Iranian shit.
I'm sorry.
Why
should the world be fucking involved in a conflict that is never going to go anywhere?
Because it's a threat. It's a threat to the Middle East. This Iran is a threat. This Israel is a threat to the Middle East.
Israel is not a threat.
Yes, it is. Hang on, baby, hang on. I'll prove it to you.
No, the Khalijis.
I'll prove it to you.
So.
We're not talking about Khalijis, man. We're talking about. Oh my God, this woman, man. Seriously, hold on, baby. Again with the Iranian bullshit. I don't give 2 fucks about Iran. We're not talking about Iran right now. Israel has taken over Sheba Farms. That's on the borderline of Lebanon and Israel. Israel has taken over Golan Heights. That's located in Syria. Has taken over buffer zone in Syria. Has bombed the shit out of Syria. There was no war between Syria and Israel. Has taken over more settlements in the West Bank. Gaza is under occupation, and Gaza has been under occupation West Bank has been under occupation for over 50 years, oppressing and suppressing them, and went after Lebanon as well. This is this is how Hezbollah was created in 1982, and Israel has been threatening and poking. Even the 67 war was started by Israel. 48 war started by Israel. Because the war did not happen in 47. They started ethnically cleansing people in 47. That's how your disgusting Israeli state was created. You see what I'm saying? So it has been a threat from 1947 up till now, and they terrorize the U.S. president, Harry S. Truman. They terrorize British mandate leaders, right, to create their Jewish state. They have terrorized Palestinians from 1947 up till now. They've terrorized Lebanese. They've terrorized Syrians. They've terrorized a whole bunch of people. They've terrorized American government into telling them, to protect them from all these other attacks. This is why a lot of the countries, they're scared to go into war with Israel, because America protects this disgusting Zionist criminal entity. And in the West Bank, recently they killed Palestinian American boy that actually owns an ice cream shop in Florida, Tampa, and they took his brother for IDF claims that he was throwing a rock at IDF truck. They took him in under administrative detention without due process. And that kid that was, that 18-year-old kid that was killed by the settlers been out. They don't even charge the settlers like they do that. Literally, the West Bank is a pure example of apartheid system. Two sets of laws for two groups of people. So when you look at all of these facts, who's the threat? It's actually Israel. And I'll give you one fact about Iran. Israel is the first one to attack Iranian embassy in Damascus in Syria. Okay? We should look into it.
Yeah.
That's how this shit started with Iran. Hold on, baby. I'm not gonna go into Iran anymore, okay? I just wanted to give you an example. So Israel is the biggest threat in the Middle East to all of the nations in the Middle East. It's a threat to Syria, threat to Lebanon, threat to Gaza, threat to West Bank, threat to Iran, threat to Saudi Arabia, it's part of the Greater Israel Project. Go look into it. What countries are come under Greater Israel Project?
Can I make a point? This is honest Jew. West Bank is not an apartheid, because if you look up the definition of apartheid, it's when a minority group dominates the majority, as was the case in South Africa. Now, in Israel, because of our forced migration policy that the British mandate did to the so-called Palestinians, we're the majority now. And we're instituting a program of domination, yes, but we're not the minority. So you can't call us an apartheid.
It's Israel now, honey.
Exactly. Not an apartheid.
And it's better for everyone.
What was it that you said? I kind of ignored it, honestly. What was?
You said it's an apartheid. Now, an apartheid, if you go by the South African definition of apartheid, is when a minority group dominates the majority with a disparate law system. Now, in Israel, we are the majority.
I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about West Bank.
Right. If you consider what's happening in Israel, West Bank is connected to Israel.
No, it's not connected. It's a separate.
We're occupying.
It's not. Occupying is different than owning it.
Well, regardless, we are the majority.
No. In the West Bank, you're a minority.
Don't pretend like this is not happening in history before. It's a land takeover, and it happens, and it's happening right before our eyes. But not because it's happening for no fucking reason. Because it's been happening, and it could have also not happened. And there could have been all the reasons for it not to happen, but now it's happening, and it's going to be clean cut, and nobody's going to have to worry about it anymore. And that's the way it's going to be, because the world is fucking tired of this conflict. And the Palestinians, yes, Palestinians. But you know what? Then you could have approached it in a different way. You shouldn't let yourself pour out to the Persian fucking terrorist regime or whoever other terrorists.
Again with Iran. 24 hours Iran. We're talking about West Bank. We're talking about the West Bank. You keep bringing Iran into the picture. Iran.
It's on.
Do you ever get tired of Iran? Do you you ever get tired of talking about Iran? Why don't you go live in Iran instead of talking shit on this app? Go live in Iran, man. Go live in Iran. If you really care about Iranians, go live in Iran.
So, yeah, that's why. It is Israel now, and you're not fucking, what are you, like Indian? Like, why are you in this even conversation? Like, you have nothing to do with this conversation. It's like, either it's like Israeli, Palestinian, even like the fucking Khalijis. But
so, maybe you like to assume shit about people. You're a racist person, right? You're a racist person.
But you don't.
You like to be racist?
But whatever
I speak a whole bunch of languages. I speak about 7 languages.
It is what it is. The fucking Israelis.
Yeah, I speak about 7 languages. So baby, stop with the Farsi thing. Respectfully, it's not Iranian room, okay? Calm down. When I open up a room again, Raza Pahlavi, you're welcome to join, and you're gonna get gaslit and triggered by my words, because I actually hate Raza Pahlavi. Anyways, Ali, do you want to speak?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, just
because
quickly.
You hate Iranians. You don't want Iranian people to have a life.
Yeah, Ali is speaking. Please allow Ali to speak. Come on, guys.
So, honest you, I do accept your definition of apartheid, which you gave, but you can't have it both ways. Would you say, based on your definition, that Israel is practicing apartheid kind of concepts in the West Bank?
No, because we're the majority.
You're not in the West Bank? I'm talking about the West Bank.
Yeah, I count West Bank I count it as Judea and Samaria, and it's part of Israel.
Oh, okay. So you're going further than that. But let's just for a moment, let's see and work with me here. If you put out the
it's none of your business, Ali.
That's right.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Look, honest, I'm
not. I understand. Like there's a price.
Baby, can you stop interrupting, baby? Baby, stop interrupting.
So, for a moment, if you assume that the West Bank is part of Palestine, and then giving the number of...
Hold on, there's no such thing as Palestine, so it's hard to do that.
Remember, when we started...
Not anymore.
So let's make an assumption here. I know how you feel, but let me just tell you. Just for a moment, assume...
It's more about how you feel. Why are you invested in this conflict, Ali?
Jesus Christ. Bibi, okay. Anyway, Bibi, may I speak without interruption? Would you allow that?
If you speak honestly, but why would you be invested in this conflict?
Well, let me tell you why. When this war came about October 7th, about maybe 2 weeks after that, I was in a Jewish room. I have some good Jewish friends actually in real life, and also some of them I know well in the clubhouse. So they asked that when I started to talk about my idea of a worldview on the war, which was early on, a couple of weeks into it, maybe a month, a Jewish guy, a guy that I know well, he said, "This is none of your business. This is a family business in a sense. This is a Jewish family, a Jewish concern. It's none of my business to have a say about the matter."
Well, it is none of your business.
Bibi, would you...
with respect.
Yeah, would you let me please? So when I told him, I said, it's absolutely my business. And I told him why. There are actually 3 reasons. One, I am an American citizen. And America, my tax money, it goes in the direction of supporting Israel. So I have good in the matter because I put money in it. Number 2, I was seriously concerned about the regional conflicts as the way we see right now is going on. I was very concerned about that. And also I was concerned about a larger war, beyond the Middle East. So in a sense, it's not a family matter. It is a concern of everyone. Anybody who's concerned, anybody can do these things. It's a serious conflict. And it has serious consequences for both Israel and Palestine and the region itself. Lebanon, Iran, and in Syria, and the rest of it. So when you're asking me why am I involved in talking about it, these are my reasons do you think I'm justified to be concerned about it?
No. No, you're not.
Oh, thank you. All right.
Because
So
I
why
tell you why also.
Sorry,
David, yeah, David, let me just finish it. So tell me your reason why you think
Why I tell you you're not justified.
Baby, why you keep coming up the mic? You don't
No,
have
because-
any
I'm
knowledge.
talking-
You don't have
he
any
asked
knowledge.
me and I'm answering him.
He didn't ask you. He was asking you on a Jew.
No,
I
I'm
never
asking,
asked
no, I was asking.
No, you're asking Bibi. Okay.
She disagreed.
No,
with my
no,
reason
okay,
why
okay, we're both Persian. So the reason why I feel you're not justified to feel that way, I understand as a Persian, I understand where you're coming from. I understand a certain level of discomfort because, like, you know, you're like, okay, it's like it's our region, and it's like, I don't know what it is, but it does kind of like rub you. But can you not say, like, within what the Israeli cause has done, it's like every step of their manifestation is liberating our country a little bit more. I just don't understand that you, with a straight face, as a Persian, especially in the West, can sit there and say that you disagree with this. And what I really don't understand is even like the Persian people, because like, what was it, 3-4 years ago, they were like in the streets and they were like fighting. Now they have the opportunity, but that's the case because, you know, sovereignties and proud people, you know, they don't like to be attacked in a sense, and the way probably like whatever the whole Jewish Israeli thing. But then Bibi went on and he spoke and he was very cordial, he was very respectful, and he made very sure towards the Iranian people that they understood it had nothing to do with them. It was about, and it was like, seize the moment, like grab it. This is what you wanted for so long. And then you're like, what the fuck is happening with these people? And they're like freezing. But what is it? So that's where I'm like, is your disdain and your hatred for the Jewish people like more important than the cause of you gaining your liberty? And I think it's a valid question. Not so much because Israelis will be fine, as they have like proven throughout centuries. They're gonna survive. They're a very small community. They're resilient and whatever it is. But as a Persian, I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed. Someone like you.
Ali, there's no point of engaging with this person.
You bringing emotions into this shit. Bring some logic in there. My feelings, emotion. Bring it the fuck up.
Thank you. I got the gist of what you're saying. First of all,
and you know what?
This had nothing to
maybe
do.
we deserve it because, you know?
I mean, maybe she can go and argue. I mean, this
Ali.
So I can finish my
Yeah, Bibi, please mute up.
Whatever you said.
Bibi, I'm embarrassed to call you, Rodney. Just mute up. Bibi, mute up. Ali speaking.
Yeah, thank you, Bibi. Appreciate it. So, for example, you need to look this up. Brevity is the soul of wit. So you spoke for 5 minutes and said nothing in terms of what I was trying to say. Let me remind you. Somebody asked me a long time ago, why am I concerned? Bibi, I know.
What are you concerned?
Bibi, mute up. You don't have any knowledge, man. It's like killing my brain cells.
Okay. Bibi, I asked you a question. You did not answer my question. And I'm not going to repeat myself.
Well, he's not letting me because he's shouting. What are you asking?
Bibi, I told you why this conflict should be a serious concern to a lot of people, and I gave you the reasons for it. And your answers had nothing to do with telling me why I should not be concerned about this conflict.
Okay,
That's
I'll give you my answer.
It had not. By the way, let me clarify this. I don't hate Jews. Okay, I have my worldview completely on this conflict that I have kind of have evolved.
Whatever.
I know this is going.
Whatever it is distorted.
Bibi, let him finish, Bibi, let him finish.
So, yeah, I have a worldview on this. Actually, it gets refined almost on a monthly basis. I can, I have 8 points on this. I'm not going to read this in here. So I don't hate Jews. This conflict is a very complicated conflict. I disdain Islamic Republic of Iran, and I would be weary, and I would be very concerned to live in a country that is going to have a country next to it, Islamic Republic X and Y and Z. I have a serious, opposition to Islamic ideology, not the Muslims. I don't hate Muslims. I think they are victims of the Islamic ideology itself. I don't wish anything more than having this Islamic Republic of Iran to go away. So in a sense, you did not, going back to Flanders, I asked you, tell me, why do you think I should not have a say in this matter? But you did not answer my question. You ranted on whatever you were talking about. I'm really no longer interested in talking with you unless you have some serious contribution that you're going to make. Otherwise, maybe bye-bye.
No, I don't play the victim. It's like, you can't have
There's
it.
no point of engaging with Bibi. Maybe the big question,
Shut the fuck up, I'm talking.
The big question is just hang on. The big question is, should your tax dollars pay fund this genocide that's going on to Gazans?
Well, listen, I'm not talking about
hold on. In the UK, you're paying tax. Your tax dollars. Hold on, baby. Your tax dollars. Baby, I'm gonna have to use my authority now, okay, on you. If you can't answer the question, then shut your fucking mouth. The question is, do you support
extra money into a charity box?
Do you support the UK, your tax dollars going to the genocide? Do you support that?
Well, that's not.
Just a yes or no question. I don't want your fucking explanation. I want yes or no.
But if IDF has like.
It's a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question. I don't want your stupid bullshit fucking statement. Yes or no? Do you want your tax dollars going to this genocide?
I don't know what genocide you're talking about.
No, this killing of Gazans, innocent babies. More than 20,000 babies have been murdered, slaughtered, killed by the Zionist criminal entity. Your tax dollars are going over there, and in the amount of weapons. It's a yes or no question. Yes or no question. I don't want your fucking. I don't want your stupid explanation. Yes or no?
Every life of a Palestinian that's been spilled is on the hands of Hamas.
I'm not talking about Hamas. I'm talking about weaponries. The weapons are being used to kill innocent people. The weapons are given from the UK, from the British. And not to mention, recent report came out, Ben Gvir, he actually has a fucking missile factory that's based out of the UK. He's building some ballistic missiles or some shit in the UK. They raided the place. My question again to you, your tax dollars are being used to give them weapons. The weapons are being used to kill innocent civilians. My question to you, are you okay with your tax dollars going to the fucking giving the weapons to these criminals that are committing crimes against humanity? Are you okay with that? It's a yes or no. I don't want a fucking explanation. I don't want you to go on an hour-long tangent. It's a yes or no question.
But it's not a yes or no.
It's a yes or no. It is a yes or no. Dave, hold on. It's a yes or no. Just yes or no. No or yes. Go on. It's a yes or no. I don't want your stupid fucking explanation anymore.
But then don't ask questions.
Oh my god.
Dave, can you please stay muted, bro? Dave, respectfully, bro. I'll give you the mic afterwards. It's a yes or no question, BB.
But I don't understand.
It's a yes or no question. Hold on, BB. Let me rephrase it. Hold on.
To everybody else asking questions.
BB.
You retard.
Again with the stupid bullshit explanation. I don't want your fucking explanation. I told you this number of times. I'll rephrase the question. Are you okay with your government giving weapons to the one entity that's committing crimes against humanity? I'm not even saying Israel anymore. To an entity that's committing crimes against humanity. Are you with it or are you against it? Your tax dollars are funding this. Are you okay with it? Yes, sir. It's a yes or no. I don't want your stupid fucking explanation anymore.
I'm not okay.
If you can't answer it, are you okay with it?
Like being poured into a terrorist.
Are you okay with it? Yes or no?
Like robbing money.
I said yes or no. Hello.
Whatever they should be having, and
Your money, again, your tax dollars, Netanyahu funded Hamas. I told you this number of times. I can provide you data. I can even play the clip from Ehud Barak. That's a former Israeli prime minister. Oh my God, this woman, man, is a fucking idiot.
Go back in history, dude.
Who's this talking? Who's this idiot talking?
Just an
Go on,
idiot.
speak, you stupid fucktard. Go on.
A fucktard. Go back in history. So you're arguing Hamas Israel. Yes.
Okay. Did Hamas was funded by Netanyahu? Yes or no?
Hamas.
Was it funded by Hamas? Was it funded by Netanyahu?
Come on, don't hate on Netanyahu. Like,
Baby, shit, man.
Are you talking about are you talking about?
You haven't seen.
Sit in the audience, baby. Stop wasting my fucking killing my brain cells. My question to you: Did Netanyahu fund Hamas?
If you trace the money, honey.
Don't call me honey. I don't roll like that. I'm not gay.
Don't care what you are. I will still say. Not telling you nothing. I'm just saying follow the money.
Yeah, I got a name. It's called Amir. Call me Amir. Don't call me fucking honey or sweetie or whatever. I'm not fucking faggot. Okay. Go on.
Okay, follow the money, honey, is just a saying.
So Netanyahu gave money. Netanyahu gave money to Hamas.
History.
Okay. I'll provide the link in the chat for you. Read up on the fucking link and then come back to me, okay? Instead of don't want to answer the question.
Stop being so mean.
Okay.
If I think Yahoo like. What would I say? Slobodan Milosevic in the North Russia when the wall fell. That was the last one.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, man.
Go with Milosevic and the wall. The Zionist Jews will win this debate with your merit. Continue.
May I continue?
Can we stick to Israel and Palestine?
Israel and Palestine. Okay, let's. Who shot first?
Netanyahu did.
In this case,
Netanyahu.
What happened October 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd?
Netanyahu was dead when the shot was fired this time. Go fuck yourself. And I'm fucking indigenous, so I have no.
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Does that rhyme with indigenous?
I don't know. Are you indigenous to America or Canada or Japan or China or Russia? Which part of the world are you indigenous to?
Look up Cree on your Google.
Look at the pause. He took a long pause. He's thinking about it. Where am I indigenous from? Like, what an idiot, man.
Poland?
Don't make fun of
Are
me.
you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
My background's German. I can speak German. Sprechen Sie Deutsch. I'm Bishop.
Okay. Are you Jewish from Germany?
I have no Jewish in me whatsoever. I have far more Cree in me.
So has your ancestors served in the Nazi?
He's a Jewish sympathizer.
Fuck off. My ancestor, my Opa.
Have they served in the Nazi regime?
You guys, your fuckface.
The question is, have your ancestors served in the Nazi regime? It's just a yes or no, man. Like, I don't know. That woman, BB, in the audience, she could not answer yes or no. This idiot can't say yes or no. Like, they go in a freaking long-ass explanation, which I don't give two fucks.
I'm going to say no. He started.
How do you know that? How do you know? Did you do a DNA test that shows you're from a Nazi?
Because he started himself to say no.
Did you come from a lineage? Are you coming from a Nazi? Oh my God.
Now, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why are you so angry, and where are you coming from? What's your lineage?
Amir, you got this.
Self-hating Jew.
So my lineage comes from a particular place, right? And that lineage, yeah, but I'm not native, right? But I can be native. But if I were to do a DNA test, let me ask you this, lazy, right? I understand you're lazy.
Lassie. My actual last name is Laszlo. It comes from Croatia.
I kind of find you a lazy bum because you can't answer the question right away. It takes you a while to answer a question.
I'm answering right away.
What did you say?
Don't deflect.
Okay, the question let's say tomorrow if I do a DNA test and it shows up I have 0.5% from that place called Palestine or Israel. Should I go over there and reclaim my property? Should I go in there and tell them like that? Look, my blood says I'm from this place. I need to reclaim my property. Should I do that?
Are you Palestinian, Hamas, or Israeli? Because all the way
Hamas or Palestinians. Lazy bum. Hey, lazy bum.
No, you're interrupting me.
Lazy bum. Hamas is Palestinians. Hamas are Palestinians. Hamas are Palestinians. Hamas are Palestinians. Hamas are Palestinians.
Let me answer.
Hamas are Palestinians.
Let me answer.
It's like such a
really nice for everybody. You piece of shit. Because I'm none of y'all. So how would I do that?
Is Hamas Palestinians? The question is Hamas Palestinians?
Oh, Hamas is not Palestinian.
Who told you that?
Palestinian.
Who told you that?
How would I?
Have you seen their blood? Have you seen their DNA?
I can't watch the news here. But what Hamas does is criminal.
Okay, who funded Hamas?
The Americans.
Netanyahu. So according to U.S. and Israeli narrative, they're terrorists. But then if you fund a terrorist, you get away with it without being called a terrorist.
No, like that.
Are you constipated? Are you sitting on the toilet?
The thing that I am asking people to do is not get hung up on fucking words.
No, I'm asking you. This is a genuine question. My question to you: who funded Hamas? It's actually Netanyahu. All right. So Netanyahu is Netanyahu a terrorist? Lazy.
Who funded Netanyahu? Like who funded him?
I'm not talking about. Hold on. Qatar, right? Sent money to Netanyahu. Netanyahu took bribes. His secretary took bribes, and they would load up the money in briefcases in cash, and it would be hand delivered in the hands of Hamas. In spite of having, hold on, lazy. I'm not done. In spite of having, hold on, lazy, hang on. So in spite of having, lazy, just lazy bum, just mute up. In spite of having, alerts from the Shin Bet. Shin Bet is intelligence official, right? Shin Bet told Netanyahu, according to Times of Israel, twice not to fund Hamas because this money is going to be used for tunnels and military equipment. But Netanyahu said, no, we're going to keep funding Hamas. So can you please tell the room who funded Hamas? Is it Netanyahu? Or is it, if somebody funds or, gets involved in the middleman, funds Hamas, that becomes a terrorist by default, right? You're an American. If you fund ISIS or Hamas, they would look at you as a fucking terrorist. I would look at you as a terrorist. So again, the question again to you, are you, if Netanyahu gave, money to, and right now he's giving weapons to ISIS.
May I answer questions and you shut your
mouth? Please make sure you stick to the fucking question that I asked you, lazy bum. Then we can, have an intellectual conversation. Otherwise, you're intellectually dishonest piece of shit.
My name is Lassie.
Lazy bum.
But what it is follow the money, hun.
Stop calling me honey, bro. I'm not into guys.
It's a line. It has nothing to do with you. Get off your own high horse.
Stop calling me honey.
Nothing to do with you whatsoever. Just follow the money. You will always see where bad is. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter where you're from, what you're colored, who you are, where in the world. I don't give a flying fuck. Follow the money, honey.
Just stop calling me. Oh my god.
What's
man.
that?
I'm not into guys. Calm down, man. Question.
Your
question.
ears.
Lazy.
Your ears.
Lazy.
Did you
lazy
rob
bum.
somebody?
Lazy bum.
Did you
Lazy
rob
bum.
somebody
Lazy
with
bum.
your ears?
Lazy bum.
Did somebody cut
Lazy.
your fucking ears off?
Lazy.
Don't
Lazy.
listen.
Lazy bum.
Don't listen
Lazy
to
bum.
my shit. Stop interrupting.
Lazy bum. Lazy bum.
You
Lazy bum.
don't. You
Lazy bum. Hey, lazy bum. Lazy bum. The question was clear cut. If Netanyahu funded Hamas, it makes by default Netanyahu a terrorist. Okay, lazy bum. Right? So if you're gonna call Hamas a terrorist, lazy bum, lazy bum, lazy bum, lazy bum. Listen to what I'm about to say. If Hamas is a terrorist entity, which makes Netanyahu a terrorist, call Netanyahu a terrorist. Can you do that for us? I want to hear you call Netanyahu a terrorist. Go.
Netanyahu. Give me the history.
I just told you, Netanyahu funded Hamas. Netanyahu is a terrorist, just like Hamas, right? So can you please say it out loud to the room? Netanyahu is a terrorist.
You just said it. You said no. Give me the history. Give me the books.
Lazy bum. I just told you.
You get my fucking name right. You want me to say somebody else's name right out loud?
Here.
Fuck yourself. You shit.
I put the article in the chat here.
You're not doing history right.
Lazy bum. Check the article in the chat. That's history right there. Netanyahu propped up Hamas and it blew up in their face. Go on, read up on the fucking thing.
Is the white folks.
Okay. And if you can't read it properly, put on the glasses. If you can't read it, just ask your PDF reader or some shit to be able to read this article. If you can't do it, then you should just slap yourself and just leave quietly, man.
So you're not doing history right. It's supposed to be written that the white folks colonized everything. You're not doing it right, Amir.
It's fine.
You're not doing it right. Shut your bitch ass.
Well, yeah, specifically, staying with this topic, lazy, please stay quiet. So I had this article in here, and I had it for a while. And what it said, I'm going to read you something that I wrote in my notes. This is from as you mentioned, the Times of Israel, and the topic is. I'm sorry, I kind of lost it. But anyway, that's correct, and I'll find it. I wanted to read an excerpt from the magazine.
Maybe next time you take the mic, have your excerpt ready to read. That's how the room works.
I'm sorry, say it again.
When you take the mic, you should have your excerpt ready to read.
Maybe you should be a little bit understanding that I have an iPhone and I touched the phone and it moved.
Okay.
So you see how quickly you jump to a conclusion. You have an iPhone. Shit happens sometimes. Okay. So just be a little bit more considerate and understanding that people. Maybe they can't.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I'm sorry. And I'll just go on mute and I'll come back once. I wanted to read an excerpt from this.
Right?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I fucking hate Clubhouse. Yeah, why is it so difficult? Actually, honest, can you answer Amir's questions?
Of course.
How about that?
Absolutely.
All right, so. Is Netanyahu a terrorist for funding Hamas?
No, of course not. This was a strategic initiative that, he took. The problem at the time was, I'm not sure if you're aware, does anyone know why Netanyahu funded Hamas? Maybe let's start with him. I know why, but does anyone in the room know?
He's a terrorist.
Actually, let's bring Bibi up. Bibi can answer the questions.
I know why. I'll tell you why. It's because...
Okay, so this is my view of Bibi Netanyahu. I'm like fucking Israelis and the whole Israeli cause. You don't even fucking deserve this man for what he has done for the Jewish and Israeli cause, but also mostly from a military.
Matthew, did you want to ask her something?
Kind of way. And for his resilience, for his capacity to stand up to like fucking not just only like bullying and attacks and with the fucking like level of small resources, but also his passion and you know, okay, so people are like, okay, there's like some kind of like corruption. Everybody's fucking got corruption, but there is something about this guy, and you know, once he's done defending Israel's fucking rights against injustice, terrorism, I would love him to fucking come and clean up my country. And
does anyone want to know what?
again
with the Iranian, again with Iran, again with Iran. Hang on.
Right, and Ali.
Baby, hang on. Baby, again with your stupid narrative, man. Again with the bullshit, man. Every time you open your mic, it's like diarrhea, man.
Well, so
Oh my
yeah,
God.
I think.
Check the article in the chat. I posted, I don't know, this lady bum, if you read it or not. Netanyahu propped up Hamas, funded Hamas, $15 to $30 million. It's in the chat. Times of Israel, it's a Jewish source. Okay? It's from Israeli source. Netanyahu funded Hamas.
One thing I don't have.
Lazy bum, go ask ChatGPT, it will tell you. Netanyahu funded Hamas every month, $15 to $30 million.
Shut up with your immature.
Hold on. According to Ehud Barak, that's a former Israeli prime minister, Netanyahu has funded $1.4 billion to Hamas. And, you know, they kept on funding Hamas every month to keep them in power, to give them more power. So they keep on fighting against the PA, which is the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, so it doesn't turn into a two-state solution. That was the main thing. And if you fund a terrorist entity, by default, if you're a British citizen, UK citizen, American citizen, Canadian citizen, it makes you a terrorist if you glorify or promote this kind of shit. So, Bibi, if you disagree with this, or if you agree that it's okay for Netanyahu to fund Hamas, you're basically supporting a terrorist entity. I think you should be locked up, and I should report you to the fucking UK government, because I hate people come up here and they support the terrorist governments, terrorist entities, and they want to come up here and take a high moral ground. Lazy bum, did you read the article?
Just be careful.
I haven't had the time to read the whole article. I'm sorry, but I know what's going on with temples in my country. The only question I did want to ask that actually scares me a little bit is does Israel have plans to build the second temple?
Maybe yes, maybe not.
We're on the third temple, buddy.
So, I mean, let me get back. Somebody on the stage, unfortunately, I could not see. It mentioned that they have a reason why Hamas was provided with a whole bunch of money in 2006 by the Prime Minister. I would like to, as I mentioned, I wanted to read the excerpt from the Times of Israel and give the reason why, and you be the judge of that. I don't know if that's what the article says. So here's the article says, and then you may have a different take on it. This is the title of the article.
Just to be sure, I'm not.
Please be quiet, lazy, be quiet. So here's what the topic is: Israel's support of Hamas and keeping them in power to divide and conquer and to portray a negative perspective on Palestinians' goal. That's the title of the article. Footnote, here's the first paragraph, I think. For years, the various governments led by Netanyahu took an approach that divided power between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, bringing Palestinian Authority President Abbas to his knees while keeping moves that propped up the Hamas terror group. The idea was to prevent Abbas or anyone else in Palestine Authority, West Bank government from advancing toward establishment of a Palestinian state. This is what this article states in terms of the goal of providing funds to Hamas. If somebody was mentioning they have an idea why the money was given to Hamas, I'd like to hear that. Actually, that might be a different perspective.
There's all video footage of him saying that he was it was probably in the context of Hamas won the election, and it was the more aggressive of the two. now he could wage war more easily.
Yes, and also what no one ever talks about in this room. Do you guys know that Yasser Arafat was the Time Man of the Year? You can Google it. He's got his face on the cover of Time magazine. I'm not sure the exact year. I believe it was in the 70s. So when the so-called Palestinian Liberation Organization. Excuse me.
Later 80s.
Later 80s. There you go. Exactly. Thank you. So this is a big problem for us in Israel because, what the PLO was doing, they were garnering worldwide support, for being anti-Israel and anti-Zionism. So this was a problem for us, and that's why Netanyahu funded Hamas. It wasn't to support terrorism. It was to take the air out of the international community's support for so-called Palestine by taking away the symbol of their so-called resistance, which was, of course, terrorism, because Arafat was a terrorist. So, I think we need to get this part straight and really articulate.
But I'm sorry, just quickly, honest Jew, for a moment I thought you were going to say that Yasser Arafat's picture was in the Time magazine because of his good look. That's not the case, actually. Okay, sorry,
Yeah, no, I was saying was so the main reason. Look, this is a Zionist narrative is that they funded, Gazans because of the humanitarian. This is one of the things that they always say for humanitarian purposes, right? That way they can look good on the books or whatever. But the reality is it was something else to keep them quiet and whatnot and not turn into a state. So that way they can keep on fighting. That's what Ehud Barak said. Have you heard the Ehud Barak testimony, Ali? I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah, actually I have. Yes, I vividly remember listening to that.
I'll put the link in the chat for you guys.
So there's really no question about historical fact. That's there, and that's been confirmed by the previous Prime Minister of Israel, and also Amir gave the Times of Israel.
But Ali, what about now? He's giving weapons to ISIS.
That I'm not aware of.
Let me put the article in the chat from Times of Israel.
So, I got a little bit of German in my back. So that goes back to, where they're wearing little shit on the top of their helmets. Way before the Nazis. In the Middle East, everybody's all fighting all the time.
No, I'm sorry, please, Nancy, go ahead.
So, Ali, here's the article. This is, if you search for Islamic State, it says at the bottom. It's one of the members.
It's going to take me a while to actually read that.
Lazy bum, you don't want to read it. You're intellectually dishonest piece of shit. I told you this to go read the Hamas shit in the chat that I posted. It was Israeli Jewish source. But, just a mental retard you are. I knew you were a mental retard, just here to troll. So just calm your tits down. I'm going to have a conversation with Ali. Ali, I put the article in the chat. On that article, if you look for Islamic State, it says at the bottom, the person's name is Abu Shabab. Clan Abu Shabab is identified with Islamic State, which is ISIS. And these people were locked up under Hamas until they flattened Gaza. They let them out. And Netanyahu gave them... Lazy bum, mute up, lazy bum. I'm not talking to you. Mute up. Mute up.
You suck.
Lazy bum. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Lazy bum.
So the last article you posted here.
Yeah, I posted the last article, Times of Israel.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
And Netanyahu came out, and you know what he said? He didn't even deny the claim that was made by Lieberman. Lieberman is one of the Knesset members.
So Israel providing guns to Gaza gang to bolster opposition to
stealing aid. For more than a year and a half, and we knew these gangs are and they're protected by IDF.
Okay, you're talking about this gang being ISIS?
Yes. It says in the same article. It says Abu Shabaab is identified with ISIS, Islamic State. So this is what I don't get. First funding to Hamas, right? And then now giving weapons to ISIS. And they've been doing this for over a year and a half or 2 years. That way they can keep putting the blame on Hamas. And then, there's another article from the U.S. agency came out that it says Hamas is not systematically stealing the aid. And guess what? They changed the narrative. Is the Zionist entity changed their freaking narrative.
I can explain why Netanyahu is doing this. It actually makes perfect sense. It's really the same explanation I just gave for the PLO and Hamas. Right now Hamas is the problem. So Netanyahu funds ISIS. And if ISIS takes over Gaza and they become a problem, then Netanyahu will fund someone to take them down. It's just a never-ending cycle, but it makes perfect sense if you're Jewish. You're just not Jewish, so you don't understand. Did I break the room?
Or just like strategic.
Exactly, it's strategic. That's what I'm saying. You get it. Because you're a little bit closer.
Matthew, you should look into these articles as well. These are Israeli Jewish sources. How Hamas blew up and then now giving weapons to ISIS for stealing the aid. And the same gang that sells the aid in black market for 5 times the price inside Gaza. And this is all done under the supervision of IDF. IDF has given them uniforms, weaponry, a whole bunch of shit.
But then also, don't think, with Iran, Amir.
Again, with Iran. How many times I tell you, Matthew, there's a lot of noise from your microphone, bro.
To make a smooth handover in Iran. Because it's not going to be
again with Iran.
But what I'm saying is, okay, support comes with, a price tag. Nobody can afford it. The Saudis can't afford it. Qataris, UAE.
Qataris have been funding. Baby, stop with that. Baby, stop with the bullshit. Saudi Arabia has been funding the PA. Hang on. Saudi Arabia has been funding the PA.
Saudi Arabia is even struggling because it's been 50.
No, it's not struggling. Baby, oh my God, this woman, man. She goes on a stupid fucking tangent with nothing to back up. Okay, baby, put the link in the chat. Go on, put the link in the chat. Saudi Arabia hasn't given $1 to the Palestinian authorities. Go on. Put the fucking link in the chat now. Go on.
We're not talking about this.
No,
I'm talking about my country. I'm talking about.
We're not talking about this room. Is not about Iran. This room is not about Iran. Oh my God. Stop trauma dumping on us. We're not talking about Iran, man. Stop.
But at least, right? I have a dog in
No, you don't.
Where are you from? You're Pakistani?
No, you don't. You don't have anything in this game. You live in freaking UK. You don't even go to Iran.
But I would love to, though.
Okay. Do you justify, baby? I'll ask you one question. Do you justify the killing of innocent Iranian children?
Don't you get bored with yourself?
Are you okay with Israel killing more than 50 Iranian children in Iran during the 12-day war?
I'm not okay with Iranian government having killed.
I'm not talking about Iranian government. Oh my God, this woman, man. I'm asking you about the Iranian children. I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about, are you okay with Israel killing more than 50 Iranian children? I'm not talking about. Oh my God. It's a yes or no. Don't fucking long this stupid bullshit statement. It's a yes or no.
But did you get your facts from?
Answer yes or no. Answer yes or no.
When you tell me where you're from.
I said yes or no. Yes or no. If you can't answer, you can say it in the audience.
I don't know what you're asking. Isn't this
Oh my God.
So
Like
Bibi,
this woman can't even answer about the Iranian thing, man. I can't believe it.
So Bibi, Amir is asking you, would you justify killing 50 Iranian children as a result of an aerial attack by Israel and subsequently by US on Iran? That's what he's asking.
No. What sick fuck is like, yeah, that's cool. I don't want to speak for Amir, but...
No, actually, the question was to BB.
Yeah, his question to the BB.
Not my opinion. I was just asking BB because that's the question.
It's just a yes or no question, but this woman doesn't want to answer any yes or no. She goes on a tangent, doesn't answer any questions. No questions. Doesn't add any value to the conversation. Just a bullshitter. You come on this app and you fucking make up bullshit in every room and you said nothing. You go into every room, you even go into the Zionist room, always talk about Iran. Even the room is not even about Iran. Matthew, do you have any question, Matthew?
Yeah, I do actually.
I mean, excuse me. It's not
No, it's okay, baby, just mute up. You took forever. No, Matthew. Hold on, it's on Matthew.
So Zionism predates World War II. So why I mentioned that is Zionism about just having some presence in the Holy Land, or was it always from the get-go to basically the Greater Israel Project?
It started, so look, it came from their Jewish religion. It was a religious Zionism, right? Around, I think, 200 AD or something, it died down. And then it got picked up by, I think, the Christians in 18th century, 1800s. And you have the evangelical Christians, right? They started this movement, Zionism, whatever. And then you have these, there's somebody that coined the term in 1890. And then you have Theodore Herzl, actually in 1885, I believe. And then you have Theodore Herzl, that's another Zionist. He was a founding father of Israel, and he was part of the movement, the Zionist movement. And in 1897 they had a Congress. There was a conference, a Zionist conference. They were thinking about other places like Uganda, Argentina, a whole bunch of places, right? But the problem they were having is how do we convince the people to bring them to the land, right? So Palestine would be easy to convince them because Palestine is next to, in Jerusalem, right? You have Jerusalem there, which is the Holy Land to the Jewish people, right? Now, when it was under Ottoman Empire, it was called Philistine. And under Ottoman Empire, they allowed the limited amount of migration into that land because they were against Zionism. You know what I'm saying? You had the World War I that happened, what was it, what was it? I'm going to have to check the date. I'm not good with the dates. Before, I think it happened between 1912 and 1915 or something, for 2 or 3 years. And then you had, in 1917, they had the Balfour Declaration. That was a promise. It was addressed to the Rothschild, right? Made a deal. They wanted, the Jewish state inside the British Mandate Palestine. And there was a lot of skirmishes, right? The skirmishes happened between the Arabs and the British and the Jewish people, right?
Yeah,
but if you look at
nothing about that period is lost. I've often wondered. It's like, because no stories are written by the victors, right? So one side is story, but my understanding up until recently was just basically that everyone kind of moved in and it was, welcomed with open arms. But that isn't true because nothing ever goes like that. So, yeah.
Like the kibbutz, people are like going out there and setting up like settlements, helping. Yeah, absolutely, you're right.
So Matthew, the way I understood Zionism, when I read some of their books and stuff, you had Theodore Herzl. He had said some problematic stuff, right, in relate to how do we ethnically cleanse a certain group of people. You had Eliezer ben Yehuda. He's the one that revived the Hebrew language. People would actually read the Hebrew language, but they would not have conversation in Hebrew language. So what he did, he actually isolated his kid for, I believe, 5 or 8 years, right? And he exposed him to the Hebrew language that he has revived. And then in 1921, he convinced the British mandate to nationalize the language, right? With a bunch of Zionist buddies, even though the Jews in Jerusalem, they condemned it. They excommunicated, they told him to get lost. We're not going to adopt your language. He created the school in 1929. After 1920, anybody spoke in different languages, they would get their ass whooped. There was an article in Haaretz that was reported. You had another, massacre happened that in 1929. They always bring it up. The Zionists always bring this up, but it was a massacre from both sides. The Arabs got killed, the Jews got killed, and some of the Arabs even protected the Jews. So there was rumor or whatnot that they were going to take over Masjid al-Aqsa. You see what I'm saying? And that's a holy place to the Muslims.
Yeah, are you talking about the...
It's called Hebron Massacre. That's what it's called.
The Brown Massacre. If I Google
Hebron Massacre. Hebron. The Zionists always bring this up, Hebron Massacre. But it was from both sides. The massacres happened on both sides. But the Arabs, it was actually more from the Arabs than the Jews got killed. And then, moving along, you have, there was the Arabs even revolted against the British because they got pissed off and tired that how the hell are you going to allow the mass migration to happen, right? In 1930s, there was an Arab revolt. Actually, they did a Hawara transfer agreement between the Nazis and the Zionists in 1933. Right, they got about, I think, 40 to 60,000 Jews to come to British mandate Palestine. They made a deal with it, and moving along, about 1936, between 1936 to 1938 or 39, there was a Arab revolt that took place. Right, it was they revolted against the British mandate to fight off, because they got pissed off and tired that why are you allowing the mass migration of the Jews into this place? Because the Jewish people, they would come in, they open up their businesses, take over some properties, buy some properties, and they wouldn't hire, the Arab people. They would hire their own people, and there was a lot of this, crazy shit that was going on back then. So, and they revolted, and plus they brought a whole bunch of disease with them, and there was a lot of shit going on, right? And so they revolted against the British. And British came out with the Peel Commission report, I believe, in 1937. And then after the Peel Commission report, they came out with the white papers issued in 1939. And they decided, British essentially decided not to give Jews a state. And, they said it's going to be a Palestinian state from 10 years from now. So from 1939, there would have been a Palestinian state by the 1949. And British saw these people as terrorists because what they did in 1937, these Zionists, what they did, they they booby-trapped cucumber boxes, milk containers, which blew up at the restaurants and whatnot. That ended up killing 20, 30 Arabs, or almost 50 or 100 Arabs, different places. And it's called Black Sunday. If you look it up, right, you'll come across a Wikipedia link and then look at the aftermath of what they did. It was very disturbing. Somebody wants to come up. Let's see. And moving along, so in 1939, after the White Papers, what they did, there was a Jewish militia gang called Lehi, 1940. So what they did, they approached Nazi to get help from them to get rid of the British mandate. And the Nazi came out and they're like, nope, we're not going to help. So what they did, they started slowly preparing, started doing some small attacks, on that land against the British, right? In 1945, they actually killed one of the leaders, the British mandate leader in Cairo. In 1946, they did the King Hotel, they were bombing and other types of attacks, like, train tracks and whatnot. And then in 47, they actually killed two, commander from the British mandate, And there's a lot of these crazy shit that they did on that land. That's why the partition plan was issued in 47, and British was not part of it because they saw these people as fucking terrorist motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? And British wasn't with the plan of the Jewish state. So that's the partition plan was on the table and whatnot, and Arabs denied it because it was unfair.
So wait a minute. So the block of Israel was sort of carved out on a map, and then they just let them fight each other.
Yeah. So no, they got attacked. The British mandate. There was terrorist attacks on their property and whatnot on their people. You see what I'm saying? So this state was created by terrorizing British mandate, right? They were running the show, and they terrorized Palestinians as well. So in 47, what they did, what was it? So you know how I told you about the letter bonds were received to Harry Truman, the president? You heard it, right? I said it earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, and so after the denial of the partition plan, which was unfair, right? Because the Arabs got a smaller piece of land, and they were in majority. Jews got a bigger piece of land, and they were minority. And after they denied it, Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, these are Jewish, Israeli historians, and they started going from one village to another to ethnically cleanse them. You see what I'm saying? And they did the ethnic cleansing, and then they started going from one village to another. Yeah, let me give you. Hold on.
Matthew, don't
Is there a proof of that?
of what he says.
He's
making it up along the way.
The Israelis are not even denying this.
Joe, hang on, Joe, please, let me continue.
My bad.
You're coming in the middle. You're coming late. Check the link in the chat. Can you do me a favor, Matthew? Read the second paragraph to the room. I put the link in the chat. This is from the UN.
In November 1947, the UN General Assembly passed a resolution partitioning Palestine into two states, one Jewish and one Arab, with Jerusalem under British administration. The Arab world rejected the plan, arguing that it was unfair and violated the UN Charter. Jewish militias launched attacks against the Palestinian villages, forcing thousands to flee. The situation escalated into a full-blown war in 1948, with the end of the British mandate and the departure of British forces, the declaration of independence of the State of Israel, and new entry to neighboring and the entry of neighboring Arab armies. The newly established Israel force launched a major offensive. The result of the war was the permanent displacement of more than 500,000 Palestinians. Yeah,
let me clarify some of the stuff for you. Yeah, let me clarify some of the stuff. So after they started doing ethnic cleansing, right, it turned into full-blown war because they called it Israel. They took over the borders, right? They put a line across the map, and they called it Israel. Okay. After they called it Israel, a lot of Palestinians, they were pissed off. How the fuck is this possible, right? We were ethnically cleansed. We were kicked out of homes or whatever, and that's why the neighbors came in and they helped them out. And guess what? They weren't even well prepared. It was less than 40,000 soldiers. They didn't have proper equipment, proper weaponry. They didn't have proper uniform, and there was a lot that was, they weren't trained either. And the other side was well trained. The Zionists, they've served in the military, they've served in the British, they served, they were well trained. And, so they won the so-called war. After taking over, they won the so-called war, you had the UN mediator. His name was Barnard. He was a special mediator. He knew what the Jews had gone through during Holocaust. He was very, he would sympathize or empathize with the Jews. He knew, so he comes around. And he wanted to mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews. He's writing up a whole bunch of reports, whatever, going back and forth. And he was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by Jewish militia in 1948. All right? In 1949, in spite of this person getting assassinated, right, and UN Security Council, they actually recognized the Israeli state. And how did they do it? I'll tell you how. So the U.S. was the first country in 1948 to recognize a Jewish state. All right, and 49, the U.S. actually forced the UN to recognize it because the people that were on the partition plan, the U.S. would did the arm twisting of the leaders. Either will offer, take away the aid for not, recognizing the Jewish state and do a whole bunch of crazy shit. You see what I'm saying? So there was a lot of arm twisting that happened in 1947, 48, 49. And guess what? The Nakba, right? They call it Nakba. The Palestinian Nakba is called catastrophe. The Nakba did not end in 48. It kept on going on from 49. 49 is the year when the UNRWA was created. UNRWA is the agency that works under the UN that feeds them in Gaza. That more than for 2 million Gaza, they feed them, school them, give them medical service, and they've been there since 1949. Now, what ended up happening? So in 49, 40, 50, 51, 52, up till 1956. There were still some villages, right, that had Palestinians. So they would cherry pick people that they wanted to keep it 20%. They would cherry pick people who gets to stay, who doesn't get to stay. They would load it up on the back of the fucking truck and they would throw them, dump them in Gaza or other places. And that just went on till 1956. And what they did in 1950, they went to Iraq and a whole bunch of other places. There's an Iraqi Jew. He actually wrote a book. In his book, he writes that these people, the Zionists, they came to Iraq. They did fake bomb attacks to terrorize the shit out of the Jews that, Jews are under attack. And guess what? So that way they can populate Israel. And they did it in multiple countries where people of those countries got scared that these people are here and they're going to fucking do fake bomb attacks which would end up killing our people. You see what I'm saying, Matthew? And this was part of the Zionist project to populate a place called Israel, which they just created because nobody wanted to move to Israel. They were happy living in other places, in Iraq and a whole bunch of other countries. There were some skirmishes and whatnot, but that ended up happening after the creation of this Jewish state because it was done by force. So when you look at all these facts, right, religiously, right, I know you're evangelical, whatever, religiously, why would somebody support this state called Israel religiously when it was only created in 1948? It's like a young state about 76, 78 years ago. It doesn't make sense to me when someone brings up the religious card.
Well, the Israelites and the Hebrews, they lay claim to it for like 3,000 years, but the most recent argument is if Jews are the full and real representation of the tribes of Israel of the day, there was 12 tribes of Israel. I'm not into this stuff, but we're getting into essentially prophecy. Yeah, but one thing I will say from a practical standpoint, I don't see Alvin's in basically the complete eradication of one or the other. I just don't see how, and that's not the solution, but I just don't see there ever being peace until I wouldn't, if someone did kill my family, I'd never forget, and I tried to do everything to get back at them, and so it goes.
Matthew, that's what these people have been doing since 1947 up till now. So before, right, it was Gaza. From 1947 up till 1967, right? And then after 1967, the war, they started a new war with Egypt. Israel was the first one to shoot a rocket into Egypt. All right. Now, Israeli narrative is, it was a preemptive attack. They had a whole bunch of soldiers lined up. If we would not have attacked, they would have attacked, which actually doesn't make sense. I have statements from Israeli top officials. A former Israeli Prime Minister, Menachem Begin, And literally, I have a statement from that person. It says, it was all bluff. We didn't have to attack. We weren't going to get attacked. And there's a statement from a chief of IDF that said the same thing. So they've been poking the bear, and what they did after the 1967, they won the so-called war, which was backed up by a whole bunch of countries like Western countries. They took over West Bank. They call it Judean Samaria according to the scriptures. And that place, the first thing they did after taking over 1967, they started building settlements. They start building settlements. They slowly, they start doing a whole bunch of crazy shit in the West Bank. And they started setting it like a proper apartheid with two sets of laws. Oh, we got laws for the Israeli settlers, and then we got laws for the Palestinians.
I think Netanyahu literally thinks he's in the end times, as he would understand it. I'm serious about that, because I fully do think that he's going to invade the whole Greater Israel project. He's put on soldiers on, but I mark my words, like in a decade from now, that could be a very real possibility. And it's horrible. War for nothing, but just to expand your territory's borders.
Yeah, but the Greater Israel project, I don't know if it's going to happen or not, right? They have stolen the land, right? Like the Sheba farm between Israel and Lebanon, they've stolen that land. It was a disputed land between Lebanon and Syria. They have taken over Golan Heights in Syria. They have taken over buffer zone in Syria. They have bombed the shit out of Syria, killed a bunch of people. You know how many settlers live in the West Bank? More than 700,000. Do you know amongst the 700,000, more than 70,000 are American? Can you believe it? Illegal settlers.
Yeah, that's.
And guess what? They're committing crimes against Palestinians. And when they commit crimes against Palestinians, they can't call their the local Palestinians cannot call the PA, Palestinian Authority. If they do that, they won't even show up. They're like, no, we're not dealing with Israelis, right? And if they call IDF will come and they will actually protect the settler committing crimes, and they will arrest the Palestinian. They'll beat them up and then they'll arrest them. Like, what kind of law is this? Fucking apartheid.
It sounds horrible. I can't. Plus,
you know what I'm saying? I would suggest you look into it more if you want me to give you some books and stuff.
Right, so it's not like they could just leave either.
And I can provide you a documentary. It's called Tentura from 1948. Literally, you have elderly IDF soldiers laughing about how they raped little kids and went from one village to another. They killed people. They're laughing while talking about the history. Let me put the link in the chat. If you have time, hour, 2 hours, watch the Tentura. That's a very famous documentary. Let me see. Let me put the link in the chat.
Yeah, please do.
Some time ago, when 2 years ago, actually a year and a half ago, there were a lot of rooms and discussing about this conflict, and the Jewish people were very active. And there were some Jewish historians that were talking about this conflict. And they were speaking as if Israeli has done no wrong. And give it kind of a history from their perspective. So I asked him a question, that is there anything that Israel has done wrong in terms of, let's say, cruelty, crimes, and the rest of the stuff, and torture? They could not give me one example of it. So we are kind of seeing the same thing here in this room. Amir, as much as I like him, he is not presenting, unless he can tell me different, that one party is completely innocent, has not done anything wrong. I'm talking about the Palestinian, and particularly Hamas. And then Israelis have done all of the wrong things. It cannot be black and white like that. That's kind of, and Amir can come back and comment on this. And that's what you hear when, how can I say this? When you're so passionate about something, you're not willing to accept or at least say, okay, these are few things that Hamas has done wrong and Israel has done wrong. Palestinians have done wrong. They could have done better. You don't hear that. Maybe Amir can talk about this a little bit more. So next thing I wanted to, just 1 second. I wanted to read, thank you for putting this article in here, which is really stunning. This is the, okay, so the article, this is regarding the Prime Minister of Israel actually helping a group, and I'm going to read the first paragraph in here. This is really is telling. So this is from the Times of Israel, yes. So the title of Israel providing guns to Gaza gang to bolster opposition to Hamas. Security cabinet was, here's the article. Security cabinet, this is Security Cabinet of Israel, was not informed of plan to start arming Abu Shabaab group, which was created in Rafah last year and has its root in looting aid trucks. And the article continues, Israel has been arming criminal gang in Gaza Strip as part of an effort to strengthen opposition to Hamas in the enclave. Defense sources confirmed on Thursday following remarks on the matter by former Defense Minister Lieberman and Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, later confirmed the report saying the move helped save Israeli soldiers' lives. So then if you keep reading, somebody is saying that the head of this group, Abu Shahab, is somehow linked to some ISIS kind of linkage to that.
Identified.
That's what Lieberman charged. This is what he says. Lieberman says the Israeli government is giving weapons to a group of criminals and felons identified with Islamic State in this ISIS. At the direction of the Prime Minister, Lieberman charged, to my knowledge, this did not go through approval by the cabinet. So this is really, really interesting. I don't know. So I think the reason that the Prime Minister has two, one is presumably it is saving Israeli soldiers. And second, now I can better understand why the project of feeding people in Gaza, a lot of difficulties in terms of the looting of the truck and the rest of it, and this group has to do with that. But I have not seen anything that's confirming that this Abu Shabaab is actually connected to the ISIS, with the exception of what the Lieberman says, and he does not provide any kind of sources. So anyway, I would like to see if this is not a good thing. I mean, somebody said in the audience, on the stage, that this is a good strategy from the Israelis' part. The same thing that they did with Hamas. This also makes sense. I'm not quite sure if it's a sensible. And the reason for it is by losing the trucks, and actually people, there's no food, and people take the food away, and I'm sure that it gets kept somewhere and sold in the black market, probably 100 times more than what it's worth. So it's not a good thing. The second thing that I wanted to do now, and then I'd like to hear Amir's comments on the assertions that I made on the early part of my comment. So when on the October 8th, a day after October 7th, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, made a statement which I thought is profound, and it was really a balanced statement, and it was criticized heavily, immediately by the Israelis, and particularly the Prime Minister. Here's what the statement says. This is what the Secretary of the United Nations said. Protecting civilians can never mean using them as human shields. Protecting civilians does not mean ordering more than 1 million people to evacuate to the south, where there is no shelter, no food, no water, no medicine, and no fuel, and then continuing to bomb the south itself. It is important to also recognize The attack by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum, Gutierrez said. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation. They have seen their land steadily devoured by settlement and plagued by violence, their economy stifled, their people displaced, and their homes demolished. But the grievances of the Palestinian people cannot justify the appalling attack by Hamas. And these appalling attacks cannot justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. And that's where the statement ends. In a sense, no party is immune from, claiming that they have not done wrong things in terms of, taking lives, attacking civilians, and committing cruelties. So I want to hear a balance, kind of reporting of what's going on. And I don't, at times I don't hear that. And particularly this room here, it's a passionate room. I mean, he's a passionate man about this cause. But I like him also to point out some of the things that the Palestinian and Hamas, either politically or militarily or terrorist activities that they have committed as well. But you don't hear that.
I don't mind, Ali, the problem is I don't mind condemning Hamas. There's Palestinians that come into this room. Some of them don't even support the Hamas. It's not a big deal for pro-Pali to condemn Hamas. The issue is from the Israeli side, they not once they have condemned the IDF. Do me a favor, look for Zionists on this app that's willing to condemn Netanyahu, that's willing to condemn the IDF. And I'll be like, whoa, I'll be amazed. I don't mind condemning this, act or whatever. And how could there be a balance when you have a group of people that have been oppressed and suppressed for over, 70 years? That's the part I don't get. Like, how do you find a balance in this? When you see the oppression, they tried everything, a peace deal, this and that. Hamas could be terrorists. Yes, there was crossfires that happened in October. Yes, innocent people died. There's people, I'm sure, at the rape party, people did get raped. But every time they bring up the Hamas claim, I ask them a question. Can you give me the name of the person that got raped? No names. Can you give me the person of the 40 beheaded babies? Is it true? I have recently had somebody come into the space 2 days ago. She literally said 40 beheaded babies. I'm like, can you provide evidence? Literally, the president of America had to, walk back on his statement because it was debunked. So, and relate to Hamas, yes, there's bad apples and there's good apples. Hamas was actually elected under Jimmy Carter, democratically. But the issue was they started this shit. They didn't want Hamas to turn it into Islamists or whatever. They pushed them. They fought them off with the Fatah and whatnot, and they pushed them into Gaza. And they arrested a whole bunch of their leaders. So Hamas, when they took over Gaza, they decided to shoot some rockets, to get back at them and to get the people released. And what did Israel do? Blockade the whole fucking place. Even when they left in 2005, it was under occupation, according to international, organizations like UN and whatnot. They could not even go past 7 miles on water. The airspace was occupied. It was under occupation by Israel. The borders, 6 out of 7 of them were run by Israel, and then there was one that was run by Egypt. Egypt literally freaking cooperated with Israel to stop anything that comes in and out. And I actually cornered an Egyptian into this room. I said, why did they do a blockade? The Egyptian couldn't even answer the question. They're like, yeah, fucking government, this and that. So I don't mind criticizing Hamas. I don't mind. But the problem is you cannot find a balance. In this genocide, you want me to find balance? That, I gotta take the middle ground. It doesn't work like that, Ali. You see what I'm saying? I understand. Maybe you're trying to find a balance. You're not gonna find a balance. And I am kind of biased because the issue is they've been oppressed and suppressed. It's just like apartheid South Africa. And tomorrow you don't know if America is going to come out and be like, Hamas is no longer terrorist, just like what they did in Syria. But what are you going to do then? You think America is going to look out for, you find a balance on this? Literally, that guy is part of Al Qaeda in Syria. They there was about $10 million award on his head. They took him off the list. And sure, there's bad apples in it that have committed crimes. They probably did some crossfire. They killed innocent civilians. But the issue is we don't have any fucking evidence, and the evidence that we have, the evidence doesn't show that they're, there was people that got raped or whatever. I'm not denying that. Rape is a big, big thing. But the issue is every time you corner them and ask them questions, can you give me the name of the person that got raped? Nothing. The person that I recently heard, which is very, very famous, she was under Hamas captivity. She was released. And guess what? Her personal trainer inside Israel raped her. She didn't get raped by Hamas, but she got raped by her personal trainer on the inside Israel. So I don't know. How do you want me to balance this? I just don't get it. How do I balance it? How should I balance it according to you?
So maybe the balance was not a good word to use. I was not talking about equality and balance and the rest of it. I was asking, you gave some examples, that when we talk about all of the atrocities committed by Israel in the last 56 years, there are bad things being also done by Palestinians and by Hamas. And then what happened conveniently, you put the bad actions of, let's say, into the category, there's some bad apples in any, basket of apples. And one could have just extended the same thing to the Israel and to say this idea of soldiers who committed, I don't have the reports, but according to some of what you're saying and others, rapes and killing children, raping children, one also could say these were, idea of bad apples, and this is not the policy of the IDF as a military organization. So I think the same kind of bad apple stuff can go back and forth. That's the only assertion I'll make. I was not talking about balance. Of course, there cannot be a balance just because one, Israel is a superpower as it goes with this conflict, or any conflict actually in this region. There's just no match for it, period. And of course, they have to thank America for supporting them. So that's all I wanted to say.
If I give you statements from the commander of IDF, Yoav Gallant, if I give you statements from Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, these are government officials that are saying genocidal shit, and literally that's what's happening to the Palestinians. What do you want me to make out of that? This is how Omar Bartov, he's an Israeli Jew. This is how he came to that's how he concluded the intention, using their statements and what the actions that are happening to the Gazans. Right? And you cannot say some idea. We have videos, evidence of them committing crimes against Gazans. We have a whole bunch of data. Hind Rajab Foundation has collected, clips and data on thousands of IDF soldiers. You literally have Netanyahu, war criminal by ICC. Yoav Gallant, the same son of a gun that made a statement. Netanyahu made a statement about Amalek, Prime Minister of Israel. And if I read you quotes from all the Zionists, I have some crazy, they look at Palestinians as grasshoppers, cockroaches, whole bunch of crazy shit. And you can make the argument that Palestinians have said certain things as well. Sure, they have said it. But who's the occupier? According to international law, somebody that occupies it, you cannot treat them like animals. And that's what they've been treating them as, like animals. One, you make the statement. Other, you're treating them just like what you say. That's where the intention comes in. And that's where I have a problem when somebody tries to take, I'm going to take a neutral position. I'm going to try to find a common ground in the middle. You cannot find a common ground. One is the oppressor. The other people are getting oppressed. One is the suppressor. The other one are getting suppressed by who? By the bigger entity, powerful entity, backed up by America. Who is it? Israel. Israel is a threat to society, to Syria, to Lebanon, to West Bank, to Gaza, to Yemen, to a whole bunch of countries in the Middle East, to Iran. whoever at this moment, try to take a neutral position, try to look the other side. You can look all day long. The world stage, the only place, or the only country that's looking bad or only disgusting entity is actually Israel. You can look whichever way. You want me to take that side? I don't mind condemning Hamas. I don't really give two fucks because a lot of people that come into this room, they don't even support Hamas.
And actually, let me just make some comments. I've seen one or two clips at least that I've seen the Israelis, leaders, commanders, military men, at a very high level, they are giving speech to a group of soldiers in the field. You hear sometimes generals, they go out there to encourage and they give these speeches to the soldier. So, and his tone was horrific in terms of what the mission of the soldiers is in this war. So when a general set a tone like that, again, I'm agreeing with you. And then you hear a prime minister actually making the comments that the soldiers who hear this, they find justification, they find support, they find agreement in going out of their way or doing things that they would have not done if the military leaders and the political leaders would have asked them not to do certain things. So I do agree with you, and that's just the tone. That's the kind of the direction, and give the justification for a soldier to do certain things which he should not be doing. So I do agree with you. I've seen a couple of clips of that. There's probably more information on the prime minister saying certain things, or the cabinet members saying, which I don't have available. And if you post them, I can look at. But thank you for that.
Even related to history, when I was telling Matthew, I said, yes, there were skirmishes that happened from the Arabs. Arabs revolted against the British. I was actually honest on this. There's historical facts on this. I could have just, whitewashed the whole history, or Palestinian washed the history. No, Palestinians were living side by side. No, there were some skirmishes, and this is where a lot of pro-Palis, they make this statement, no, they were living side by side. No, they were not. There were skirmishes because they hated the mass migration. Now there were some villages that were living side by side, no problems, and you would not believe it. According to the historical fact, some of those Jewish neighbors, they sold their addresses, their family names, and everything. They sold out their names, properties, who lives in such and such property, to the Jewish militias, and it was very problematic. When I heard about that, their neighbors sold them out. It fucked me up. It's like, what are these people into? Why would they sell out their neighbors? It's because they're very tribalistic. And Zionists, they became tribalistic. Even though there was a lot of Jewish folks, they condemned Zionism. Jews from Germany, Jews from Jerusalem, Jews from all over the place, they condemned Zionism. But when it came down to, Jewish militias going from one village to another, they sold them out. They sold out their neighbors. Some of them, they were babysitting each other's kid. But there was sort of like hostility because they wanted to take over, turn it into Israel. There was a lot of hostility because you're coming over to my property and trying to take over my property. What do you want me to do? I have to resist. So they've been resisting since 1947. But what do you do? And they're bad apples,
Yeah, in terms of this one, if there are two conflicting, opposing kind of groups, and one is by far stronger than the other one, there is something called contact theory, or it's contact hypothesis, if you want to call it. The idea is that if you bring the most opposite of two highly hostile and opposing groups, bring them together, they will understand each other better, and they can reduce the conflict. In this case, we can talk about Israel and Palestinian, or Northern Ireland and UK. And people have done this, Israelis and Palestinian young people, university students, and the rest of it. But here's the problem. The problem is it is very hard and difficult. And this idea, this contact theory, contact hypothesis, it really doesn't
work, because for it to work, the people have to be on an equal footing in terms of the balance of power. That's where it works. When you have one group, which Palestinian, compare that with Israelis, it's just one, as I mentioned, just by far more powerful in every aspect, from the economic, money, and the military, and the rest of it. So they hold all of the cards in a sense. And so, it's difficult to have to bring in these two groups, together. It's just I wish it could work. We all wish for that. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, the problem is, Lee, if let's say you were on that land, right, and your mom, dad, sister, brother had been slaughtered, raped, sexually assaulted, and pretty much every other Palestinian in the West Bank and and Gaza, they've been to Israeli prison, the dungeon, right, where according to B'Tselem reports, B'Tselem is a human rights organization. You know how they torture Palestinians? Like if it's guys, they would literally squeeze their balls and do a whole bunch of crazy shit. I have a testimony from a Palestinian prisoner. He was in Israeli prison with two more guys. I'll put the link in the chat for you. And what they did, they chained him up, right? And they had, I don't know how they did it. They got the dog to, shove his dick into the guy's ass. And they did it to like three guys. I'll put the link in the chat. His testimony. Now it bothers me because there's a lot of these things that we can't believe this shit, right? We can't believe it. It would be like fuck no. And this is the type of torture. They had the right to rape protest that's going on. That happened inside Israel. Literally, rabbi blessing IDF soldier for raping a Palestinian prisoner, shoving a pole up his asshole. And, there's a lot. And then they're debating in Knesset, is it okay to, rape a Palestinian? And then you have reports from B'Tselem, that talks about this. And then you have, the women's, 61% of Israeli men, they don't look at forced sex with their acquaintance as rape. I can provide you that article in the chat. It's from Haaretz newspaper. And you have reports that the women in the Knesset, about, more than 70% of women or 80% of women have been sexually assaulted in shape or form. And right now, there's Ben Gavir came out. He said he wants to stop the protests on the roads and near synagogues. The Attorney General, they're going after her. They want to fire her, and it's because of because it's she's going after these people because they're getting in the way of laws and whatever. And there's a lot of this culture where they don't respect women inside Israel, And there's a report of inside the military where there's been girls, IDF soldiers, women IDF soldiers getting raped by their IDF men soldiers. There's a lot of these reports out there. If you look into it, you'll be amazed. You'll be like, what the fuck? The more and more you try to open up, it's like a can of worms. And I've been running these rooms for about 9 or 10 months, right? But I learned a lot more shit from everybody and doing my own research and reading up on it and whatnot, And I'm still learning. More and more stuff is more coming out, and it's very problematic. And yes, Palestinians, there's some crazy shit that's going on Palestinian side or whatever. They do kill some of their people if they're spy or whatever. They've done this in the past, and even right now, I think they killed 1 or 2 people that were spying on their people. And the Zionist talking point they'll bring out, they got the murder fund, like somebody becomes a shaheed or whatever in the West Bank. But that fund is actually, when you actually dive into it, if they're getting altercation with a settler, right? They get locked up and they're the only breadwinner. This fund actually helps the Palestinian family until he comes out of that prison, that dungeon, because what it does, they get locked up under administrative detention without due process, and it gets renewed every 6 to 9 months. So while he's locked up, who's going to feed his family? That's where that account comes into place. And this is I'm giving you Zionist talking points. I even said about the Hebron massacre to Matthew. I don't usually say it, but I want to give him the full facts. This is Zionist. And they even bring up the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, which actually approached Hitler because he saw the Zionists as a threat, just like the British saw the Zionists as a threat. So he wanted a state for his own people. He saw these people as a threat. So
Amir, I want to say something. It's their money, like the money that the Israeli government would pay the Palestinian Authority. It's the tax money, like the Israeli people, they collect the tax from the Palestinian people and then they give it to the government, and the government has assigned part of it to the families of the detained people. But this whole hypothesis isn't working. Yes, you said it yourself. People on both sides are doing horrible things because people are gonna still be people forever. So the hate should stop
it's one side that's genociding the other side. Mr. Chico, it's only one side that's genociding the other side.
Yes, true.
It's not the other. Yeah, it's not both sides.
True.
Both sides. Oh, hold on. You didn't listen to the whole context. You just came out. I said there's couple things. Hold on. Did you not hear the murder fund? I'm saying it to defend. That's how they support the people that get locked up when they fight with settlers. I didn't say the bad people. Yeah. There are certain bad apples in there that do a couple bad things here and there, but there's reasons behind it, and there's some things that are problematic, some are not problematic. But the biggest problematic shit, it comes out of Israel. That's genociding Palestinians.
Yeah, I understand. And Israel is a criminal state, but you need to know something. The government that's with Netanyahu right now wasn't there before, and that Netanyahu, he supported Hamas. Like, he was allowing the fund to come to Hamas from Qatar because he wanted it to be strong, because he wanted it to be viable.
Right now, Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS. To steal Gaza.
He did it, yes. So he encouraged.
Not sometimes, right now, Mr. Chico, right now.
Yeah, he would. I would believe it. Yes, I don't know, but I would believe it. Yes, that he would do it.
It's from the Israeli source. Sometimes it was. I put the article in the chat. You can read up on it.
I believe it, but like my point is still there is some extremists from both sides. As long as those extremists will still be there, there will be no solution. And according to the
extremists are built by thanks to Israel. If Israel wasn't killing them, wasn't butchering them, and when you look at the Hamas, they're all a bunch of orphans running around with weapons.
Yeah, true.
Okay, how did they become orphans? I would become an extremist. If you killed my mother or dad or my brother, I would become extremist. I don't give two fucks.
True. I'm not blaming them. They were created, but like for us who care about the Palestinian situation, like we need to consider the reality. Like we don't need to look on why it happened right now. People are getting killed. So if we wanted this to stop, there is no other solution but the two-state solution, where they will eliminate it for good. Like, consider what's happening. Deal with the reality.
Mr. Chico, Palestinians have been ready for a while to make the ceasefire. Even when they relate to the last ceasefire they did, on day one, do you know what these fuckers did? The Israelis, they killed a 15-year-old boy in Gaza. You should look into it. If you want data, I can give you the article. Okay? 15-year-old boy was killed on phase one, day one of the fucking phase one ceasefire.
Yeah, I know. They broke.
Right now, they came out. The mediators came out. They said Hamas is ready to make the deal. Netanyahu is not responding on purpose. Okay, and Hamas has been ready to make the deal. They were looking for a permanent ceasefire before, but Netanyahu would not agree, and they wanted to keep the channel open for the ceasefire, plan or whatever. But Netanyahu, hold on, Chico, hold on. Netanyahu is the one that did the the whole fucking the ceasefire shit, and it's Netanyahu that's stopping the ceasefire from happening.
Because as long as Hamas is there,
It has nothing to do with Hamas, Chico. They're making the deal with Hamas.
There will be no deal with Hamas. You cannot live.
Okay, how did they, Chico? How did they make the deal on phase 1 with Hamas there?
And was it respected? Like, did they respect
Yes,
it?
yes, they did. Chico, they did respect it. Oh my God, they broke it for a different reason. That's what I'm telling you.
No, they broke it after they took some hostages.
Do you know? Oh my God, who took some hostages?
The Israeli people, they took some of their hostages.
And Palestinians received some of the hostages, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know? Hold on the last day before, I'll give you what happened. Okay. What ended up happening on like a week prior to it, prior to the end of this, so-called ceasefire, they, Netanyahu did not want to continue with the phase 2. Okay. They and Hamas wanted phase 2. They said we can move to phase 2, and we're willing to release the hostages. But what did Netanyahu do? He said, no, I want extension. He wanted a 42 days extension on the phase 1. So what they did, they approached Donald Trump. Donald Trump got in touch directly with Steve Witkoff, directly with Hamas. Okay, and what they did, they made a deal with Hamas, and Hamas released hostage in good faith. It was an American-Israeli soldier. They released one hostage in good faith. They thought that Trump would be able to make the deal go through. What ended up happening is, since America made a deal, direct deal with Hamas, Netanyahu came out. He started an Israeli, envoy and American envoy and the president. They were arguing over why the fuck would you approach a Hamas? This blah 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 bullshit. And literally Netanyahu, Trump said, yeah, they can make deal. We made deal with Hamas. It's okay. We can make the deal. And Hamas literally Hamas did this, and Trump did it to mock Netanyahu, that if we can make the deal, why aren't you able to make the fucking deal? And what did Netanyahu do? He went back and forth with the American government, American administration, and then suddenly, America backed off. America said, okay, we're going to back out of the deal, and you deal with your own problem. So what Netanyahu did on the second day after, America backed out, they started shooting and killing people in Palestine, in Gaza. All right. So who violated? It's Israel. So Israel is always fucking killing people. Israel is the one that doesn't want to do the ceasefire. It has nothing to do with fucking Hamas. It was never about the hostages. It's never about nothing. And they don't have electricity for over a year and a half.
You get it. It's a political game. Yes, you're speaking right. Morally and ethically, Netanyahu is a piece of shit. Yes. But to win a political game, a war game, you cannot think like this. This way of thinking, the approach.
I'm not thinking. What approach am I taking? What approach?
Like, you're trying to prove it that Netanyahu is lying piece of shit.
It's not just Netanyahu. It's not just Netanyahu. Dr. Chico, it's the whole. Chico, it's not just Netanyahu. It's a whole fucking Zionist entity.
Yeah. I'm with you on this. Yes.
Then why are you just putting the blame on Netanyahu?
Because he's the one playing that scene. Because other people like Rabin, they did Oslo, and then people like Netanyahu killed Isaac Rabin. So after all, they're just people.
Do you think Ben Gvir is a genocidal psychopath?
He's a piece of shit. Yes.
Okay, and Smotrich.
Criminal. Yes, those are psychopaths.
Amichai Eliyahu. What about him?
I don't even know who this is.
Okay, he's a genocidal. He said we should kill all of them in Gaza.
Yeah, he's an extremist. But if there's no hate, you cannot use this kind of political agenda. You cannot apply
22 members of the parliament, of the Knesset, out of 34, they passed the bill, right? Thanks to Katz, the defense minister, to survey northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just Netanyahu; it's the whole fucking Zionist regime.
you cannot use this agenda, you cannot put it into work if there is no incident like the 7th of October. And no, history did not start.
You
on
think
the
it started the 7th of October?
I know.
Then why you bring
No,
7th
it
of
did not.
October?
Because this is how the world works. This is how the politics works. It's an incident on a place and a time. Regardless of what happened before, the impact would be when it happened, how the world seen it, you know? So when people would come to say, oh, it did not start there, look at the history, the world wouldn't care. No one would look at the history and go to study.
Everybody looks at the history. They look at the history.
The masses won't do this, you know? And
Bro, hold on. Americans are more than, there was a survey, 52 or 54% are anti-Israel.
Like, the American people, they don't really care about Israel, Palestine, or
I
any.
care. I'm an American. I care. My tax dollars are going there. I care. My tax dollars are going there. Why the fuck am I getting my tax dollars are going there?
Because your name is Amir. Maybe you.
It doesn't. No. Forget about my name. I'm an American. Hold on, Chico. You have to stop and you have to let other people talk to you. Okay. Tax dollars. All Americans are worried about their fucking tax dollars going to a genocidal shit. Okay. You need to get it through your head. You can't come up here and say, oh, it's because your name is Amir. How does that fucking matter? Name is Amir or whatever the name is. It doesn't matter. My tax dollars are going there.
Other Americans who don't really care at all, and they don't have any like Arabic origins or.
I know Americans. They do care. And what are you gonna do about the Americans? I know.
Donald Trump then? If they're anti-Israel, how come they elected Trump?
They wanted to punish Kamala, the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but at the cost of what? On supporting the genocide that they care about so much? Oh, come on, man. Yes, they would say that they would.
Do we have any other choice, Chico?
Really.
Chico, do we have any other choice in America? It's just a two-party system.
Yeah, and at least the Democratic Party isn't as supportive of the Zionist agenda.
Who told you that? Biden is the one that gave funding. Hold on, Chico. Biden is the one that gave funding to who? To Israel to commit genocide. Anthony Blinken. You know, Anthony Blinken was the Secretary of State. He lied in front of a Congress to allow the weaponry to Israel. It goes again. We have a Leahy law in America, which which means you cannot give weapons to somebody that's blocking the aid and whatnot. All right. And what he did, Anthony Blinken, he received a report. He changed the whole fucking report into opposite, and he lied in front of the Congress. And when you lie in front of a Congress, it's a felony. You should look into it. Go search on YouTube. You'll come across a whole bunch of videos. Anthony Blinken lying in front of Congress about Israel. The reason why Anthony Blinken's grandfather was involved in creating the Jewish state, his uncle, his dad, he's a staunch fucking Zionist.
So, Chico, let me ask you a question. You mentioned that everybody should put aside what happened in the past and consider pragmatically the situation in the field now and do something about it. So, tell me if you were a Palestinian, a leader, let's say Hamas, what would you do? And if you were the Israeli leader, what would you do to end this conflict, at least get it on a kind of a peaceful track in terms of arriving at some form of, agreement and peace? I can give you a couple of examples right off the top of my head, but I'll just reserve my comments until I hear from you, because you keep saying, let's do something. So give me two examples, one example on each side that you would have a strong impact on the conflict as it is right now.
Hamas, they messed up the whole Palestinian cause with what they did. because you need to choose your weapon. If you're gonna defend your rights, you need to know how to take it. Like, the land has been taken from you because you are not as powerful as them. So this is not the field that you need to confront them on. You need to choose something else. So the diplomacy, it did a lot. Like, I'm not sure why people hate Oslo. Without Oslo, there was no Western back, and it's being taken right now from them because of the extremists. And this is what I'm saying. Like, after all, there must be a solution. You cannot eliminate Israel. You cannot and you should not eliminate the Palestine and their history and heritage and all this. So there must be a solution, and for it to be a solution, the hate should stop. People need to understand, like, maybe Amir, if you're American, you don't know what's really happening. Like, that
I need to stop you here. Look, I thank you for those comments. I'm asking you a question. If you were the leader of Hamas or Palestinian, and if you were the leader of Israel, what is the most conducive, the most effective thing that you can do to end the bloodshed and provide a path to a meaningful peace between these two groups of people? Because you're the one who talk about being pragmatic. Give me some solution. I don't.
Hamas needs
thank
to
you for
get
your comments, but tell
out
me.
immediately.
Yeah, right now.
And
What would you do?
I would get Hamas out immediately and give the authority, the Palestinian Authority, the Abu Mazen, the Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazen. They should rule Gaza. And I would get some Arab forces to keep the peace in Gaza and to ensure nothing would happen against
Nobody
Israel.
likes Mahmoud Abbas. I don't know what you're on about, man. Nobody likes Mahmoud Abbas. His rating dropped by 3. He's only at about 10 or 20%. He's in bed with Zionist entity. He tells Israel tells him to go kill people. He doesn't. He goes arrests and kills people. You should go look into the ratings. There was even a survey done in relate to what the rating of Hamas is in the West Bank and what the rating of fucking Mahmoud Abbas is. Mahmoud Abbas is literally a fucking criminal.
That's all propaganda, Amir. Yes, there is some
Do you
kind
want
of
the Palestinian survey? Do you want the Palestinian survey?
No, I don't want the Palestinian
If you don't want
survey,
the
but I
data,
know
then
the
why
facts.
are you fucking intellectually dishonest?
Because I know the facts. I'm not being
You don't know the shit about it. You don't know shit about the fact.
living their life safely. No. I can see what happened. The Oslo Accord, the diplomacy has got them the Western Bank. And if they are to take a country, there's no other way than the diplomacy.
Okay, is the
and
West
that's
Bank under
powerful.
occupation? Is the West Bank apartheid?
The West Bank is in a bad condition right
No,
now
I'm
because of
asking you.
the
Hold on. Hold on. Is the West Bank under occupation?
Yes.
Okay, how is it divided? What is it called? Zone what?
What do you mean, Zone 1?
It's divided into 3 parts. Zone A, Zone B, Zone C. You agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Who controls the Zone C?
Israel controls it all.
Okay. No. Yeah. Who controls the Zone C and who controls the Zone B?
I don't know, but I know Israel controls all of it. Yes, on paper,
all of it. Okay, how many checkpoints are in the West Bank, Chico? How many checkpoints in the West Bank?
How am I supposed to know how many checkpoints in the West Bank?
I thought you knew the facts.
I know the facts, like the overall facts.
Yeah, how many checkpoints are in the West Bank?
Let me tell you something. I'm Egyptian. Our King Farouk.
I just asked you. I'm not talking about Egyptian. I'm going to come to Egypt in a second. Hang on. As an Egyptian, why the fuck do you have Rafah border crossing closed?
It's not closed.
He's not letting anybody in.
It's occupied. Israel is on the other end.
Hang on. Rafah border crossing is closed by Egyptian government. And even when they did the fucking blockade, Egyptian actually cooperated with Israel to do a fucking blockade in 2007 and whatnot. Why did they cooperate with fucking Israel to do the blockade?
No, we do not cooperate.
Yes, you did. You did. Go look it up. Hurry up and look it up.
Back in 2007, the tunnels were still open.
I'm not talking about tunnels. I'm talking about why did you fucking stop the border? Did the blockade?
Yeah, because it's politics.
It's politics. It's politics. Your politics, it matters more than fucking human life.
There was no starvation.
Your politics matter more. Chico. In the West Bank, hold on. In the West Bank, there's 920 fucking checkpoints. Okay? They even have checkpoints. They're flying checkpoints on a chopper. They will prop up a fucking checkpoint every 2 kilometers if they want to. Okay? Go get your facts straight. When you don't know the fucking facts, don't even come up here and start talking shit out of your fucking ass. Your Egyptian government literally was at the border. Your nephew, Al-Sisi's nephew, was heavily fucking involved in charging people money to come into Egypt. People that left from Gaza.
You were there.
Yeah. I was there. I have the reports. I go based on fucking facts and data. Your Egyptian bullshit narrative is, if we allow them into our land, then they won't be able to go back. If we, it's okay to corner them inside fucking Gaza, let them get butchered and slaughtered, let them get genocided, and not allow them into Egypt. Motherfucker, just shut the fuck up, man. Fucking Egyptian piece of shit.
Okay, so yes, the Egyptian government, they charged money to let the people in. And that was for a reason, because if you kept it free of charge, everyone would come in. And this is what the Israeli want. I'm not sure who you're supporting.
Israeli wants so you follow the orders of Israel.
No, they want the Egyptians to open the borders so the Palestinians can empty Gaza so they can take over. We're not following anyone's orders, but you cannot get it. I'm not sure, the Rafah border, it got 2 sides, the Egyptian side and the Palestinian side. It should be governed by the Palestinian people on the other side. Okay, so now it's occupied by Israel. So we had led the truck to go in, and then it would hit the Israeli army. And what would we do?
Okay. In relation to the trucks, why does your Egyptian government charges $5,000 per truck that crosses your Egyptian border into Gaza?
No, we do not charge per truck.
Yes, you do. There's an entity that runs your fucking border crossing that charges $5,000 fucking dollars every time a truck passes from Egypt into Gaza. Why do you charge $5,000? Can you tell the room why do you charge fucking $5,000 just for the aid truck? The aid is supposed to be free.
I told you that we charge people. Yes, that happened.
No. I'm talking about aid truck. I'm talking about aid truck. The aid truck.
That's not true.
No, okay.
This is a military zone. How the fuck you're coming with those information? We said it as a country. We admitted that we charged $5,000 per person to let the people in, to regulate it. But how did you come with that information? I'm not sure. Everyone's saying stuff. And after all, why this is the issue? People are getting killed. So yes, we want to get the food in for sure. But as a country, we're not gonna go into a full-scale war with Israel because Hamas doesn't want to withdraw. Because if they left the sea, everything would end. So why don't they want to go out? I want to understand, because they said it's gonna be a new Sabra and Shatila. This is not true. 100 Sabra and Shatila is happening already on a daily basis. So how worse could it get? Why don't they want to get out? I'm not getting it. So at least we can secure the peace and start building. But as long as things would go on like this, and you would try to blame it on other people, you wouldn't be able to prove that Hamas is righteous, that they're doing the right thing. So they would try to outsource it onto other countries like Jordan or Egypt. What's the point? What are you solving? People are still getting killed, So if you are really supporting the people and the cause, you should start discussing how to end this madness, not how to blame other people and how to prove that Hamas is not the reason. No, it is the reason. And how to prove that the Palestinian Authority is so bad. So every occupied country throughout the history, they worked under the occupation authority.
Okay, I posted the article in the chat. Thank you.
I'm gonna have it on
Instead of killing my brain cells, go read up the organization that runs the fucking border. They charge anywhere from $5,000 to fucking $20,000 per truck. Anyways, when you become, when you do intellectually dishonest bullshit into this room, but thank you for at least acknowledging that, yes, we charge people to come into Egypt, $5,000, $10,000. At least you're honest about that. But it's a disgusting behavior. But anyway.
So you wanted us to make it open borders and get everyone to get in and let Israeli people take over. By the way, this is what I know.
We're talking about trucks. We were talking about trucks, remember? We moved away from everything else. Let's focus on the trucks.
To open the article.
Why?
You mentioned.
Yeah. Why are you charging minimum $5,000 for the 8 truck that comes through the border? Oh my God. Ali, did you want to ask any questions? You could do so, man. Sorry I interrupted you. Just because, when there's facts there, when people come up here and lie about it, right? The situation in the West Bank or Gaza, I just, I have to correct them a little bit because then it turns into like a whole bunch of lies.
Yeah, but that's fake info. What is the source? Like, it keeps saying a source in Sinai and another source in Sinai. What is this? Which kind of journalism this is? Where is your source?
Let me tell you this. I am very adamant, and I try to be very thorough in kind of checking the sources. When I'm engaged with Amir in topics, haven't been maybe for a few minutes some other time. But anyway, I found him to provide the sources are credible, even very credible. As a matter of fact, some of the sources he presented here, I haven't had myself. So I would, based on this kind of history that I've seen from Amir, I trust his sources, but also every single time I read them, but at least check the sources. For example, the source that he just posted in here, it is from an organization called Middle East Eye. I don't know this organization at all, so I don't know if they're credible or not. But the claim is here that Egyptian firm, this is the title, Egyptian firm charges commercial trucks entering Gaza $20,000 in bribes. And he goes on to tell you about this. This is not a good action from any government that is going, particularly Muslim brothers and the Arabs and the rest of it. This is not a good act, if this is actually this article is correct. But in the past, when I've checked Amir's sources, I found them to be credible, and based on that, we learn into
Actually, this is not Amir's sources. This is a Muslim Brotherhood newspaper that was founded in 2014, and no source was mentioned. And just use the logic, please. I don't mean to interrupt you, but who would pay that $100,000? Tell me who would.
The reason I'm saying this because you were asking Amir, where are you getting your sources? You're making these things up, something to that effect.
No, I read the article, Ali. I meant on the article. There is no source mentioned within the article.
Let me finish. I'll provide you from the same article their source.
Yeah. So, Shiko, I don't know about this article. I'm this entity. I have not heard of them before. So I don't know if it's true or not, but based on my
who would pay the 20,000 guys? Who would pay for it? Like,
let Ali finish. Let Ali finish, and then I'll respond.
Yeah. So anyway, I have no reason right now to believe this is a credible source or not, but I have a feeling once I look into it, it turns out to be the case. And if this is actually the case, I would say shame on Egypt by doing this, because this is food and people are starving, and there should be no charges for allowing trucks to go through the border and provide food. But I don't know, maybe this is not the case. The second comment that I wanted to make, my understanding is, and it could change based on what I'm hearing, that there's two reasons actually why the Egyptians are not allowing Palestinians, people from Gaza to go there. Number one, they are very concerned about the terrorist organization, from their perspective, Hamas, to find footings in Egypt. This might be probably too late because the Muslim Brotherhoods are started in Egypt, so they're already there. So they're very fearful for this group find some kind of foundation or track in Egypt. I don't blame them. I think I would do the same thing. And second is, as you probably mentioned, if you allow the people in Gaza to leave Gaza and go to another country, then basically there's no one left in Gaza perhaps. And I have a feeling if you really let people in Gaza to leave Gaza right now, would all of them would leave right now? Or some would? I have a feeling I would get the hell out of that hellhole because of what's going on there. I'd take my family and leave. And I would not be concerned about anything else, just saving my family and getting out of there. So those are the two reasons that I know why Egypt is not allowing the Palestinians living in Gaza to go to Egypt. And it kind of, both reasons kind of make sense to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part. So you said the Egyptians are concerned that everyone would leave if they open the borders, and what then?
Yeah, that probably actually aims at Israel to basically get out of the Palestinian right?
Yeah. So this is why I wanted since the 7th of October for all of the Arab leaders to kick Hamas out of Gaza and to stop this madness before it even began.
Yes, brother, assalamu alaikum. What do you mean? Did somebody just say get Hamas out of Gaza? What do you mean? They are Gaza. They are Gaza. So
this is what they want you to believe. No. So Israel want to frame it as Hamas is Gaza, and Gaza did 7th of October. So Gaza as a whole,
but Hamas is a terrorist
and
organization,
it
bro.
needs to be killed. So no.
Which is
Gaza isn't Hamas. The people in
Hamas
Gaza
is a terrorist group.
No, stop. So what you're saying is that the Zionists want people to believe that Hamas is not a part of Gaza. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to get you to clarify.
Actually, Zero Brother, before we change the topic, did you read the article, Chico?
Yes, I did read the article. And
Did you read the?
Hold
on, Chico. Did you read the part? It says the first is Sons of Sinai, a trading and contracting company that is part of Organi Group, a group of companies owned by Organi and his son Isam. The second is Golden Eagle, the subcontractor of Sons of Sinai, tasked with facilitating logistics for aid delivery. Sons of Sinai organizes the entry of trucks, even though this role is supposed to be exclusive to the Red Crescent. A source at the Rafah crossing told the news agency on condition of anonymity. This has opened the door to corruption and bribes as payments are made to prioritize the passage of certain trucks over others. You didn't read that part, right, Chico? You're just an idiot, man. Read the fucking article.
I did read that part, and still
you
that
didn't
part
read
isn't
that fucking part.
any source. Yeah, and that part.
I just told you.
You told me a company name. Yes, we know. We know the Organi.
Are the trucks, Chico? Are the trucks supposed to go to Red Crescent or this organization?
Yes, and they're going through the Red Crescent. And let me explain something. Who would pay to prioritize the passage of the charity truck over another one? They're both charity. Why would they need to be prioritized? And who would pay it? Like, you understand what's happening? Those trucks are like from the Egyptian charity, and other countries they send their charity as well. and then it would all go there. So who would be there to pay $20,000? You know how much is that? This is $1 million Egyptian pounds. Who would pay it? Think about who would pay such an amount to get some charity to enter to Gaza. There will be the driver there. Do you think the truck driver, they have $1 million EGP? What kind of nonsense are you saying, man? Like, just think about what you're saying. Think if it can be logical and true, which is not.
So Chico, let me just complete. So what I did, which I normally don't like to do, I put the question to an artificial intelligence. It's not a chat GPT. I use an artificial intelligence called Perplexity, which I found it to be better than actually chat GPT. So here's the question I ask. Do the Egyptian government charges the aid trucks going through its borders to Gaza? Here's the answer. The Egyptian government does not officially charge fees for the trucks going through the borders to Gaza. However, according to reports, companies linked to Egyptian tribal leaders and intelligence have unofficially imposed heavy fees or bribes on commercials and aid trucks at the Rafah's border crossing. These fees can be substantial, reportedly around $20,000 per truck or more, and are unofficial and considered illegal bribes. The Egyptian Red Crescent works with the contractors for the logistic operations, but the actual management of aid trucks can involve such fees. Aid trucks faces complex inspections and approval both from Egyptian authorities and Israel, with many delays and rejections for various reasons. Egyptian drivers often endure long waits and inspections, but the Egyptian government itself does not officially levy border crossing charges on trucks delivering aid to Gaza. The fees come mainly from the private and semi-official actors controlling the logistics of the crossing. So that's the story that, in a sense, the government of Egypt is not officially involved, but certainly these fees are being paid to allow the trucks to go back.
So Ali, if you can ask the same AI to connect those organizations that are charging money to the government leaders, like his son, nephew, and whatnot, because you'll come across, some connections there.
There's actually a revealing question. Like, you can ask the AI, did you find this on Google? Is it confirmed? And watch, what would it say? The AI is a search engine, man, but it's like
he's
more
just
than
acting like a Zionist. He's gonna keep on denying to defend al-Sisi, like a nationalist. You're just a nationalist piece of shit.
I'm not even a Sisi supporter.
But Brother Amir, the article you posted, I'm sitting here reading it while they're talking, and the article clearly says that these people who work in the Zionist government know that these gangs they're escorting the trucks, and then they're looting the trucks. So what is that?
Let's just do one thing.
Yeah, 1 second.
Let's see if the money actually is going to the government relatives, the leaders. Okay, so let's see what the answer is. So anyway, okay, here's what I'm just going to read it to you as I see it, as I find it. Okay, so the answer: the group unofficially collecting money from the people operating trucks and facilitating passages through Rafah border crossing is closely linked to Egyptian authority and government leadership through a business named Ibrahim al-Organi. He is a tribal leader in Sinai with strong ties to prominent Egyptian figures, including the president's family. Al-Organi controls key companies such as Halal Consulting and Tourism, Sons of Sinai and Golden Eagle, which dominates aid and commercial operations at the crossing. These companies charge exuberant unofficial fees ranging from $4,000 to $20,000 per truck, and thousands per person for passage. Considered illegal. These are considered illegal bribes. These fees reportedly benefit the Egyptian security services and officials, effectively creating a shadow economy at the border. And the Egyptian government officially denies collecting fees, but does not act to stop these practices. And last paragraph.
A person would pay for himself, but who would pay for them?
That's why it's connected, Ali.
But so the point that the gist of this thing is the money, maybe not totally, but partially goes to some of the government leadership and their families. That's all.
Yes.
So Amir is correct.
So they were doing the same thing when they're charging people to come into Egypt. The same thing. I think his nephew and his friend was involved. There's a lot of the connections to it. They do it indirectly, Ali, so nobody, can say, oh, it's the government. But the money, they have offshore accounts. They got a whole bunch of shit going on.
Okay, let me read the last paragraph. I think that's summarizing all that. So the last paragraph that I did not read. This monopoly and collection of fees are connected to organic close relations with Egyptian intelligence and political leadership, giving them de facto control over the borders crossing operations and enabling profiteering from the Gaza blockade situation. So from what I read right now, I hear that the money, if not all, not probably some of it goes to the Egyptian leadership in the government and their families. So, Chico, you have any comments on this?
Yes, Ali, can you please just simply ask the AI, is any of this confirmed? And watch what it would tell you. Guys, it's more complicated than that. Has any of you seen the people, the Palestinian people in Israel demonstrating against the Egyptians, on front of the Egyptian embassy? Can they go to demonstrate against the Israeli embassy?
Yeah. There's two kids, Ms. Chico, in America. Two kids actually were protesting in front of Egyptian embassy. Do you know what they did? They grabbed the kids. They, brought them inside the border. They beat the shit out of the Egyptian kids. Did you see the video, Chico?
I've seen the video. They held them, and we said that anyone
they beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, but brother Amir, they were ordered. No, but listen, but they were ordered to start doing that because people were already protesting before Egyptian embassy around the world.
No.
Yes, they were, dude. No, I show you. People were protesting. Listen, Egyptians. Listen. Let me finish it. Let me make sure I made myself clear because you're trying to interrupt. Again, the reason that they grabbed them was because an order came down that people are protesting in front of Egyptian embassies all around the world, and the order went out that they do for you to beat them up. After they started protesting in Europe and all the other places in front of the Egyptian embassy.
Okay, can I explain? It's not about the protesting. It's about what Anas Habib did. He started it with button locks on the Egyptian embassies and then taken a video of it and then putting it on the social media. This is dumb and childish, yes, but the people, the young people like us, they are childish and stupid, so they kept doing it all over the world, so it became so trendy. It's making some problems inside the Egyptian community because all of this is bad. The Egyptian community is under
why is it childish and
terrible
stupid?
pressure.
Let's go back to childish and stupid. Where did you get that from? How do you know these people? You met them? How do you know that how do you know what their education level is? Why are they childish and stupid? Can you explain that, please?
If you'd let me, yes. Because what they're saying is open the borders for Gaza, but what they meant to say, open a war with Israel. Because what's really happening is Israel has occupied the other part of the Rafah crossing, and for Egypt to enforce the aid and we have to go into a full-scale war with Israel. And they know it. So instead of saying go into war with Israel, which they would be blamed on, they would put it open the border. They're doing such a stupid propaganda to make the Egyptian street, go against the government, so the government would fall.
Okay, so
and
it's
what
just
they
your
believe,
opinion. It's just that you
happened.
believe. It's just that you, the person, one person, believes someone is stupid. That basically because you can't show me where these people are stupid. You can't show me this. You just gave your belief system. You just believe.
No.
It's like right now, right? I'm a Liverpool fan. If someone tells me, well, I'm a Tottenham fan or Manchester United, I say you're stupid.
That's a matter of
That's
opinion.
my opinion. That doesn't make that person stupid.
This is what I just said. Yeah, but I'm not
So
speaking.
you're just giving your opinion that somebody's stupid. This doesn't make them stupid. You just believe in your brain.
Stupid. Let me say evil. Okay, so this is not my point.
Right? No, but everything all you're doing now is giving us emotional terms. That's all you're doing now. Yes, you're just giving us your emotions. Oh, I believe in this, and I believe in that, and I believe in this, and I do.
Let me brief it so you can dispute if you want. So instead of saying go to a war with Israel, they would put it like open the Rafah border crossing for the Gaza people. They would frame Egypt as it's an evil country, lying, because what they really meant to say is go to war, but they're not saying it. So isn't that evil or stupid to you? This is not my opinion. This is fact. This is happening. So what do you say?
So, Zero, I'm just a little bit confused. Are you trying to say that the European governments are preventing people to demonstrate in front of Egyptian embassies in the country? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're not doing that.
Me. No, the Egyptian government ordered their embassies to begin to attack people who are protesting, to protect to attack the people out front.
Not the protesters. The people who would come close to the door to put the lock thing because they wanted to end that stupid trend. What I called stupid was that trend, because what does it mean to come and put a lock on the embassy and scream it like, yeah, open for the Gaza people, you're doing the starvation. So first of all, you're taking the blame from Israel and put it into Egypt, which is stupid. Second of all, you're doing something evil against your own country.
Let me just you suggest that a group of people, let's say in Denmark, in a Scandinavian country, any country in Europe, go and protest in front of the Egyptian embassy. Now the Egyptian guards from the embassy, Egyptian embassy, they go out and start beating people up just because they're demonstrating. It doesn't really make sense to me, because in Europe, in the U.S.,
Amir just showed you, and I could show you Amir just, and I thought you said that you saw the video of them dragging the kid in, dragged the two brothers into the building in Manhattan. In Manhattan, they dragged them inside, and then shut up, man, shut up, I'm not talking to you.
No, Zero.
Okay, so anyhow,
Brother, hang on. Let Ali finish. Let Ali finish really quick, if you don't mind, and then we can get to the video part. Go on, Ali.
Yeah, so it seems to me if even you may have a situation where guards might have taken one or two individuals, which might have been very close to the guard or at the door or whatever the situation might be, drag them into the embassy and beat them up. I'm not suggesting that actually did not happen, but in general, making an assertion that that's what you just said, the countries are preventing, not allowing people to protest in front of the Egyptian embassies in different countries. I find that to be very difficult to accept or to believe, unless you can show me that that's actually the case. There's just no way.
Okay, no, I'll post right now. I'll be happy to post right now, but let me read it. Let me just read a bit. This is from one article.
Sure.
It says security personnel standing guard at the Egyptian mission at the United Nations in New York have beaten and dragged two teenagers to the mission's headquarters. The two men were part of a protest regarding the deteriorating humanitarian conditions in the Gaza Strip caused by Israel. Blah, blah, blah. The incident caught on video and shared on 21 August came only days after a leaked video showed Egyptian Foreign Minister Wadir Abdelhadi asking a senior official of the Egyptian embassy in The Hague to forcibly drag people who demonstrate outside their embassy in and call the police. The instructions of the foreign minister triggered fears that protests now taking place outside Egyptian embassies in several countries against what the protesters point to Egypt's complicity in Israel's Gaza will escalate further. Okay, so here
post though. We're not looking to post.
Can I explain the whole story to you guys? Because like there's a lot of propaganda. It all started with someone named Anas Habib. Anas Habib is a son of a Muslim Brotherhood leader. He was jailed in Egypt when he was a teenager, which is traumatizing. He started all of that propaganda. He started that in Netherlands. He went to the embassy, put the lock. He put the video on the social media. It got lots of reactions. So people all over Europe started doing the same. So yes, there was a video for the Egyptian Minister of Foreign Affairs telling the ambassadors that anyone would try to put a lock on the embassy, drag him inside and call the police. Because like what's illegal in that? Like it's a full scale inconvenience to the Egyptian embassies because of just that stupid agenda. Because again, doing that would like put the blame in Egypt instead of Israel. Israel is the real doer of the starvation, not Egypt. So you're an Egyptian and you're taking the blame and putting it on Egypt. Doing problems inside the Egyptian street, and you might do some disruptions, which is dangerous in such time and situation. Why all of you are not getting any of this? You're just following the Muslim Brotherhood agenda blindly.
I would suggest you guys to look into the Rafah border crossing, right? It's basically, if they wanted to, they can open it. But this idiot, since he's a nationalist, and I came across quite a few Egyptian nationalists, right? And it actually bothers me, right? When you bring up the facts, when you bring that, it doesn't matter. You could be anti-CC, but you can still be a nationalist, okay? And this is the problem with a lot of these people, right? When they're like very, very deeply in love, when on the other side of that border, your Muslim brothers, sisters, and kids are getting butchered and slaughtered into tiny pieces, And this is and I heard this on X as well. I came across quite a few of them even on this app, where they're like, we don't want the Palestinian problem. We don't care about them. We don't give two fucks. Blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. Now, this kind of mentality, it's a fucking disease. When this actually makes you want to lose your humanity or whatever is
You're
left
not
inside.
replying to anything I said. You're just personalizing.
I don't care about your reply to any of the bullshit you make. You make up a lot of bullshit as you go. I already tested you on the audio, right? Which you try to debunk. You're disgusting. Hold on. You're disgusting. LCC and government officials are involved. Not only charging the fucking money per person, charging for the 8 trucks they're supposed to be free, charging bribe, making money on the 8 trucks. A disgusting entity.
Who's paying for them?
Your fucking government is no different than fucking Zionist entity.
You do have a brain. Use it. Who's paying?
And even in the blockade they did in 2007 and 8, do you know one of the borders was controlled by Egypt?
20,000
Egypt. Who's paying? Okay, Mr. Chico, does the money come into the account directly, or do they pay at the border?
You said there is a payment. I said there's not. So
Okay. How do they? Can you tell the room how are they supposed to make this big amount? Should the drivers keep it in their pocket, or should they do it electronically? Which one is more safe?
Exactly. I'm asking you, and which kind of driver would have this money?
I just told you. I just gave you logical explanation. They would, of course, they would deposit the money directly before the truck even gets to the fucking border. I don't know what part of that don't you get. Look, Chico. If I was collecting bribes, you know what I would be doing? I would make the deal with the company directly when it arrives at the airport. Directly transfer the funding at the border. It would have a green mark on that fucking truck. That way it gets a free pass because it's already gave money, bribe money. But you're just a fucking fucktard, man. Such a disgusting, person.
All of those waiting drivers, all of them have paid each $20,000 and they're waiting there for
Did you read the
months now.
article? It says it could go up to 20,000 per truck. Did you read the
The
article?
article doesn't have a
You're
single source.
just an idiot, man. I gave you the name of the fucking even.
You
I'll
are
email
the
it out to you.
idiot, Amir. You didn't state one single source so far.
So
And again, who would pay this money?
Chico, you're not being honest here. I think Amir posted something, and I independently actually went and checked on this, and then I can give you sources within the sources of.
Ali, can you ask if this is confirmed?
I'm sorry, come again.
Can you please ask the AI you're dealing with if this information is confirmed or not? Or just propaganda?
Yeah,
And just
let me just, as you well know, and that is what I use ChatGPT and I use Perplexity as an AI. Every time there's a statement being made, when I read this, for almost every paragraph, they tell you where the sources, where they got the information. So if you click on the sources, like source 1, 2, 3, 4, it takes you directly to the source that the AI went on. This one went at least to 4 different sources.
please, man.
So
I can create a website. I can publish it, and the AI
You have
suspections,
these
like that source.
Right. You have a point. Then the credibility of the source that the AI is using is also important. So let me try go to the very first number 1 to see which is so the first source that they are going to is an article is by NPR, National Public Radio, and the title is "What Does It Take to Free God?" Thousands of dollars paid to an Egyptian broker. So I can keep this. So that is the source, the first source that the AI went to. NPR, as you well know, is a very credible U.S. Media audio reporter. Let me go to the next source so you can. The second one. So NPR is very credible. Second one is the TPSIL, which is Israeli news agency, and Rafa. So this is the title for that. Rafa's shadow economy, profiteering, and corruption in Egypt's border control. So I can read about 5 sources that the AI actually went to, got the meat of the article, and summarized.
Those are not sources. Source would be a person.
No, actually, I'm so surprised that you're saying this. So a person would be not a very good source. What I call a source, a group like Associated Press, NPR, New York Times, which the investigator, the journalist, they do a thorough assessment of a given situation. Let me finish. Please, I would be grateful. So when the article is published or NPR reports or something, or Associated Press, they've done their darn best to make sure that the story is credible and they can back it up. So they, in turn, then the reporters, they talk to the people in the field or the witnesses and so on and so forth. So I can't go beyond that, Chico, in terms of giving you what is being said here is credible and it makes sense to me based on what I read from AI and the information and sources AI used to summarize what Amir was trying to tell us. So what else can I say? Nothing more. That's all. You can take it.
The thing is, this is not how journalism
If you're a
works.
nationalist, just say you're a nationalist. No one's judging.
I'm not a nationalist. I am a little
listening from them. Yeah, I'm a Persian. I'm also a nationalist. But when it comes to like human life, we all are watching it. Anyone with the slightest bit of humanity would, especially for their Muslim brother, open up, man. And Egypt is not doing that. What is wrong is wrong. You can call it politics. You can call it
controlled by the Israeli people.
I'm sorry, like it just doesn't match. It's not doing it. Like what you're trying to do, I understand, but just call it nationalism because that's how it's coming across.
Come on, like is controlled by the Israeli army. You do know this, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
simple. So
Right.
where's the problem? What Egypt is doing?
Definitely your border is not like if they're waiting for them to. They want some sort of opening somewhere, right? Like Israel is also trying to do the same. I mean,
Yeah, so it's a border and it got two crossings, like 2 points. The first one is from Egypt. We're opening. We're getting the trucks inside. But the Israeli army would stop them. And for the Israeli army to kill one of our drivers or to shoot one of our trucks, that would ignite a war. So what's your point? Do you understand what you're discussing here? And Ali, by the way, a newspaper isn't a source. If you got me a like something from the Guardian, I would ask for the source from the article. You know, they would care to give you the source. Like, where's the source on the article? I can write an article and I can say that Ali is the biggest terrorist in the world. So that would be a source. I just made it up. You know. So what's your point? Like finding a.
Chico, I'm afraid you. Okay, I probably did not clarify this correctly. Let me tell you again. When I went to the AI and asked the question, and the chat GPT and the AI that I use, they do a very good job to tell you exactly where they got the information. So then I go, in this specific case, I went to the few sources that they provided. The first one, are you familiar with the media in the United States, for example, NPR, National Public?
Yeah, I know that.
That's a very credible source. I mean, everybody understand that. It could be liberal at times, but in general, the reporting is very good. Then things like Associated Press, which is the largest media organization in the world. As you probably heard, many media entities, they say according to Associated Press, and so on and so forth. So the sources that they provided in my judgment, are credible. And I explained to you, when these agencies, they report something like Associated Press, they do a great job. They have 8,000 staff throughout the world, and that's the greatest media organization in the world. They do their darn best to go to the field with the reporters. They hear the first-hand account of what's going on in the field, and then they assess their information, they compile it, they report it because they have their credibility. Let me just finish. Because they have their credibility of the information is online. If they are not sure about something that they're reporting, they say, for example, Associated Press has not been able to independently confirm this information. So what else can I do? I mean, that's all we have. Do you want me to go to some truck driver who had a good or bad experience at the crossing at Egypt and get some
No,
information?
I don't want to do it, but the ABC of the journalism is to mention your source. Who is your source? Every professional journalist would know this. When there's no source mentioned and just 1, 2, 3 newspapers have posted the incident or like that report, why would I believe? Especially if it doesn't make sense. Because again, you would pay for those trucks.
Right, brother.
People would pay for themselves to cause a crossing and unscramble. Like who would pay for it?
I mean, brother, this is basically what you're saying. What this is called the argument from incredulity, right, or divine fallacy. And what it means is that there's a proposition, it has to be false because it contradicts his personal expectations or beliefs. You see, so this is a fallacy. It's a mental condition that we're gonna keep. We're not psychiatrists, so it's not our
I'm
job
not
to get
being
this guy.
emotional. It's not just I don't want to believe it.
not
I'm
our job.
giving you facts, but you're just using that narrative to prove me wrong.
That's what I said.
And it doesn't matter. Like, let me say Egypt is charging that. Then what? Would that solve the problem? Why are you trying to find someone to blame? What you all do, you all need therapy, not me. You all can see the situation and you're afraid to blame Hamas, so you're finding someone else. This is what you're all doing.
So you don't think that Egypt is working with America and the Zionists? You don't believe that?
American Zionists are asking Egypt to approve the moving people from Gaza to Egypt since like 1 year or more, and Egypt is disapproving this. So how come it's working with?
They're working, right? They're working to deny the Palestinian people the aid. Matter of fact, that you know what? That's a good point that you made, because it shows that it's going to come back and bite them. If they didn't do something in the first place, same thing with Jordan now. Now Jordan is saying, okay, let's get our army together, blah blah blah, and then now you see, because you, Egypt, didn't do what you were supposed to do. You tried to help America, and now thinking that was going to be it, and now it's coming back to bite you. America's taking
What
advantage
we
of
were
it now.
supposed to do, Zero. What we were supposed to. Do you think making a starvation is in our favor? Like, if we don't want the people to be immigrated, we would starve them.
No, you could deny all. Listen, they just did a $35 billion gas deal with the Zionists. They could have not done that. They could have gone and got their
Egypt
gas
did not
from
pay
Iran.
that.
They could have gone and get their gas from any other place.
Egypt did not pay that money. That money is supposed to be paid on 15 years.
It's a $35 billion gas deal. They did a deal with them.
On 15
Right?
years.
They did, right? They traded with them, and they're also trading across the border with them all the time.
Yeah.
And they've been buying gas from them, and Jordan. Jordan and Egypt have been buying gas from these people for years.
Israel have been buying gas from us till 2010.
You could cut off your trading. You could cut off airspace.
We
Same
started.
thing Turkey did, dude. There's a lot of things you can do.
Cut off the gas for a week.
Turkey did that yesterday.
They'll feel freaking Russian. What is this? Why are you working at this job?
Come again? Why what?
Why are you working with Israel to begin with? Why?
Not at all. And especially when you're right next door. And they want to bring these people into your Sinai. So you have to do more than that. Now it's a little bit too.
Yes, I agree. What I wanted is that we can take all the people in and get them to the western side of Egypt, so they would be away. Or to kick them out, one of those.
You're not, dude, you're not taking these people. Listen, you don't take people from their own homes. And the other brother, I don't know if he's still here, the other brother was saying something about, oh, well, you know, if I were me, I would leave. But if you look at the videos, like Al Jazeera has videos of it, they go out and they talk to the people. And the guy is like, we're destroyed, my family's dead, I'm not fucking leaving here. I'm staying in Gaza. I'm going to die in Gaza, if that's the case. But I'm not leaving. So I don't know what people are talking about. Oh, well, if you open the gates, they'll leave. The people said, I don't give a fuck. I said, I lost my family. I lost my home. I'm not leaving. I'm still not leaving.
In 2007, they stormed all over the Egyptian border, and they came all in Egypt, allowed them in a city called Arish. Lots, like thousands and thousands, like a lot of people, like tens of thousands.
When you get to at least a million, let me know.
In such circumstances, it will be for sure millions. Who would love
And
to
at that
stay in
time, in 2007, they didn't look at it as a permanent. They looked at it as, well, shit's going down. Did they go back? Yeah, they went back.
Why do you think the price came up to $5,000?
Listen, in 2007, are they there? The people that went across in 2007, where are they now?
We got them back. There were some.
They're back in Gaza, you see? That's what they thought at that time. This time, they know that these people want to get rid of them permanently.
Yeah.
So it's not the same as it was in 2007.
So this is why we're not allowing it. Yeah. So if we're working with them, we would have allowed it. But no, we are not allowing it.
What? The people said they're not leaving. I don't understand what you're saying.
A very simple question is, what if they all leave? What do you think is going to happen to that land? Take a wild.
Israel will take over.
Exactly.
Israel will.
That ends it.
We know this, man. I'm just trying to explain to him, like, if Egypt was working with the American and the Zionists, we would have got all the people in. For me, as a person, I wanted this to happen, like, from...
Where they are. Keep them in.
Yeah, I'm just empathizing with the people because this is too much what's happening to them. But what should have really happened is to kick Hamas out since the 7th of October, because we all know what's gonna happen. Like
Why?
this is repetitive.
Dude, why are you kicking Hamas out of their land? I don't understand. Why are you saying that?
Because they're dumb.
Oh, here we go now.
So
The
how
emotions
about
again.
how about we remove all the Iranian proxies from the Lebanese and the Mediterranean side? That is the only thing. Let me tell you what is going to happen there. Israel is going to take a. Why do you think Israel wants Iran weakened? Because of their proxies. The idea of Greater Israel is being stopped by resistance groups, which are proxies of Iran and resistance groups like Hamas. Hamas did not start off as an armed.
Wani, I want to tell you something because you're not from the region. Israel does not fear those groups. They're using them to have the upper strategic hand in the region.
They cannot
the Israel is the armies, like the Egyptian army. Yes, you're not seeing it doing anything because it's an army. It would not just move like militias. When it would move, there will be no coming back. So the move is calculated. Everything is calculated. Iran can do such things because it doesn't have borders with Israel. So there could be some bombing here and there. The Houthi can do this, some bombing here and there. The Hezbollah is not even a militia, but Egypt as an army, if the first bullet got out, there is no coming back, and it's gonna be a full-scale war in the whole region, and the whole region will burn because Egypt trusts the Israeli army, and that would summon the American people and other great powers on the world. So the whole region would burn, and this is the Iranian agenda, by the way. So the whole thing, the 7th of October, just think about it. A militia like Hamas taking 250 hostages. What would they do? Like, if you are one of their leaders, what would be your next phase? Nothing. They just wanted this to happen. They got this to happen each 2 years, and each time it ended in 1 week or something. But this time they made sure they would control the end of it. So they're taking 250 hostages. As long as they have them, the war would still be on, and the pressure would be on the populations next door, because no one would be able to watch this happening live 24/7. They want the big countries next to them to get involved in the war, so it would be a full chaos in the region. So then the things could be redistributed. The Iranian regime thinks that a situation like this would grant them more leverage in the area, in the region, because right now the Saudi family, the Khaliji ruling families, they do have all the leverage, and also, of course, the Egyptian army. They don't want this. They want to redistribute the whole thing. And Hamas, as a stupid extremist group, they thought that this is their best hope. So they said, yeah, let's sacrifice our people and the whole region, and let's do this. This is stupid. Like, zero, you need to understand how Hamas was created. Netanyahu created Hamas.
No,
to
really,
divide.
like, are you blaming this on Iran?
Yes, of course.
Not only are you creating with the enemy,
all of this
now
is
you're
Iranian
blame it on
agenda.
Iran. Like, how
Yes,
shameless are you, man?
all of this is Iranian
How
agenda.
shameless are you? Not
100%.
only have you not
You are not just saying this. I also think you're deeply ungrateful.
Come again, one.
Okay, let me just conclude my discussion with Zero really quickly. So Zero, I don't know the answer to this question, but if Palestinians in Gaza, they had a choice, free from Hamas's pressure, or would they leave Gaza or not right now? I don't know. But it seems to me, based on what I've heard, and I cannot tell you exactly the source, that thousands of people actually are trying to flee Gaza to Palestine and go to Egypt and other places, probably more. And that Palestinians in Gaza right now would not leave and say, oh, this is my homeland, which it is. I'm not quite sure that would be it seems to me that people would leave. Do you have any information that it says otherwise, except for anecdotal kind of thing that you heard here, is there a kind of statistics or somebody interviewed with a sample large enough that be representative of what people are thinking if they had the opportunity would leave the country or not? I mean, outside Gaza. I don't know the answer, but it seems to me that but maybe I'm not right that because there's no information.
There's reports.
I know people
Hold on,
in Gaza right now, and I can
hang on,
send you their
Chico. There are reports in 2025, Ali, that indicate that Hamas officials have expressed a willingness to give up administrative governance of Gaza to a unified Palestinian body. However, the group has repeatedly stated it would not disarm or leave Gaza under a different set of conditions. These two positions, giving up administrative control versus disarming and exiling, have been a major sticking point with ceasefire talks. So they want to keep the weapon as like a resistance, right? They don't mind being resistance against the occupier, but they are willing to give the administrative control to other parties.
Where's Amir?
This is the problem.
It's not a troll, but we have to understand.
Okay, sit in the audience. Go in the audience yourself, or I move you down. You want to go in the audience? Yeah, some people come up but uninvited. I don't invite you for, if you want to come up and troll, just shut the fuck up then. Shut your fucking mouth. Go to a different room. Why are you here? There's a genocide going on, and they come into this room to troll. Ali, the report that it was reported in NBC. I actually pulled out the Google AI. Let me see if I can put the link in the chat. So the problem is, the PA, Netanyahu doesn't want the PA, doesn't want Hamas. Now, in my opinion, he wants the Abu Shabaab. Abu Shabaab is, we talked about this earlier, right? Which is the ISIS, right? And that's run by, Netanyahu. And that's the feeling I have about it. That's what they're talking about, So Hamas is willing to give the administrative control up to whoever they want to give it up to, doesn't matter, Palestinian body. What do you think about that, Ali?
Okay, number one, the article that you posted, there was nothing in there that it says Abu Shabaab gang in Gaza, supported by Israel, is an ISIS group. Well, if you read the paragraph, it says some linkages to ISIS. So I would not make.
No, not
what you're saying.
Identified with ISIS. Do you want me to read it out to you?
No, yeah, read that paragraph that it talks about Abu Shabaab and the ISIS relationship. Yeah, read that together. Go ahead.
Sure, let me pull it up again. Netanyahu, let me pull up the article.
Hey, I just posted for Ali. I just posted one video for you, Ali, where Palestinians are telling the news people that they'll never leave. And there's more videos I could give you. Maybe I'll post one other for you.
Thank you, Zero. I'm not seeing it actually.
All right, so
yeah, I got it.
I'll read it out to the room. The Israeli government is giving weapons to a group of criminals and felons identified with Islamic State. The direction of the Prime Minister, Lieberman charged. To my knowledge, this did not go through approval by the cabinet. What is identified with Islamic State, Ali?
Yeah, what that means, identified, is basically that to me it means they follow the ideology of ISIS.
Nope. If you Google it, there's an article, I believe Wikipedia or something, that said they have a direct link to ISIS in Egypt. And they were in, these people were locked up under Hamas in Palestinian prison. until they flattened and they bombed the shit out of Gaza prison. Well, let's go around the room. Let's ask Nergis. Nergis, if the article says identified with ISIS, and this is official from Israel, that would be ISIS, would it not? So I think maybe different interpretation. I guess maybe you're understanding it in a different manner. If this is official from Knesset,
No, what I mentioned, when saying identify with ISIS, that means they're following ISIS's principle. In a sense, they're ISIS. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they also could also mean
Means what?
affiliation.
Yeah, it could be that. That's the way I took it actually, or a linkage. But now that I missed that word identify with.
Yeah, do you want me to put the article in the chat? I'll put it in there.
No, I grabbed it.
I need to understand something. Kicking Hamas out isn't the solution. What is the solution?
That's for your buddy Bibi to decide, right? Because he fucked up.
And you continue trading with me a little bit more and safeguard your own freedom.
Go ask Netanyahu what's he going to do, because he can't defeat Hamas, so he better come up with another plan.
Come on, man. We as
And there's four
I
IDF
don't think
soldiers.
we're with this round to begin with. And that again posing the same question.
What's the question?
Go ask Netanyahu that question. Say, what the fuck are you going to do now? Because you know, and your IDF commander who you want to go defeat Hamas tells you we cannot defeat Hamas. He wants him to make a deal because he says my army is being depleted, my weapons are being depleted. I can't win this thing. What the fuck do you want me to do? They had an argument about this.
They didn't
So
want
now
to defeat Hamas. They want to keep it like this because the more Hamas is there, the more they can destroy and annoy the people and push them out. If they defeated Hamas in 2 weeks, this all would have ended and concluded, and people would have been living safe.
You asked, dude, do you know your question? You want me to repeat your question to you?
I said, what is the solution?
If they cannot get rid of Hamas, what is the solution, right?
For us,
get Hamas to leave.
the solution for us, the Palestinian people supporters, not for the Israeli. They're not the ones who are dying. We are dying.
I throw my hands up, dude. That's for them to decide. I can't make a decision. Why would you even ask somebody who's not there in the battlefield to make a decision for them? Go ask Brother Haddad, who's the leader right now of the forces in Gaza, and he's doing a damn good. I'm glad he came in. They call him the Ghost of Gaza. He helped plan October 7th.
What would he do?
And he's now leading them now. And he's the one that this is what I've been saying all along. Number one, why is it you don't shoot at the helicopters? And Amir, they'll tell you that here. Stop. Let me finish. Amir is here, and Amir and others have always said, well, we Muslims, we don't fire on the helicopter. Fuck that. Fire on the fucking helicopter. Like the Vietnamese. Anything the United States star on it, they fucking fired at it. Now Haddad had them do that in Beit Hanun. They fired on the helicopters. They took 4 soldiers hostage.
What about the F-35?
Brother Haddad is I don't know if he sat down and read the Vietnam General Giap's book on how to fucking be a guerrilla force and to fight and defeat an enemy that's 10 times bigger than you. But he's definitely bringing these guys in step. And if they keep battling the way they're battling, it's fucking over. These guys have an extra breath.
Vietnam wasn't an open land. Please understand.
This is now the second half of the game. The first half, okay, maybe Zionists were winning 23-3. But now these guys are scoring like every other time they get the ball. So now it's like 23-17. I'm telling you, man. This were a soccer match. If there were a soccer match in the first half, the Zionists were winning like 7-0, but now the score is 7-4.
People are dying, man.
They're killing them, man. This right. The Zionists are dying. They're dying, and they need to understand that. They're going to keep dying. They're going to keep being wounded. They're going to keep losing equipment. They're going to keep losing. They can't go anywhere in the fucking world except fucking Cyprus. The only fucking place they can go is fucking Cyprus. Every other place in the world doesn't want them.
Oh my, you live in your own world. The Palestinian people who are dying, not the Israeli people. And it's gonna happen like this no matter how
Israeli
much
people are dying and wounded. Dude, they're dying and wounded. The soldiers are dying and wounded. Dude,
No,
dude,
they're
they
not.
they have like 20,000 fucking wounded soldiers. They say that
And that's
9,000 of them have PTSD.
And that's nothing. Yeah, but
One soldier was sleeping with his friends in a barracks, and he woke up with a fucking nightmare, grabbed his rifle, and started shooting in the fucking barracks.
compared to
This is what you have to
100,000
live with.
dead body, this is nothing. Like
Anyway,
they have double
I think,
or triple the number.
hang on, brother, hang on. So it's, we'll see what happens down the road, but at this moment, I think they're gonna, hopefully they do a ceasefire so we could, we could maybe move on to where, hopefully they could do a little bit of ceasefire. And get their hostages released as well. Palestinian hostages are in Israeli dungeons, right? That was the objective for 7th of October, to grab some of the IDF soldiers, to exchange them for their own people.
But they just started full-scale occupation yesterday.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're going based on a Zionist talking point, 7th of October, 7th of October, 7th of October. You keep bringing up 7th of October.
The problem would be Palestinians like that we're not realistic.
Mister, they're under, occupation for more than 50 years. Why don't you talk about over 76 years of fucking oppression and suppression? Why don't you talk about that? You bring
When I have the luxury,
just a Zionist talking about.
the luxury to do
you
so,
support
I
Israel?
would do it.
Do you support Israel?
No.
Should Israel exist?
They built the country. It's not
Okay, so they should exist, right?
They built their country. There are 10 million people living.
That's right.
So
they
yes,
should exist. You believe that they have the right to exist, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You know that makes you a Zionist, by the way?
No, that would make me enormous.
Do you not know the definition of Zionism?
What do you mean? Like, should we eliminate 10 million people? Should that be happening?
No, Mister.
And you're so angry that they want to eliminate.
Listen, you asked a question. You have to give other person to respond. You can't have this fucking monologue, okay? Nobody's saying to annihilate, people. People are saying the state of Israel, should it exist or should they coexist with each other? I asked you a question and you're a fucking Zionist. You believe that the state should exist. They build their state because your Egyptian government recognized Israel as a state. Yeah, that makes you a Zionist by default. And what is the meaning of Zionism? Go on, tell us, educate us. What is the meaning of Zionism?
Yeah, Zionism is to take over the Palestinian land and to give it to those people to make the country and so forth. But no, I'm not being Zionist or anything.
Okay. How was this country created? Can you tell the room, how was this country created?
Yeah, like that part of the world was occupied after the Ottoman Empire has collapsed. The British took over, and then there was the issues with the Jews in Europe. They were persecuted everywhere, not basically just in Europe. And there was Hitler and stuff. So they were seeking another place to locate them. So they were like choosing between some place in South America and another place, which is the current one. And they chose this one because of the relevancy within the Judaism and all of this. And that's not fair. Because when Netanyahu would speak
I asked you a question. When was it created and how was it created, right? Can you keep it short? Let's focus on 1940s.
No, give you the full thing. You cannot just so you just want to make it start on 48.
The state was hold on. When was the state created? When was the state created?
Yeah, after the 48. Yes, after that war.
Not after. In 48 it was created, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, when was the partition plan?
The partition plan? I don't know.
In 47. When the Palestinian Arabs denied the partition plan, what ended up happening?
The 48 war.
No. They started doing, they went from one village to another to ethnically cleanse Palestinians out of their own homes here. I'll put the link in the chat. Read the second paragraph. This is a UN report.
I do believe that they've done that, yes.
Hang on. This is how this Jewish state was created, by ethnically cleansing Palestinians out of their own homes, lands, farms, and whatnot. So it started in 47. It turned into full-blown war in 1948 after they called it Israel.
Yeah.
Because it was unfair to the Arabs, because they were offered a smaller piece of land for a majority of the population. And
the USA had the right
hold
to
on,
that.
Mr. Jews were offered a bigger piece of a land that they were in minority. And the way American was involved, Harry S. Truman, that was the president of America, he received letter bombs, 1 million, postcards, and there was a lot of pressure from Zionism and Zionist entities and a whole bunch of gangs in America. That's why he was on part of the UN partition plan. And he had to do arm twisting with other country leaders to be part of the UN partition plan in 1947. Okay? And British was not part of it. You know why? British in 1939, after the white papers, which were issued in 1939, they decided not to give these fucking Zionists a state, a Jewish state. First, according to Balfour Declaration, they said yes. But as the time went by, there was Arab revolt, which took place in 1930s, in late 1930s, and they came up with the Beale Commission report. They came up with the white papers. After 1939, they decided not to give these fuckers a state. What ended up happening? The fucking Jewish militia, which was a lady, they approached a fucking Nazi to get some help to get rid of the British mandate leaders and whatnot. And you know what the Nazis said to the Jewish militia in 1940 to 41? They said, fuck no, we're not helping you. Then what did they do? They started preparing for the attacks. They started doing a whole bunch of attacks. In 1945, they killed one of the British mandate leaders in Cairo. In 1946, they did the King Hotel David bombing and a whole bunch of other attacks. 1947, they killed two of the leaders of the British mandate. 1947, that's when the partition plan was offered to both parties. The Jews accepted it. Arabs denied it. The reason why? Jews had everything to gain. Arabs had everything to fucking lose. And that's when they denied it, Jewish militias went from one village to another to ethnically cleanse them. I put the UN report in the chat. Read it and get it through your fucking dickhead. Okay? Read the second paragraph in there. Jewish militias, according to Ilan Pape, that's an Israeli historian, according to Benny Morse, Israeli historian, ethnic cleansing happened. They kicked people out, they forced them out. Some people got scared, they left on their own. In 1948, when the war happened, after they called it Israel, the military from the Arab side, they weren't even prepared. They didn't have proper uniform, they didn't have fucking proper weaponry, none of that shit, right? And they weren't even trained. And some of these people were resisting. They grabbed whatever they could. Some people, they even grabbed shovels and whatnot to fight against these Zionists. And these Zionists were well trained because they were trained under World War I, World War II, and a whole bunch of, they even served with the fucking Nazis. And they were prepared. And after they won the so-called war, more than 750,000 people were, ethnically cleansed. The UN mediator was assigned to this project, to this case. He wanted to mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews. He comes out, he writes a bunch of reports, he meets up with a whole bunch of people, and then he was on his way back to his office or home, whatever. He gets assassinated by Jewish militia. In spite of him getting fucking assassinated in 1949, a fucking UN recognizes this Jewish state, a terrorist fucking state. They said that the U.S. was part of it. U.S. was forcing the UN and forced a whole bunch of leaders to fucking recognize the Jewish state. And 1949, that's when UNRWA was created. There have been refugees since 1949. You see what I'm saying? So if the state was created by ethnically cleansing, killing, raping their women and little girls, according to Tentura, this state should fucking exist. Why did they have to create a fucking state?
How was
So
America
people
created?
disgusting. Hold on. Disgusting people like you that support the, they have the right to exist. It's a country. It makes you a fucking Zionist. You are a Zionist motherfucker. You fucking Zionist piece of shit.
I am not. I'm just
You
being
are a
realistic.
Zionist
This
piece
is
of
not
shit. You
what
are a
I
Zionist
want.
piece of shit.
If I wanted the Israeli state to exist, yes, that would have made me a Zionist. But I'm being realistic. Yes, they should exist because they have created their country. The same thing happened with America. America ethnically cleansed the American Indians, and everyone knows it, and you know it. And still, it's a country. They built a country. They managed to grow a whole population and culture and everything.
Do the Native Americans are able to move freely in America? Can they buy land? Can they open up a business anywhere in America?
Right now, yes, but not then.
Okay, so why are they not allowed, the Native Palestinians, back into their own homes? And the keys,
Right now, for them is like then for you. Like at the beginning of that, they weren't allowed to do anything.
Mister, I'm not talking about right now. 1948, there's a UN resolution that says right of return. Why aren't they allowed to come back since 1948?
Yeah, because it's different here. For the American case, they took all over the land and they created the country. There was like total absolute power and control, but this is not the case here. Some of the land they haven't taken it, and they're trying to take it.
They only bought 6.6% of the land, not fucking all of it. Okay, get your fucking facts straight. I'm asking you, why aren't they allowing why aren't they allowing Palestinians back into their homes? This is 1948.
Yeah, because they want this thing, the Palestinian cause, to end. They are trying to kill the whole Palestinian thing. This is what they want. So when groups like Hamas act like this, you're giving them what they want.
There was Hamas in 1947, 48?
No, there wasn't Hamas in 48.
So I asked you a question in 48, the right of return. Why did they allow them back into their homes? 1949, 50, 51, 52. Why did they allow them back into their homes?
Because they're doing what they can do to kill the Palestinian cause. But what they couldn't have usually done is to take their air fighters and bomb everything.
Do you see how wrong your fucking statement is? That they have the right to exist, their country, blah blah blah. That's what makes you a Zionist. You justify it.
Dude, this is not what I want. Again, what I want is for Palestinian people to take all over the land. But we need to be realistic. This is what I'm saying. You cannot ignore the facts. You cannot ignore that we're discussing nuclear trade right now.
Bro, first you denied that Egyptian people are not charging $5,000 or $20,000 per truck.
I did admit
I proved you wrong. I gave you data. You're just an idiot, right? You loser, right? Because you were nationalistic. You want to protect your Egyptian government. And when I asked you about should Israel exist, you're like, yeah, it's a country. They made it into a country. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
They should.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it makes you a Zionist. You're a fucking Zionist.
Call me what you want. I don't care. But I'm trying to figure out.
That's the definition of Zion. Go based on the definition. Go read the definition of what Zionism is. Go read it, and then come back.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain. This is not what I want.
I don't want your explanation. I want to go based on the definition of Zionism.
I don't want them to be in the region, but you cannot ignore the fact.
Mister, I asked you a question. You go look into the definition of Zionism.
I know the definition, but why do you want
what is the definition of Zionism? What is the definition of Zionism?
It's to promote the Jews taking over this piece of land. It's as simple as that. But we're not living on the La La Land. Again, this is not what I want, but this is how to
you said it earlier. They have the right to exist, and you're okay with that, and you said you support it. It's okay. They built the country.
Pragmatically and realistically, yes.
Okay. So
what
you
would you
support
say?
Israel.
Okay. So you think Israel doesn't have the right to exist?
If it was built with consent, sure. But without consent, Fuck no, they were coexisting with each other. They were living side by side. Why the fuck did they need to build a fucking state? Go and answer me that question. Why British decided not to give these people a state after the white papers? They said it's going to be a Palestinian state in the next 10 years. Why the fuck did these fuckers have to build a state? Go on, tell me. Answer me that question. You're not going to be able to answer me that question.
Because of the trauma that happened.
Okay, why? What trauma? Can you tell me what trauma?
Yeah, the Holocaust and all of this.
Hang on. The Holocaust, hold on. According to the State Department government, the people that are connected to the Holocaust is less than, 150,000, 200,000. So my question again to you.
This is not a small number to begin with.
How many people live on the land? How many people live on the land? How many people live on the land?
Right now, 7 billion. But what's been reported regarding the Holocaust was millions, not just 100,000.
No.
That's not the point.
No. It wasn't million. Go look it up. Go look up your data. Go look it up.
I did. But the number.
No, you haven't. You just lie. You lie everything. Even when you breathe, you're lying.
Dude, we as Muslims, we know the persecution. We are the most persecuted group of people. So I know what they meant when it said that the Jews were persecuted on the 1950s and before that. So they were persecuted, obviously. No one can deny that. But you should not keep the cycle going like this. Like right now, you're creating another persecuted group in Gaza. Like, what do you think? Like you said it yourself. If you're doing all of this to me, wouldn't I be an extremist? Hell yeah, I'm gonna be an extremist. So what would you expect out of those 2 million people? Like psychologically, what happened to them? What would they do? You know?
This is not new. I don't know why you seem to think you as an Egyptian.
What's happening is new, Nigel.
This is not
they were
new.
Never a starvation there before. Look it up.
Fine, but the tyranny and the oppression is not new. If not to starve, they've been doing other things.
To this extent,
slowly and steadily.
People were living there in Argus. There were universities.
So Mr. Chico, whatever the fuck your name is, Mr. Chico, I'll read you the stats now, okay? Between 1945 to 48, about 85,000 to 120,000 Holocaust survivors managed to reach Palestine. Okay? So can you please tell me, now let's talk about the facts. So you said these people were persecuted, like Muslims, we have faced it, blah, 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 blah. When you come up here, you make claims, you better provide data on this, okay? Mister, my question to you, people that are living on this land, it's less than 200,000 that are connected to Holocaust. The rest of them, they came in from different places. In Iraq, what they did, fake bomb attacks. There's an Iraqi Jew that he wrote a book on this. That the Zionists came in, they did fake bomb attacks to scare the shit out of the Jews. They did it in a whole bunch of other countries, and guess what ended up happening? People got scared because they did not want to get killed, right? And that's why they kind of some of them forced them out, some of them treated them like shit because of Zionists. Okay, this whole Zionism was a disease, is a disease to the fucking Middle East. My question to you believe in the existence of Israel at the cost of dead bodies of Palestinians, right? So my question again to you, you want the state to exist. You don't want them to coexist with each other, right? Which you support. You support the creation of the state of disgusting criminal Zionist entity called Israel on the dead bodies of Palestinians when they ethnically cleansed them. They even raped little girls. This was in Tentura. If you want the Tentura documentary, I can provide it to you. Do you have time to watch it? It's about an hour and 30 minutes. Yeah, you have time?
I've got your point.
Literally, the fucking elderly IDF are laughing and talking about how they raped little girls going from one village to another and how they killed people. They did the Deir Yassin massacre. Fucking, they killed 100 or 150 Palestinians in one of the villages, without even asking them questions. They just massacred a whole bunch of people, right? This is what you support. So I want you to stand on it. Don't try to change your fucking disgusting position that you hold. You are a Zionist motherfucker. That's it. Yeah, you're Egyptian. You're nationalistic son of a bitch. Hold on. You're nationalist Egyptian. And remove the Muslim. Hold on. Remove the Muslim idol over your fucking head, because that contradicts with your Egyptian identity. You know, you're supposed to be Muslim first and fucking Egyptian second, but in your case, you're Egyptian first, then Muslim.
No, do you think it's good for Egypt to have Israel next door? No, it's not. And I've got your point. So you meant the Jewish people living in Israel right now who are connected to the Holocaust. That's not more than 100 to 150,000. Yeah. But the Holocaust claimed the lives of approximately 6 million Jews.
I'm not talking about Holocaust claim.
You're not talking
because what did the Palestinians do? They did not do shit to these people. They're not responsible. They should go after Nazis.
Yeah. True story. So
then why the fuck are you bringing up Holocaust? Why are you bringing up Holocaust?
I'm not supporting the whatever massacres happened anywhere. I brought the Holocaust to tell you why they created that state from the first place. It was a trauma where all of these individuals, the world felt guilty, and they did that. So it wasn't supposed to be happening like that.
That's not
the idea that Israel was created as a refuge for Jews in Europe to escape persecution is absolute bullshit. Right?
What?
Like if in 19, 20, 30, 40, 50, if you were actually like a persecuted Jew, poor, living in a ghetto somewhere, and you signed up to come to Israel or Palestine, you would have been rejected because you were exactly the type of motherfucker that the Zionists did not want in Israel. They wanted rich fucking people who had money to come to Israel. They did not want.
That's true, Mister. They wanted rich.
Just chill. They did not want your average, poor, uneducated, lower class.
Who would do the labor work anywhere?
They didn't want anywhere near Israel. Bro, can you just chill? Like, I'm just trying to offer a thought, bro, and then I'll be done, and then you can continue. I'm just saying, like, just look into it, man. Like, they did not want destitute, poor, downtrodden Jews because they're trying to build a country, and they need people with money. They need people with resources. They need people that can start businesses. They need people who are who have resources. Just look into it. Anybody couldn't just come to Israel. You had to have the means to get there. You had to have the means to survive once you were there. This was not some escape for all the Jews to just come from worldwide and just have a place to be safe for once. That's not what the fuck Zionism was about. It was not about some kind of fucking refuge. It was about coming back to claim the Holy Land because of a promise God gave them 3,000 fucking years ago. That's what it's about. Zionism started pre-Holocaust. Zionism started in like 1850, like late 1800s. That's where the idea comes from, right? Not from the Holocaust. It came from the idea that like, hey, if you got some fucking money, you got some resources, we got this plan to take over this little parcel that was promised to us 3,000 years ago. So sign up on your little sheet and get your ass over here and help us build this fucking nation, right? But you had to have something. You had to have resources. More people were rejected. More Jews were rejected to come to Israel than were allowed to come. They only wanted the best and the brightest. So, like, throw away this idea that Israel's a place for fucking persecuted people. No, it's a place for socio and psychopaths to come and fucking commit genocide and shit. Like, that's what it is. These people were stealing a piece of land based on a biblical promise. Not biblical, whatever, rabbinical, I don't know what the fuck you call it. Based on a religious promise. Like, that's what the fuck it is. So, like, don't morph it into something that it's not.
Okay, so I want actually to have a discussion with you. So, do you know Theodore Herzl?
Yes.
So, what was his idea about the Zionism? Wasn't it literally to give them a state, to get them to escape from the persecution in Europe? Wasn't it said literally like this?
Look, there may have been propaganda that put for Israel, or the need for Israel was to have a place for persecuted Jews to go, then all persecuted Jews would have been allowed to go. But that's simply historically not what happened. Being a persecuted Jew was not like okay, you think like, oh, the places for persecuted Jews, I'm a persecuted Jew, so check mark right there next to persecuted Jew, I should be able to come. That's not what happened. Like 90% of Jews who tried to come to Israel, 90% of Jews who tried to come to Israel were rejected for the project. Like they weren't allowed to come. Only the cream of the crop were allowed to come. So it wasn't just like, that was like propaganda, bro, or like, that was like, some shit they might have said to make it sound good. But in practice, 90% of people who tried to come were fucking not allowed. Only the richest, brightest, smartest, most professional, with the most skills were allowed to come.
It's still not making it sound good. Taking other people's land to create land for someone else, like to solve someone's problem on the coast of someone else. This is not making it sound good. But like again, who would do the labor work if that's the case?
The best and the brightest. The best and the brightest. I mean, this is just historically what happened.
This was the 50s, so
Are you familiar with this idea that I'm like telling you? Like, just spend like 5 minutes maybe, and look into like the types of Jews that were allowed to come to.
You look into Havar transfer agreement between the Nazis and the Zionists.
You seem to have you proffered the idea that Israel was a place for persecuted Jews to go, and I'm just simply saying that's not what it was. It was not a place for persecuted Jews, because if it was, then the requirement to come should be, hey, I'm a Jew being persecuted, let me come. Why did they reject 90% of those people? It was not a place for persecuted Jews. It was a place that religious Jews wanted to take back because it was promised to them 3,000 years ago. That's what it is. That's all it is. It's a religious fanatic that decided that they needed a place, and they picked that place.
Look into Havana Transfer Agreement, Mr. Havana Transfer Agreement, which was issued in 1933. Look into it. Which Jews were allowed into British Mandate Palestine, and you'll get your answer. And what he's saying is true, actually. What Sydney's saying is true. They were cherry picking who's allowed and who's not allowed, and they were only picking the people that were the richest Jews. The other ones were not allowed. They wouldn't qualify to move to British Mandate Palestine.
The point is, I've seen testimonials from Egyptian Jews, and they're saying that Abdel Nasser literally kicked them out. I shouldn't be saying this in a nationalist.
What year?
54 or something like that.
I'm not talking about. We're not talking about 54. We're talking about the early, 1920s, 1930s, 40s. The wire transfer took place in 1933. Go look into it. We're talking about before the creation of Jewish state.
I understand. I'm not a big fan of the Israel country. I do say that it's a criminal.
No, you support Israel. You support Israel.
No.
Yeah, you did. You're Zionist.
No, I told you they have the right to exist because they built the country. So what would you do with them?
So that's supporting. I didn't say to kill them. I said they were coexisting. They can coexist, but the problem is, as soon as you say they have the right to exist, the country now, blah blah blah, you are promoting, supporting. And that's what makes you a Zionist. So you are a Zionist, and just call it, I'm a Zionist. I'm an Egyptian Zionist. Who cares, right? So we know that you come from a Zionist position. You're okay with the state there. You're okay with the fucking Zionist entity. Zionism literally means ethnic cleansing, fucking genociding, expansioning, doing the expansion of the project, taking over a whole bunch of countries. Using iron wall. I mean, what was it? Iron fist or iron wall, according to Jabotinsky. That was one of the founding fathers of Israel.
The Iron Dome.
No, not the Iron Dome. It was a. You were thinking Iron Fist or something. It was Iron Fist, or I'm gonna have to look. I have a book of it.
Which means putting
Would you?
Here, look. What? I just looked up the transfer agreement. The Nazis wanted Jews to leave Germany, but were opposing strict capital controls. The Havar Agreement allowed immigrating Jews to deposit money in Germany, which would then be used to purchase German goods for export to Palestine. Financial deposit requirement. A Jew seeking a certificate to Palestine under the transfer agreement usually had to deposit a substantial sum, equivalent to around $5,000 today, in a German account. This was far beyond the means of poor Jews. British immigration quotas. Entry into British mandated Palestine was governed by immigration certificates issued under British rules. These were tied to economic absorptive capacity of Palestine and were divided into categories. Capitalist immigrants, those who brought in excess of that $5,000 or 1,000 British pounds, got certificates almost automatically. Workers and laborers needed sponsorship by Zionist labor organizations and had to show and prove that they were employable in agriculture and industry. Coordination with Jewish agencies. The Jewish agency allotted the certificates, favoring people with resources and skills useful for building the Jewish community, or people with political connections. Were poor Jews rejected? Yes, generally. The transfer agreement overwhelmingly benefited middle-class and wealthy German Jews who had assets to transfer. Poor Jews with few skills and little money were rarely accepted under the Havara framework. Some labor immigrants were admitted separately under labor Zionist programs, but the spots were tightly rationed. This meant that large numbers of poor German Jews, shopkeepers, clerks, older people, or those without agricultural and technical skills were left behind. Many of them later perished in the Holocaust. This is just 1933, but this was the entire vibe of the time and the movement. Was if you were poor, you couldn't fucking come. They didn't want you. It was not a place for persecuted Jews.
You would have got access. So it does make sense.
What did you say? Sorry, would you repeat that?
If you were poor, you would have been denied. Yes, okay. But if you were poor and skilled, you would have got access.
No, rarely. If you were poor and you had technical skills, you would rarely get access. Okay, you had to be like, if you were like a poor ghetto like Jew, like literally like not in the political class, not in the moneyed class, you were looked down upon even by other Jews in Europe. Like there was no like racial harmony or like racial homogeny or anything. Like that might be the wrong word. There was no like it wasn't like a holistic group of Jews that just rode for each other, right? Like they weren't this monolith. That's what I'm saying. Like it wasn't a monolith, and all you had to be was a Jew to be a part of the monolith. No, the Jews were a rich political class, right? And those are the kind of Jews that they wanted. So yes, some poor people got there, and apparently there's some Zionist labor organizations because lots of early Jews were not early Jews, but lots of Jews at that time, like their political leanings were kind of socialist or Marxist. So there were like labor exceptions, like organizations that would allow poor people to come, but that was like an exception. That was like a very, very small amount of people. The blanket statement and the way that we're told about this is that the Jews needed a place to escape persecution. And if that is true, then how come 90% of Jews, could you imagine this? Oh shit, there's this new place where we can go to escape being persecuted. Let's go, guys. And you sign up, and 90% of the people who need to escape persecution aren't even allowed to come. So the place isn't a place to escape persecution.
Maybe
the place is a place for a bunch of rich Jews or politically connected Jews to go and to enact a 3,000-year-old promise that God made to them. That's what Zionism is.
It wasn't a picnic. Like going there, it wasn't like a fun trip or something. It was still not a country. They were still hustling and all of this. I'm not against it. Israel is a criminal state. It's a criminal state, 200%. Yes, yes, yes. But what would you do with them? Wouldn't you want to like coexist with them?
How is it Palestinians' fault? Why are you freaking how is that Palestinians' fault?
I'm not saying, never said that.
That's what you're saying right now. That's what you're doing right now.
How? All of us Egyptians wanted the country for Palestinians.
Where did they go? You're putting the blame. You're pretty much implying. Where do you expect them to go? It's Palestinian better than Palestinian. This and that. You're pretty much applying that.
No, I said
you're just an idiot, man. For real.
They created a country and there are 10 million people living there right now. You cannot eliminate them. What would you do with them?
How many were there coming from the? You made a claim earlier, and I had to correct your stupid fucking claim about Holocaust. It was less than 100,000 or 150,000 people that are living there. Man, that are connected to the Holocaust.
Our Arab leaders were corrupted since after Nasser, so they built it all.
He schooled your stupid ass, right? Because you didn't have any knowledge about this, and then you keep coming here making claims.
No, I'm not making claims. I know what I'm speaking of. So yes, they
No,
came
you're
at
not.
48.
You didn't know about Havana Transfer Agreement. Did you know that the second time they approached Hitler was in 1940, a Lehi Jewish militia gang? You know why they approached Hitler? To get rid of the British mandate. Because British mandate leader were getting in the way of creating the Jewish state. Did you know this?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So this is the second time
that we could have done back then because we were occupied. So they should have been kicked out when we got our independence, but we didn't kick them out. So we kept like getting into corrupted leader after the other, and they kept building a whole country, and they managed to do it. There is a second and third generations there now. So what would you do? Like, I'm not cheering for the Israeli people or anything. I'm not supporting them, but like I'm just being realistic. You know.
Okay, be realistic and just stay as Zionistic.
Again, I don't care what you would call me.
You are
but
a Zionist. You are a fucking Zionist.
I'm not that old. We went into a war with Israel. The Egyptian army went.
You're such an apologetic Zionist movement. These are all Zionist talking points.
All of them.
What's the expected outcome of the ongoing situation?
He wants Hamas out, Mergis. He wants
Oh, like, be honest about it. No one's judging. We have Zionists coming and come out of.
They come here all the time. Just come out of the closet. Why are you denying that you're not a Zionist?
No, I'm just like, I do care about the Palestinian people. Like when I say there must be peace, Hamas must be kicked out because what would like?
No, yeah, I don't think you care. I don't think you care when you say you care about Palestinian people. I think it's very debatable.
Why? What I want is for the killing and the starvation stop. Yeah.
Listen
So
to your
how
words,
would that
guys.
stop?
I think you care more about. I think you care more about the ethno-supremacist European Jews who came to the land and conquered it and called it a country.
They did, yes, which is immoral, but like they have built it like through the years. We're speaking decades throughout the corrupted Arab regimes.
Yeah, they build it by Arab regime, by ethnically cleansing Palestinians.
Yeah, by the corruption, and I can be like, we must fight those
support
guys.
the state of
those
Israel by
motherfuckers.
ethnic. No, they created a
Yeah.
state by ethnically cleansing Palestinians, so you support that.
I don't support that, But
You
like,
just said.
what would
Why are you changing the statement now? You did. You said you support it.
like yeah, the solution with this is to go on a full scale war with them.
We're talking about the
And
creation
that
of
would
Israel. You said you
burn that
support it.
war.
It's a country. It's a country. It's this. It's blah 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 blah. Bullshit.
Yeah.
You support the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Just to stand on that.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Why are you so biased? Like,
You're just a disgusting scumbag. Yeah.
Okay.
This is the problem with some of the Zionists.
This
It's okay. I
requires
think,
bias. This issue necessarily requires a bias. This is not one of those cases where you can say, I'm seeing it from both sides.
Guys, it's so simple. I support
No,
Palestine.
you're not.
I want Palestine to have a country because they don't have a country right now. So to get that accomplished, what would we do? We need at least to stop the massacre, the ongoing massacre for 2 years. It needs to stop immediately. How would you achieve that if Hamas is still in Gaza? Israel will never stop as long as Hamas is there. What? What?
Nothing, man. Nothing. Thank you. For sharing.
Yeah, so it would never stop, you know? So this is all that I'm saying. You get them out, you get some Arab forces.
You know this is a Zionist talking point. You know this, right?
How?
That's what the Zionists say all the time.
Hamas is politically stupid group. Like, respect for their resistance and courage and all this, but they are, like, extremely stupid. Or they are, like, betraying the Palestinian people. You know, when they
General deal with this Egyptian Zionists, bro.
Mister, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You're aware that Israel occupied the Sinai Peninsula, right? Many decades ago.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay, why would you have allowed the occupation? Because it's pragmatic and they occupy it.
So basic, of course not.
Would you have been against it?
Man, there is a difference here. We do have an army. We're a country. I'm telling you the difference, that we are an established country with a standing army and all of this. And even back then, there was some guys being like, Sadat is betraying the country, is a traitor, and all of this because he's not going into war.
I don't care about
because, like, let me tell you what's happening. Because he came into presidents on the 1970s. He did not go into war.
I know what the
Not until he was ready.
There was within society and this and that. Don't tell me about
not go to war. You do not go to war if you're not ready. Yeah, my opinion is you do not go to war if you are not ready because you're gonna make it worse. So yes, definitely I agree on the Sinai Peninsula being occupied, and we took it when we were ready. We left it occupied.
You're aware of something called the Greater Israel Project, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when Israel occupies Egypt, what are you going to do? Are you going to simply bend over and say, okay, I accept it because I'm pragmatic? They exist there now.
But when you say it like this, what do you mean by when Israel occupy Egypt? Israel is not gonna occupy Egypt. They cannot occupy Egypt.
Why can't
they have already did twice, and with the help of UN, they had to withdraw.
Not right now.
So don't just sit here with a bracket and say they can never occupy Egypt. They already did it twice, and they had to pull back after the UN resolution.
Our army back then is not even 10% of what we have now. They cannot occupy Egypt. So basically, every country has some, thoughts about other countries neighboring them. This is normal since the beginning of history. But how the world is going with the balance of power. So you have some power to, the deterrent, to make a deterrent so people cannot think of.
Mr. Are you a very confused individual?
Why am I confused?
Are you confused?
Yeah, exactly, General. You know what, General? He reminds me of that spokesperson for Israel. His name was Levy. What Levy?
Alan Levy, the British guy.
Alan Levy, yes, exactly. Yeah. He was living in London back then. He asked him something. He got fired. Speaks about something else. Exactly.
Guys, I'm not
Actually, that's
defending
what he reminded
the Israeli narrative by any means. Israel is a criminal state.
Yeah, whether you defend them is irrelevant. I think to me, I think it's your principles, as in you're willing to concede. You're willing to concede on principle that the Palestinians, because the Israelis are there, they should allow Israel to occupy certain parts of their land or their land. But if that same mentality, if that same occupier was to come to your land, you're then all of a sudden against it. You have no right to tell anyone else whether they should accept. Whether they should accept. I don't care if you're a state. Occupation is occupation.
No. You're asking me the question 70 years after it's been established. Israel is a country since so long. When they have an army, they have a GDP, they have a population of millions. So you cannot ignore the facts. Yes, it's basic.
Okay, but you know what you can't ignore? What you can't ignore? Egypt has just sold Russell Hikma, I think it's called, to the UAE. You will be occupied. Don't have an issue. Because we're going to dictate what exactly happens there.
No, that wasn't selling.
I hope they get occupied for that nifaq and the hip-hop.
I'm not a hypocrite, no. And we did not sell Russell Hikma to the EU.
What did we pay 35 billion for that?
That was a mega project investment. Like, they are to
so you didn't sell the land?
We did not sell the land, no.
What planet are you on?
What's the land? What?
What planet are you on? Are you on Earth?
I am on Earth, yes.
Well,
it's
maybe
still under sovereignty, yes.
General, you didn't hear
if
about
you can prove otherwise, please go ahead.
Did
But
you hear about the $20,000?
Sometimes these Egyptian brothers, honestly, they really do.
They charge $5,000 to $20,000 per agent that comes to the border. He denied the whole data on it. Ali told him as well, even from AI, it says literally clear, And I asked him, and then Ali said it's a third party. I said, Ali, can I ask AI if these people are connected to the government official? And it showed up, yes.
Dude, because we know Al-Ergan died. He's famous in Egypt. We know him. So I know the whole thing.
The gang is working with your Egyptian government.
Dude, if there was anything that's going on, I would say it. I have no reason to deny anything. I'm not defending Egypt here. I'm just being objective. I'm being realistic.
You're just an idiot. You know what?
Yeah.
You keep saying, brother, you keep saying that you're realistic and pragmatic, but you're far from it.
Why?
You keep saying that you're realistic and pragmatic. You have more affinity to the words of being realistic and pragmatic than actually being realistic and pragmatic.
Why?
Because you think a people should be occupied because they've been occupied for 70 years, so you have to accept it. You have no moral compass that when something is unjust, your faith, brother, teaches you if something is unjust and if you are facing injustice, you stand against it even if it's for your life, for the rest of your life. People have struggled. Algeria struggled for decades for independence. Brother, you're lucky that you were born in an independent Egypt, that you weren't under British boots. You're very lucky. Otherwise, you would have been born. And the sacrifices by the Egyptian people that were made, you were lucky you were not born at that time. Because that would have been very pragmatic.
I get your point. Yes, it's
Just
basically
be quiet. No,
that.
stop it. There's no pragmatic way of there's an idealistic way of looking at this. Because if you want to be pragmatic, then you have to be okay with evil.
This is the point. You cannot apply idealism while people are dying.
With oppression, you have to. With bloodshed, you have to. There's a moral compass, like Jack said.
What did we do? What did we do in Egypt?
Can I invest in this property or not? Situations. This is oppression, tyranny. This is zulm. If you don't stand against it, not only are you not Muslim, you're not human. What are you saying? Where's the pragmatism here? We've been listening to you for all this time. Listen, more Zionist points are like yours, just like Ali said.
Mister, what would you have said to Jewish people, innocent Jewish people that were being sent to camps? What would you have told them? How would you have acted if that was happening in your lifetime? Innocent people on the dozen, not even just Jewish, Roma, the Soviets, disabled people, homosexual people that were being thrown into gas chambers, what would you have told them? Or how would you have reacted to that situation? Would you have said, oh, it's just happening, so we can't do anything about it? Or would you have fought against it?
Yeah, I would have tried to help.
Why?
Because the situation here is a corrupted government. It's completely different. Like, you would do what the situation takes. Like, morally, ethically, yes, you're right. No one should be occupying any other one.
No, but what the main point is the idealism, right?
What?
For example, if you've ever read into, for example, the partisan groups, for example, in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, they were approaching everything with an idealistic point of view. Most of those people were guaranteed death. However, they still fought. They rose up and fought. Because they had an idealistic view, as in we could free ourselves from this tyranny. But there was no essentially idealistic. There was no practical.
By the way, back in 2011 in Egypt, I did the same. I was on the streets within the revolutions, and there was like some firearmings and people were dropping dead. But it's different. Like, whenever you have a context that you can do this within, you would do it. But like what's happening now in Palestine, Hamas is not realistic by any means. You wouldn't even, like, if you try to think about what they would have possibly hoped they would get out of 7th of October, you wouldn't find anything. There was like zero possibilities for them to get anything. This is what
but then you're also saying the same to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and all those uprisings that happened against the Nazi scumbags.
No. You cannot do an uprising against an occupying country. This is not only occupying. No. This is taking over. This is colonizing.
Oh my God.
It's 11:30
in the morning in England. I can't deal with this shit on Sunday. I appreciate you.
I'll just end this. You keep talking about Hamas. You keep blaming them for no reason. However, I don't think they're perfect. I do agree. But what if Hamas did not exist this very moment as we speak? What if the Qasim Brigade doesn't exist in any part of Gaza? What do you think would happen to Gaza at this very moment? The example is right in front of you, West Bank. That is exactly what would happen to Gaza. If the so-called you're blaming Hamas
wasn't deteriorated not until the 7th of October. Yes, there was some crossing the line and stuff like that, but like not since the 7th of October.
The war did not start.
Nothing was happening to them. Yeah, but politically they justified everything they're doing like right now by the 7th of October. This is what I'm saying about being realistic. Yes, I know that it did not start on the 7th of October, but political incidents, it's something that happened at a certain time on a certain place. This is what it is. This is how the impact would go to the world. And this is how they justified it. Just think about it. The Israeli people, they do have the F-35, the F-16s. They could have eliminated Gaza and the West Bank in 2 weeks without even any reason. But no, they have to be morally justified. This is how politics would work. So if Hamas wouldn't have existed till now, there wouldn't have been two authorities in Palestine. The two-state solution would have been so much easier. Guys, Netanyahu, like, there are some recorded statements where Netanyahu, where he fetched and, like, he was promoting Hamas. He was saying, like, anyone who wanted to, damage the two-state solution, support Hamas, because it's dividing the Gaza and the West Bank. So this is what I'm saying. I believe none of you know any of this.
Of course I do. And the reason why he wants it, you see, Netanyahu don't want Hamas to die completely. They just want to capture enough land, push them little. They just want to keep them alive so they would attack as their last breath, and then take that as a reason to attack more and more. And that's all.
Exactly. So how are you not supporting kicking Hamas out? So it's given them the reason to attack. And he's ruining the whole thing. Why?
Because Hamas is the only resistance in that land. And they are the only one who's attacking Israel. And Israel want them to keep attacking, so they take the reason. So if there's nobody to attack, they are gradually going to make settlements, not in a very aggressive way, but gradually they're going to allot settlements, people to come in, take over Gaza gradually, just the way how they did it and still doing in West Bank. So the moment Hamas, they would have no reason to use force, but they would use other means to
compare the rate of expansion.
And the examples are right in front of your eyes, yet you're not ready to believe.
Yeah, compare the rate of expansion before and after the 7th of October on the West Bank, not on Gaza. So if there was no Hamas, the two-state solution would have been possible. It's impossible to have a state, a Palestinian state with two authorities.
There's no Hamas, there's no two-state. There will only be one state, and that state will be growing like a piece of cancer in that region, and that will be Israel.
No, if there was no Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, they would have got a chance to get a state. But with Hamas and the state,
The state they offered was breadcrumbs for the people of that land. That's the reason why they rejected it. If you come to my house and you say, oh, I'm going to take over the 3 floors where you can stay in the basement, I'm not going to accept it. All right?
Yeah, but you cannot defy the facts.
Yeah, the bottom is where the problem is.
So one question for this character called, one second, one question for this character called Mr. whatever the fuck his name, Mr. Chico. Mr. Chico, did Hamas win the election democratically?
Yeah, and so what?
Okay, if they won the election democratically, should they be allowed to rule over West Bank?
The election was in Gaza, not in West Bank. Why would they want them to rule?
The election was in the West Bank.
No. The election for Hamas was to rule Gaza, not the West Bank.
No, to rule.
And even like not to be lost in the details.
To rule the West Bank.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with you, but so what? It's still a stupid militia.
Okay. Why? It doesn't matter. Militia or not, people were happy with Hamas. That's why they voted for it. They won democratically. First time they won, Israel wasn't happy. So you know what ended up happening? American politician, his name was Jimmy Carter. He went over there and he did it under his supervision, and they won again. But Jimmy Carter, Netanyahu, not Netanyahu, I don't know who the prime minister. Israeli government wasn't happy with Hamas because Hamas would have Islamist or whatever, right? Idea, whatever, and they would, the people supported Hamas. And what did they do? They got Fatah and all of these factions involved, and they kind of pushed them into Gaza. And they arrested a whole bunch of leaders of Hamas and whatever, right? By 2000.
Militarily, does Hamas stand any chance?
It depends. So they pushed them into Gaza. They pushed Hamas into Gaza, and Hamas did the attacks in retaliation. That was attacks in retaliation, rocket or whatever. But when they left,
what about the people? What about the civilians?
Okay, the civilians when the Israeli settlers, it was about more than 8,000 of them that lived in Gaza. When they left, the Israeli it was still under occupation by Israel. Okay, the water, you could not go past 7 miles of water.
Electricity, yes.
Electricity, water, everything was controlled by a Zionist entity.
So how can you fight them? So your way here isn't fight them. It's diplomacy. This is your best chance. Why can't you
should you just bend over and get raped in the ass?
Of course not. Who would accept?
So if it's under occupation, hold on. It was under occupation since 1967. Gaza. Okay? My question to you, there was a lot of attacks. They had a whole bunch of IDF soldiers in there, 8,000 settlers, and it was getting hard for them to protect them as well. And that's why they decided to leave Gaza, but it was still under fucking occupation. So how do you deal with the occupation, Mr. Tell us.
Yeah, so before the 7th of October, I'm telling you, they had universities, clubs, hotels, and everything.
I'm not talking about 7th of October bullshit. No, stop giving me the 7th of October narrative. I'm talking about when they left in 2005. Do you agree that was still under occupation?
Yes. But they were living and they managed to build
Hold on, Mister, get it through your dickhead. They did a blockade for more than 10 years, motherfucker. Because you have the fucking facts wrong, all the way wrong.
Oh my god, it's not a blockade. They don't have
hold on.
They don't have airports.
Hold on,
so,
bro. I'm not talking about water and anything anymore. Okay? I'm not talking about the occupation. They literally did a blockade. You know what they did in 2000? What was it? From 2007 for 2006 or 7. From that date up till for more than 10 years, it was under blockade. That's why they start using tunnels. Do you know what kind of shit was actually blocked? Chips. You had chocolate. You had fucking. They even did calorie count at one point. You could only they only allowed, what was it, 1,800 calories or some shit, 2,000 calories. Yeah, and then at one point,
there were 500 jobs.
Bro, listen to what I'm about to say. Bro, shut your fucking mouth. When you don't know it, don't know it. You didn't even know about the blockade. They stopped allowing chocolate. They didn't allow chips. They didn't allow fucking pasta. They didn't allow, those tools that you use for C-section. Those special tools that you need to cut a woman's stomach out to get the baby out. So what did Hamas do? Tunnels have been there since 2000, early 2000s. What Hamas did, they expanded the tunnels all the way into Egypt. In 2014, the Egyptian court came out. They passed a ruling to blow up the tunnels. They got IDF soldiers to go inside. They watch while they blow up those tunnels. Okay, and in about 2016 or 17, you had Qatar, start sending funding to Netanyahu. Netanyahu collected bribes of that. His secretary collected bribes. They would load up the money in cash and they would be hand delivered in the hands of Hamas. So there's a lot of these facts that you're missing out. So the fucking blockade, literally, they had a whole bunch of blockade.
Getting the money and the blockade is not true. What
It's not true. If I provide you data, are you gonna stop your? Are you gonna? Yes, everything, including food.
No. It was the construction material and material that could be weaponized. That was it. And yes, the conditions wasn't all good to be under this kind of occupation. But the solution isn't to ruin it all. This would never be a solution. Like, what did they do? Like, after doing something, what did they gain out of it? What?
Free Palestine. Say it with me.
Yeah, free Palestine, but 7th of October did not free Palestine.
Yeah, IDF.
Words.
The IDF deserved October 7th. What's good?
No, hang on. So here's the link for you. I want you to read up on it, okay? Mr. Piece of shit. Read the link, okay? I'll provide you more data on this. Okay, this guy comes up and doesn't know anything about Gaza and what's happening in West Bank, or how they were occupied, how they were, blockaded. Doesn't know shit about it, and then he comes up here and makes fucking. And he's a Zionist. I can't believe I'm saying this. He's an Egyptian Zionist.
The October the 7th.
So
It's equivalent. It's
now the
equivalent to
question
somebody.
is, Amir, Assalamu alaikum, Amir.
Somebody was speaking. Alaikum salam. You have to wait.
No, I was just saying October 7th is like equivalent to you're going to school and somebody walks in every day and smacks you. Then one day you smack them back. Then everybody's mad at you because you retaliated one day. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
But wouldn't it be better to go to the
Did you read the data?
What if they're not
say? Can you tell the room?
The isolation of the Gaza Strip and all of this, and I'm not against that. Yes, the only functioning port they had was the
Okay,
Rafah
I'm gonna read it out to the room because you're just a little bitch. You're fucking intellectually dishonest piece of shit. Okay, this is the problem I have when I talk to Zionists, right? They're very intellectually dishonest. Lazy bum, mute up. You don't have any fucking knowledge about Israel Palestine. You're here to troll. Okay, lazy bum. Anyways,
Don't call me a troll.
you're not only a troll, you're a lazy bum as well. You're always lazy. You even talk slow. You're just lazy as fuck.
Palestine. So I could call you, what would be the thing I'd call it? Dyke.
At this moment, shut your fucking mouth. At this moment, shut your fucking mouth.
I don't think I would do that. You fucking dyke.
So 1.4 hospital beds.
Ask me a question about your
Are you gonna shut up? Are you gonna shut your fucking mouth? Shut your mouth, lazy bum.
Are you gonna be a fucking dyke, or are you gonna ask me questions?
Okay. I just made up. Hang on, Dave, brother, I was reading, man. Come on.
You weren't reading. You bitch.
I'll give you last warning for moving down, lazy bum.
You keep backing up. Do
you want to go down in the audience, lazy bum?
I ain't a lazy bum.
Okay.
What you gonna do, boy?
We got 1.4 hospital beds available per 1,000 persons. Bro, mute the fuck up. Mute up. Mute the fuck up. This is not your fucking mute up.
I'm not gonna mute this time.
Okay, mute the fuck up. Mute up. Little bitch, man. Fucking twirling like a motherfucker. This is not your fucking room. Go open up your own disgusting room and talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about, bitch.
Am I allowed to talk?
He's not gonna shut the fuck up. You might as well kick him up here.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I think Mr. He went to go use the toilet. I think when he comes back, then we'll go over the blockade, the items of blockade. Until then, Dave, you have.
Hey, lazy bitch. Do you happen to own a gun?
I do not. No.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I need you to go to your local Walmart. Go get you some sort of like 12 gauge 20. I'm gonna step-by-step all this with you. Go purchase that weapon. Load it up with bullets.
Wait.
Put the gun to your head.
Do is stop making
and then click the trigger.
Stop making that.
No.
Dave, calm down, brother. We don't support this, man. Calm down, man. What are you on about, man?
I mean, that's all.
Regardless, look, Dave. Regardless of this mental retard that we have, right? No matter how much of a big bitch this guy is, right? Or he's slow it is, whatever. It's okay. We allow terrorists. We allow criminals. We allow fuckfaces like him. We allow retarded people on this app like him. We allow disgusting mentally, mental retards on this room, right? We allow Zionist fucks on this speaker panel. We allow genocidal psychopaths on this, on the speaker panel. We allow psychopaths like him that like to interrupt everybody, right? Repeat offenders. And we even allow sometimes pedo as well. So which category can I put you under, lazy bum?
Face in a fucking mirror. Amir, look your face in a mirror.
I think Sajid wanted to speak. Sajid, do you want to speak? He left on his own. Good luck.
Yeah, now the question is simple. I believe that, as per the discussion is concerned, I believe after all, whatever happened so far with the people of Palestine, I mean, it's all about Zionists. They are responsible for that. And they think they are doing right. But if we can understand, as per the sense, as per the mind, they are not doing this right. I mean, if centuries will go on, there would be books written on this thing. I mean, I just want to write down a book with the pen and paper about the Zionism war in Palestine, which is totally a kind of, bad message to the whole entire world. And I don't know why they have narrow mind, why they don't have open mind, why they think limited, why they don't think unlimited. Because there is more universe. World is big. It's not all about between the two parts. It's now they should think that Muslims are not part only for Palestine. Muslims are all over the world and they have huge population on the planet. So they think about it. They should think about it. And my message to everybody, Mr. What is your name, Mr. Tiku? So you should think about it. I'm thinking also about it that what is going on, whether who is discussing all those, and this is a kind of my message to the people of Palestine and Israel. So far, the Zionist people, whatever they have done, I mean, in terms of they sent IDF, they sent whosoever, ultimately they have killed the innocent people. And, let's forget about that. And now the discussion is all about the Hamas and all. Why they are doing it, everybody know it. Because it's same, when you hit someone, they will hit you. When you shoot someone, they will shoot you. They will take the revenge, and this is human behavior. You can't delete. This is scientifically proven that if you kill somebody, he will kill you back. I mean, there is a line. There is a generations. So Muslims, you can't say that we want to kill the whole Muslims on the entire planet. There are people who are living. They are living with peace, with good environment, with safe zones. So it's not all about that. You should think about it. The policy is different, the targets are different, the rhythm is different. I mean, the entire thinking is per human behavior is concerned, the thinking is different. And you should think about it once again, whatever is going on, that is not the perfect, sensible behavior of the Zionist people are, as per Zionists are concerned. They have totally a kind of psychopath mind, wherever they think that they are doing right, but that is they have some kind of disorder, and they should go to the doctor to keep them, counseling that why they are doing this thing, because innocent killing is very, very brutal, and it's very unjustified, not only in front of the Muslims but in front of the also people of different religions. So back to you, my I'm landing my point.
Well said. What the hell? Invincible. What word is that? Invincible?
Invisible.
Indestructible, indomitable. That's what invincible is. You don't know the word invincible?
Is that how his name is spelled?
It says invisible.
Invisible.
No, it's not invisible. It's invincible.
Invincible. Yeah, he spelled it wrong. It's a C.
Oh, he spelled it invincible like it's invisible.
No, there's a C. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just trying to say. Well, regardless.
Provide you a free
Actually,
dictionary.
this word is written to the falcon. You know the falcon who is flying on the air. The falcon is a bird, and that's why this word have been written. So it's not only invincible, it's with invincible with falcon.
Please, brother, stop butchering the English language.
I think in general is invincible.
I'm going to use that from now on. Oh, Amir's friend is back.
Look, Amir, it's your boy.
Who's the boy?
Lazy.
Oh, the lazy bum's here.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Right now, lazy bum. I can tell you your actual name, and you can stop being a dick. You can change your name to your actual name, man.
and I'll stop being a dick like you want me to be. If you want me to stop being a dick, put your real motherfucking name on there instead of calling yourself a lazy bum or call yourself a fucking lazy motherfucker.
Okay, that's my name. How do I put my name there? My name is Ryan. R-Y-A-N. Okay, Ryan. Ryan? Ryan.
He doesn't sound like a lion, Dave.
No, he's lying.
Slower. Yeah, I know, but he's a lion.
My middle name is David, which is
Now,
doesn't matter what your name.
now.
Sorry, go ahead. Keep making fun of me. Ask me an honest question. You're an easy target. You're an easy victim.
Tell us the story of David and Goliath.
No, it's okay. It's not religious. The question for you, lazy bum. Ryan, right?
Hey,
are you about to change your name?
What's your name? You keep calling me lazy bum.
Name is
I'm
Amir.
just gonna call you go fuck yourself.
My name has never been changed.
I'm gonna call you go fuck yourself. So
Okay,
I
let's
will
go.
answer your question. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, the question is, do you support Palestine or Israel?
Neither.
Okay, so do you support Hitler or are you against Hitler?
What is that kind of a dumb fucking question, are you? Like, you are fucking retarded, aren't you? Do you know what Hitler
Do you support Hitler?
Do I support Hamas? No. Do I support?
I didn't ask you about Hamas. I'm asking you about Hitler.
Well, then I already gave you an answer, you piece of shit.
Do you support Hitler?
Do I support Hitler? Like neither Hamas nor Hitler.
I didn't say Hamas. You keep on derailing the topic. I'm talking about Hitler. Do you support Hitler? Yes or no?
I have said no like 4 times here now.
Okay. So why would you not support Hitler?
Do you know anything about the Stasi?
No, I'm talking about why would you not support Hitler? Don't derail the fucking topic. That's why I call you a lazy bum. Okay? Stick to the fucking topic.
I'm calling you fucking lazy.
Intellectually, hold on.
You don't know shit for shit, dude.
Hold on.
Stay calm.
We're talking about, just try to be intellectually honest. We're just going one topic at a time because I know you're lazy, right? And I have short attention span. So I'm going based off Hitler, right? One question I go, why don't you support Hitler?
Google the Stasi.
No, give me the name. Why don't you support Hitler? So give me a small summary. Why don't you support Hitler?
Google the Stasi.
I'm not Googling shit. I'm asking you.
Mr.
Hold on, Invincible. Oh my God.
You an answer.
You're done, Invincible. You're done.
You piece of slime.
I'm asking you a question. Why don't you support Hitler?
Google.
I don't want to fucking Google shit. I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking Google anything.
So the Stasi was on the eastern side of the they were literally what invented all the shit.
You said earlier.
Shut up! You're asking me to explain on the
You said earlier you're from Germany. Your ancestors are from Germany, right? And your ancestors probably served in the Nazi regime, right? Nazi regime. And now here you are. You don't support Hitler. Now my question to you again is: do you support Hitler? Hold on? You don't support Hitler because you know what Hitler did was wrong, correct? Yeah. Just like what Nathaniel. Hold on, lazy bum. Just like you know right now. Hold on. Hold on, lazy bum. Lazy bum. Lazy bum. Just like you knew Hitler was wrong, we all know motherfucking Netanyahu and his old Zionist entity, the criminal fucking Zionist entity, is in the wrong for committing genocide against Palestinians. Right? What's up with this fucking position? I don't hold a position. Motherfucker, you sound like a Canadian or American, right? Your tax dollars are being used to commit genocide. Whatever the fuck you are, right? Lazy. To me, you're a lazy bum until you change your fucking name to Ryan. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So in relate to Hitler, you take a position. Bro, in relate to Hitler, you take a position, but when it comes down to Netanyahu versus Palestinians, no. I'm not taking neither position because you don't have a heart. You're just a demon inside of you. You still have fucking Nazi body inside of you. Are you a Nazi? Are you a Nazi? You are a fucking Nazi. You're German. You're from Germany. You're Germany. Your families are from Germany. You're fucking Nazi. And you know what the Hitler's main mission was? His Aryan race, right? So lazy. He sounds like a fucking Hitler, and he wants his own people, right? This is why he doesn't support any of this. He wants the whole world to be annihilated. This guy is a fucker. He's a Nazi. You're a Nazi, motherfucker. You are a lazy bum and a Nazi.
No, you are just a loud mouth and a piece of crap.
You're a Nazi. People like you, right? A disgusting human being like you. They do not want to support Palestinians. They do not, they don't want to speak up on it because they got no fucking, no heart in them. They're just demonic.
Lazy, it's okay.
Are you not retarded?
You're a Nazi, bro.
Just admit you're a Nazi. That's it.
It's easier than not having an answer.
Look at his name. Lazy Nazi. Lazy Nazi. It's a fucking, it rhymes. Lazy Nazi.
Oh my God! You can invent a fucking. Oh my God!
Stay calm.
You are the most.
Man, you really got this guy.
Come on, listen to me now. Stop up these bad things. Now listen to me. The discussion is not only about the war between Muslims and just Zionists. The war is all about the killing of innocent people. It's about your people as well. It's all people of innocent.
What is his people?
Innocent people.
What is his people? His people are Hitler. He comes from a
I
Nazi
know
regime.
that they are.
You know Nazi regime. He's a Nazi. He said he's from Germany, Invisible. His ancestors served in the Nazi regime.
I'm fucking
Yeah, his ancestors served in the Nazi regime. He's basically a fucking Nazi.
I'm native. I'm fucking native.
Yeah, you're native to Germany. You're one of the Nazis.
Are you fucking retarded? No,
Did you, okay, who was it? Was it your dad or your grandpa that served in the Nazi? Who was it? Was your great-grandmother or somebody that served in the Nazi? Was it your uncle that served in the Nazi?
And if you say no, that means that they were against genocide. Shouldn't you do the same?
Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? You have no idea. Do you know what head smashed in buffalo jump is? You piece of shit. You fucking
Brother, listen to me. If this world will give examples.
Oh, listen to me now.
Listen to me now. Example, there is one thing that is the natural thing. Don't give this bad examples written in Hitler books. We believe in practicals. Believe in practicals. Come to the practical life. Whatever you are doing, we don't accept these theories and all those things. We accept the practical.
Exactly. You don't accept. You don't like. You don't listen to. You talk over. What is?
That is not like that. Everybody know that. Whatever take Jews.
Everybody know.
Palestine.
Everybody know what? What does everybody?
What are you talking about, you bad Samus, you bad man?
Where and what is head smashed in buffalo jump.
Something you should do.
So what does that mean to you?
Everybody knows that Israel is an occupying force. We were just discussing if it has the right to exist or not, you know.
That's bullshit. No, that's fucking. You're lying. Is head smashed in buffalo jump. You tell me that I'm a fucking Nazi and you call me all these sorts of shit? What is head smashed in buffalo jump?
We won't answer your question until you answer. Do you support Hitler? So I'm
Yeah,
not
do you
answering
support
this dumbass
I
question.
told you no.
But your ancestors are from Germany.
My ancestors are from fucking Crete. You pieces of shit.
You told me from Germany. You said,
Moskwa.
but you said from Germany.
Look up Moskwa. Look up Moskwa. It means bear. You asked.
But you said
These are trolls. These are
buffalo
trolls.
jump.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Why are you acting like an animal? Stay calm.
Yeah, be civilized.
You pushed me.
I didn't push you with anything. You just barking like a bitch. Stay calm.
So if you were not from, if you personally did not serve a Nazi regime, I don't know how old you are, right? Then your uncle might have, or your aunt might have, maybe your great
Did you
grandma.
look up Moskwa? Moskwa.
Why? Okay, why should I work for you for free?
Did you look up Moskwa? You guys are so fucking dumb.
Are you into Aryan race? Is that what it is? Do you think you're superior to all of us?
Because I was here first? Yeah. That's
okay. That's it right there. That's a Hitler thing. That's a thing with the Hitler.
How long did your family serve for Hitler? I just heard your family served for Hitler. Is that true?
How long did your family work for Hitler?
Depends what they were doing, man. Polishing boots.
I fucking made tea. I'm fucking indigenous. Look up Moskwa. Look up head smashed in buffalo jump.
No, I just
I
want
promise
to. So I was just wondering how long your
nobody's
family
looking that up.
Are you European or are you indigenous to the land?
He doesn't know who he is.
He doesn't know.
Indigenous to the land. Are you fucking retarded?
Are you? Why are you on
Which land? Which land are you indigenous to? Germany?
North America, you piece of shit.
You sound like
Do you have DNA evidence to prove this?
That's a kind.
I have DNA to prove
Was
that.
it promised to you 2,000
All the
years
way
ago?
up my right arm. All you need is an L.
Why? Do you have white supremacist writings on your right arm?
It's fucking creepy. You retard.
Why are you having a breakdown? Stay calm. Stay calm and have a
I've never met
conversation.
anyone whose
Intellectual.
family works for Hitler. I don't know whether I should be excited or.
It's quite interesting, Nargis.
He's a dweeb.
As in someone like a shoe shiner for Hitler's on here.
Oh, whether he's
The thing is, he's got like perpetual, like there's white guilt and then there's mega white guilt with the whole genocide thing. So he's just going to be an apologist to the Zionists for the rest of his life because his people have fucking besmirched their name, and now you're just going to besmirch your name now for supporting the same bullshit that your own people did years ago. So you're just a fucking retard, lazy. It's okay. We're just trying to help you.
You're gonna help me.
I mean, we either help you change your devilish ways, or we crash you out till you want to kill yourself. Like either or is a.
No, come on, dude. We don't want him to kill himself. But I mean the.
No, I got it. Guys, you have no idea.
So you picked a side yet? So you said you're dated, right? Have your people been genocided before? Has your people, lazy people, has your people been genocided before? Ryan. I don't. No, I don't know. I'm asking you, since you claim to be native to whatever land, right? Has your people ever been genocided before?
Yeah.
Okay, if they have been genocided, right? Would have been? Are you on the side of people that genocided you, or are you on the other side, from the victim side? You're against the genocide.
Depends how far back you read the book, right?
No. I'm talking about your people. You would stand with your people against the genocide, or would you have stood with the people that genocided your people? Of course, you would probably stand with your people, right? Your people were the victims.
Don't tell me what I would do. You shut your mouth. Don't tell me what I would do.
Okay, what would you do? Go on, tell us.
This comeback is a white European settler, isn't he? And then he's acting like he's a native.
He's probably living
You're a
inside
fucking
Israel
settler.
right now. He's living inside Israel
Hey.
right now.
Oh, is he?
He sounds like a Zionist. Go on, lazy bum. He's native to that land called Israel.
Don't call me lazy.
You're lazy bum. God has promised you that land 3,000 years ago, so I know you live inside Israel. Tell us, would you have...
That's not how that fucking works. You slimy piece of shit.
You, what's going on? I told you to stay calm.
Yeah, stay calm, Mike. Don't come in your mouth, just stay calm.
Hey, Amir, you sound like you're northern now.
It doesn't matter. My question to you, lazy bum, is I asked you a clear-cut question. It relates to your native to the land.
You stop calling me that. And
okay, Ryan.
What you asked.
Okay, Ryan. If you're native,
what would you like us to call you then?
He wants to be called Ryan. Ryan, since you're native to the land, you're native to the land. I asked you a clear-cut question. Why don't you answer the question? You would stand with your people against genocide, correct? If somebody was genociding your people, you would be against these fuckers, right? Whoever's trying to genocide your people, correct?
What just happened in my country?
Answer the question.
Oh my God, you don't answer the question.
I burned down with nobody saying boo.
Fuck you.
What is your country, lazy bum?
I think so. He wants to get triggered. Do you want us to box? Pack you up? I think you wanna get packed up, right? And that way you're gonna go to sleep. You'll be like, go sleep crying, probably, right?
Whether you like it or not, that's fucking up to you. You piece of
I asked you a question.
Lazy bum, what country do you belong to?
I'm Canada.
Canada. Are you in Canada at the moment?
He's such a troll, bro.
Pardon me?
Are you in Canada at the moment?
I am.
Okay. And when you say you're indigenous to the land, are you a European settler where ancestry is European or somewhere else? Or are you indigenous as in claim that first? Native American and so on? Indian?
You know what?
You don't know?
Nobody knows about leaving the shoes on the outside of the fucking TV, so...
Right.
I get why he's not here.
So you're European settler? No, it's okay, carry on.
Yeah, because he lives in the show.
I think this lazy bum is quite confused. Lazy bum, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Would you call me Ryan? I'm lazy bum.
Listen here, Ryan. Go look in the mirror and take a really good look in the mirror and figure out who you are. Then come back into me.
Then I would say, go eat shit, rub shit all over yourself, then you can call us best skin color. You know what?
This is what you get for calling me Brian.
You just say anything.
I married Indian.
How old are you?
41.
What? You're 41 and you're having crash outs like this? Stay calm, bro.
You have no idea.
10 years older than me. You're having breakdown. Honestly, calm. Stay calm. It's Sunday.
He's a boy. He's a boy.
You bitch.
Be civilized. What are you doing with this lousy language? Come on. You know English.
Does your whole wife let you talk like this in the crib?
Malformation of the brain.
I know your bitch don't love you. That's a fact. Your bitch not tired of you.
Maybe he's frustrated. There might be a frustration can lead to this. It's like pent up anger.
He's never been with a woman.
Do you do any martial arts? Do you go to the gym? Lazy bum?
He doesn't know anything about that.
Yes, Wooski, he's backed up.
Yeah, no, he don't know nothing about that, bro.
You are a lonely individual. So,
we know, so you're a loser.
It'll be okay, lazy bum. Don't worry. Just stay calm. Take up some martial arts or
You're not even
meditation.
half a man.
It should help you slightly.
So I do have a question for the Lazy Bum. Lazy Bum, are you from Blackfoot tribe? Are you?
oh, Blackfoot is south. No, I am.
Are you Blackfoot Siksika tribe?
No, Blackfoot south. And so is all the heads actually Buffalo Jump. They're also.
Are you from that tribe?
No, I'm Korea up north.
You're Korean?
Creole? All you boys are retarded, and so you. Oh, he's like.
Did you say it was?
What tribe are you from? Can you give me the tribe?
Musquecheese north, but everything's bare up here, so
No, but what is your tribe? Name of the tribe?
Musquecheese. But everything.
Moscow cheese? How do you spell it?
You don't have the keyboard, bitch.
You tell me, what is it? Moscow, Moscow, like Moscow is Russian?
How would I spell that in English? M-A-S. What's the easiest one to do? Google NHL player Ethan Miller. He was the defenseman.
Just give me the name of the fucking tribe. I'm not doing the other shit.
Right. NFL is back on you fucking dweeb. You dweeb.
Go fuck yourself. I'm done. I'm done trying.
Oh, yeah, you don't watch NFL.
Yeah, I bet you are done.
Are you from Mosquito tribe? Have
you been to what's your most northern state? Have you been to Alaska?
You're from California. You're from the middle of the forest.
Free healthcare. You fucking
retarded? Oh my god, you are fucking retarded.
You are fucking.
You guys are so. I can't even placate you. Here, look at that.
He's definitely Lazy Bum, but he is not willing to give me the tribe name because there are tribes that have gotten genocided. What is it?
It's Musquecheese.
Moscow cheese? How do you spell this? I asked you this question before.
M-A-S-Q-U-W-A-W. It's next to Edmonton, Alberta. Look it up, bitch.
You know what tribe I'm part of? I'm part of the KILLYOURSELF tribe.
You're the kill something me. Go eat your dick. You know what? Dave Chappelle did a joke about being part of that. Yeah. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Okay, I'm about to put the link in the chat. Is this your tribe? Moscow,
what cheese?
Yeah, Moscow cheese. Check it out. Is that the one?
Is there a casino there?
No, but check the link in the chat. Just look at the name. Is that correct? Is the spelling correct?
I'm not looking at the chat.
You're looking at the channel.
I think it is.
Why are you trying to fucking... You're trying to hurt me.
We're not trying to hurt you, brother. We're just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Well, then...
As in, you came into this room, and remember that, we didn't come to you.
Oh, that's it. Okay, then that's
So I do have a question. So in relate to, I know your tribe probably been through genocide. I haven't looked into it. So in relate to genocide, would you have stood with the people that were genociding your people, or would you have stood against the genocide? I'm sure you would have stood against the genociding of your people. Same thing in Palestine. They're resisting. They've been under occupation.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, what would you tell us? Would you support the genocide of your people?
I understand the history. I think Moscow Cheese has done good. Like Sean Cardinal has done good. Like there are people.
I'm not talking about gone good. I'm talking about the genocide. If your people have gotten genocided, and my question again to you: would you have stood with the people?
Then you're not looking farther enough back in history, because everybody has been genocided.
I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about your tribe. Would you have stood against the genocide, or would you supported the genociding of your people?
Our story is very different because we got fucking... They came over and gave chlamydia, and they gave disease.
You might be a retard. What about giving a bomb to a hospital? Like, what are we doing here?
That's only recent. That's not what wiped the tribes out. Like, you talk about Mississippi in the South. Do you know who the Mississippians are? The Mississippian tribes.
Literally no going. Like, bro, you got it, bro. I know you know that you're being a piece of shit. Like, I know for a fact now that you know that you're just lying and you're just trying to get a rise out of people. So, it's cool. It's cool.
No, I'm just wondering about it. Lazy
Google how to tie a rope.
No, bro, Dave, calm down, bro. But lazy bum. My question again to you is: okay, Ryan, piece of shit. My question again to you: would you have stood with people that are genociding or giving you chlamydia or STDs, or would you have stood against it? Of course, you would stand against the fucking oppression and suppression. Bro, motherfucker, just stop lying. You're just a lazy bum. You don't want to acknowledge what's happening with the Palestinians. They're fucking natives on that to that man. Yeah, fuck yourself. You're just you would support Nazi, right? If Nazi were genocide, you're just you are just an idiot. You look lazy bum. Lazy bum.
No, don't call me that.
Lazy bum. If you had the balls, you would actually answer the question. Anybody in their right fucking mind would answer the question in a right, proper manner. We're talking about your fucking people. I'm not talking about Palestinians. I was talking about your fucking people. If your fucking people...
If I had to take a scale back in the day...
If you had to pick a side, you would have picked your side, your people's side, not fucking people that are genociding your people, or raping the shit out of your people, or giving you chlamydia, or do. Yeah, you're just an idiot, man.
Ryan, let's have a conversation where we might be able to get somewhere, because I think we're going round in circles. Are you aware of what's going on between the Russian Federation and Ukraine?
Yeah.
Okay, do you take a side? Are you on the sidelines? As in, you don't take a side with regards to that conflict?
I had to say one thing, I would let the Russians have what they have, or what they want to take, and just stop the bloodshed. Because all they want is the Black Sea. Like, all they want is access to sea.
So, brother, you're essentially saying might is right and people can take what they want.
Welcome to my people.
No, but we have international law, right? Post World War II, we created a system where the law of the jungle would no longer be the case. You couldn't simply kind of exercise your will and power on people by force, take anything by force, murder people at will. That's what we were established. We established that, right?
General, actually, World War II started because of that exact reason.
World War One started. World War One started. World War II started because it covered people who shouldn't have been covered.
Yeah, but we created international law.
Yes.
Geneva Convention. All these conventions and laws were created as a result of constant war in Europe to an extent.
So, what I would say is, his speech right before he died.
Whose speech?
The American guy.
JFK?
Hitler's speech.
He was.
Your grandparents know all about Hitler's speeches before he died.
John F. Kennedy?
No, John F. Kennedy was not dead. He was trying.
I'm actually looking into, sorry to interrupt, Ryan. I'm actually looking into, your tribe and what they essentially went through. So this is essentially what happened in Bear Hills and centrally at the, is it Ermiscan Indian Residential School?
And you can go to residential schools and throw it out the garbage. Because do you know how many bodies were found in the residential schools?
I've done some research into it, yes, but I don't know an exact number.
Do you know what the exact number is?
I personally don't. Do you?
0.
0? Are you sure about that?
I am dead sure.
Let me pull up my information. We'll have to have this conversation another time. With regards to residential schools.
Very much so. Like there's zero bodies. There's 0 bodies. There's none in Kamloops. But the problem
is in Canada. White people came in, there's definitely bodies.
I'm not totally white, but here's where the corruption is. Because the tribe's got $9 million, and we're all still picking us out of the fucking ditch.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Canada has a lot of gold, oil, a whole bunch of stuff. Native Americans have a lot of wealth. At least on the reservation.
No. You also, my whole thing about saying disease, and you know what? If you guys like the Mississippi River, then you can Google the Mississippians.
I don't know, he wants us to freaking do his work for himself, so that they can prove that we're in the wrong, we don't know nothing. He thinks he's above us. He's just a lazy bum, man, at the end of the day.
Ryan, with regards to, you said you were 40. So I'm assuming you have an understanding of what is right and what is wrong, and you have a moral compass.
I do have tried to.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, when, for example, the Palestinian people, and this could apply to any other theatre of war as well, or theatre similar to it, if you are occupied, for example, let me bring this closer to home. If me, as a Brit, was to come to your land, come to Canada, and we have done previously, but I'm talking about right now, I was to come to your house, throw you out your house, give you the garden, and build a small shack there for you, and take over your house, how would you react? What would you say?
In small, without understanding the bigger picture.
What's the bigger picture?
With like Palestine and Israel, that's a bigger picture. But
what is the bigger picture?
Well, I'll give you the short. If you came and knocked on the door, I would shoot you in the face. You die before.
And you're in Canada.
You want to know
what's
interesting, he said if I came to his door, he'd shoot me dead before I even got in anywhere.
Yeah, so he's therefore he's fine.
So you'd be on the side of the Palestinians?
Let me tell you, no.
Because you're fighting back against potential aggressor.
When he said no, it was a little bit of feminine. Can you say it in a manly voice, please?
That's irrelevant.
There's two different words here. Like, everybody dies on words.
Words are very important.
They are. Palestinians are not Hamas.
Right.
Those are two different things.
Which is why we have been referring to Palestinians.
They are Palestinians.
Pardon me?
Where did the Hamas come from? Who are the Hamas?
Well, if you're Hamas, you shot
I'm asking you, who are the Hamas? If they're not Palestinians, where the fuck did the Hamas come from?
Ryan, do you have an issue with?
This is the second time I heard.
I think we're going all over.
I know, but this is the second time I heard this claim that Hamas is not Palestinians. If they're not Palestinians, where the fuck did the Hamas come from?
The Hamas came from American funding and Russian funding and the Cold War.
So America is in association with terrorists? What are we doing? Like, come on, like, you know, ladies, I will donate $50 to whatever charity of your choosing if you say one thing correct about the Israel-Palestine conflict, just one, and I'll show proof.
You better get that $50 ready. He's gonna start spitting facts.
I don't think so.
He was supposed to be shot dead, and then he wasn't.
Wait, who?
The guy for Israel. And honest to God, like, here's the thing.
Which guy?
Like, let's put Israel in
Which guy are you talking about, Lazy Bob?
Bro, what the fuck did I just wake up on?
Can we ask a question?
We were asking you a question. It's a Q&A.
Do you know who has the biggest border against Palestine, and why can't they get out? Who has the biggest border?
Israel has the biggest border.
Egypt has the biggest border.
Nope. Egypt has one border out of it's about out of 7. 6 of them are controlled by Israel, and even Egyptian border is controlled by Israel.
The Egypt
not true. We have only 13 kilometers controlled by.
I just told you one border, idiot. Get it with the program. I know you're Zionist fucker. Go on, lazy.
So whoever that guy
All
is.
is good. All is good. Wait a second. Wait, I'm saying salam alaikum better than you. What I quit?
How you doing today, brother? You good?
All is good.
Alhamdulillah. The voice?
والله هو الحمد لله fantastic man. والله I'm really great to hear your voice and all our brothers' voice here with good health. This is the most important. And for this shit. Wait.
Oh, I'm lazy, Bob.
Wait, I'm talking.
Like you stop talking. You go fuck.
No, listen. Stop. No, listen. Because you man, you are a piece of shit.
Fuck off. Shut up.
They have half an hour try to make you human, and you. I'm animal. I'm a fucking stupid person.
I can believe.
Go, man. Fuck you. Fuck Israel. Go support them. Keep supporting them. Fuck you and fuck them. Both together. Listen. I will give up. Hey, stop. Brother. No, wait. بدي امسح الارض في كرامته اصلا. Hey, listen, motherfucker. Listen, first of all, when you talk about Palestinian, you put your hand up to your head. First of all. Second, if you say, I defend my home, I will shoot anyone come to my home. But for you, Palestinian, no. Die quietly. Die quietly. This is what you want from us. Fuck you and fuck Israel. We will fuck both of you. You and them together. Fuck you, motherfucker. Stupid shit. You have nothing, no sense. You don't have feeling. You are still animal. Like when you talk about children die, women die. I did clear. Everyone had genocide. Fuck you, man. Stupid. You are stupid. You are a piece of shit. They tried to change your mind and you are just stupid. You listen for nothing. I am, what a deal excuse. Motherfucker, listen to me. While you are talking, shut your fucking mouth. That's it. You are so stupid, idiot.
Thank you.
I don't know why they are discussing with you. One like you, in the garbage. You and your fucking Israel together in the garbage.
Hang on, Uber.
We use it. Well, if you are next to me, I will make you change your mind by my hand.
I hear you, brother. Calm down, brother. Calm down. We use him as a punching bag. We have Eze here. What's up, Eze? How you doing, sister? Is you good?
No, I'm busy.
We're doing good, Eze. We're dealing with this guy. He's a native Canadian. And he said if somebody was to pull up in front of his property, he'll pull out the gun and resist, right? But then when he comes down to the Palestinians, he makes a claim Hamas is not Palestinian. So I am asking a question, where the fuck did the Hamas come from? If they're not Palestinian, where did they come from? But he's not willing to give me the answer. He's such a slow...
he's slow on the upload.
Arrogant.
And even in the event that Hamas is a Palestinian and Palestinians are not Hamas, why are Palestinians suffering the actions of Hamas if there's no connection between the two?
This is what he copes with so that he tells his grandparents that they weren't Nazis. Nazis aren't from Germany.
Holy shit.
Nah.
Is this guy actually Jewish?
No, he's a native to Canadian in Canada. He's native. He belongs to some
Canadian
tribe.
Jewish?
No, but he's native to Canadian tribal land. Some tribe.
Holy shit, you guys. Well, hold on for a minute. Why are you here?
Because apparently I'm a punching bag. That's what he is, a punching bag.
Wait.
He knows.
Yeah, but just put that to a side.
What's your answer? Why are you here?
I would like to bring the entire historical truth forth, but it's not going to happen, so I'm just a punching bag.
No, but if
But
you have
also,
the facts, why
Stop.
not give the historical truth?
Let him become self-aware, and I really, really mean this on this stage. Honestly, we need to shut the fuck up and let individuals out themselves. Why are you here? You are on a stage with pro-Palestinian individuals. You know that you are on a stage with individuals who abhor what's happening in the state of Israel, and you come and plunk your ass on this stage for what reason?
I abhor it on both sides.
You didn't answer my question.
But listen, Hamas is not Palestine.
So you're here to do what?
As a Christian.
No, I'm sorry. I'm still dealing with Lassie. I want to know why he's here. I want to know why the Calebs are here. Forget why I want the Calebs up here. I want them to state. Well, I know why I'm here. I want to know why you're here. What is it about you that draws you to these stages?
Me?
I go to the store because I want to buy raspberries. I go to the cemetery because I need to bury my dead. I go to the hospital because I need medical attention. Why are you here?
In my own life, I grew my own raspberries for my nephews.
Oh my God.
I dig the holes that I put people in them.
You're the most irrational person I've met on this map.
No. And the reason you're here is, drum roll please, you don't fucking know. Right?
Oh, you need to just be very quiet and wait for an answer.
Don't know why you're here. You needed some place to be. And you decided to sit your ass in the middle of a conversation because...
Bitch, shut up.
Because
I don't like
Stop cursing the system.
Because you need a friend. You are lonely. You're feeling miserable. You're probably sick on some level. A disease you can't cure. And you've decided that if there's any place to spout shit, this might be it. And someone might pay attention to you. You're lonely, I get it. But that's what OnlyFans is for. You gotta pay for that.
Oh my God.
We're not that.
You think that?
We're not attracted.
Yeah, we know that.
We're not attracted to you in the least. We have no interest in anything.
Good. Then stop talking. I will tell you what you want to hear.
No, I don't want to hear anything from you. I just want to know why you exist. I want to know why you're here.
That's the question. I will tell you if you stop talking. Okay, I don't like either side. I'm very scared of either side. I don't come from either side. I have no skin in that game. Hamas is a terrorist group. That's not Palestine. Palestinians, that's not the people on the ground. That's not the people who...
Why?
Brother, let him just finish.
If I was a dude in Palestine and you came to my house, I would fucking shoot you. I'm a dude in the middle of the boons in Canada. And I can't do that anymore. Everything's illegal in Canada. It's just completely bullshit. Yeah. I don't like the idea that the money is going to wars. I don't like, but that's FDR in like 1949. He said, stop now, otherwise it's going to be a military-industrial complex. Like, we are meant to be fighting each other. I do not understand how America can fund Al Qaeda and fight Al Qaeda at the same time, except for the fact that I do understand that they're making money, honey. But then go back to World War II. Go back to World War II. German Panther tanks. German
I want to address something you said.
in them.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Lazy Bro. I want to address something you said about.
Would you stop calling me that, you piece of
Okay,
garbage?
Ryan.
I don't care.
Okay, Ryan.
Yeah, just call him Ryan.
Ryan, hang on. So you made a claim about
Talk to me
Hamas
like
and
I'm
Palestinians. Okay, Ryan. I do mean it. You made a claim about Hamas and not Palestinian. Now the issue with that statement is it's not true. It's incorrect. I can invalidate that statement by saying this: Palestinians are a bunch of orphans running around with a bunch of weaponry, trying to resist. According to international law, they have the right to resist. And just like you said, you come from a tribe. You said somebody was to come up on your property, you would resist by putting on a shotgun. And that's what they've been doing. They've been living in open-air prison. Gaza was literally open-air prison prior to 7th of October.
Who shot the first missile?
Okay, who shot the first missile? 2022 to 2023, prior to 7th of October. Just in 1 year was the deadliest year for Palestinians that killed a whole bunch of people, more than 100
Who shot
Palestinians. Israel did.
No, they did not.
Yeah, they did. Egyptian literally more than 10 days prior to the 7th of October attack. And the history doesn't start on 7th of October, just like your history as a nation.
This whole shit show, Hamas,
Lazy bomb. Listen to what I'm about to say. In 47,
Again,
that's what they
I am not your enemy. If you call me lazy bum one more time, I will fucking eat you for breakfast.
Okay.
Okay,
Don't threaten me with it.
I am Ryan.
I swear I am involved now. I am involved.
Whatever you at the end of the day, here are things that I feel you might be missing. Number one, most people on this stage are either Palestinian, related to Palestinians, have lived in Palestine, have interacted with individuals there while you haven't, which gives them a little bit of an advantage because they're not talking out of their ass. They're actually speaking from lived experience. That's number one.
Go fuck yourself. I've been here before.
Yeah, just to let you, Lazy, easy. Thank you very much. Lazy, I will take a big brief with you and with big passion, which I cannot do it many times, in one time only. I was talking to you. I'm a survivor from genocide happening to us in 1948. Do you know that? Do you know? It's made by Israel. Do you know anything about this? I'm trying to talk to you as a human. Till now, I'm talking with you as a human. So I'm talking to you as a human. So with respect, imagine I respect you now. So this is big opportunity for you to invest it. To try to understand. Otherwise, I will say that you don't want to understand, and I have to go for other direction.
No, shut up. Fuck you.
Amir.
I am.
So from beginning, when I tell you, you are not just an idiot, and this is shit, and we shouldn't respect you.
Hang on, brother. There's no point of me engaging. You guys engaging. I want to dive into the Hamas part. That's it, because he's just
not long enough to be able to hear your point. I think
no, he's gonna. It's okay. I realize how to engage with him. I can trigger the fuck out of him. Lazy. Ryan. My question again.
Lazy bum.
Hold on. Uber Pro. Come down. My question again to you: if there's Hamas was literally funded by Netanyahu prior to 7th of October. If you have a problem with Hamas, why was it funded by Netanyahu? If I provide you data from Israeli source, would you accept it?
Yeah, well, I honestly think this whole thing is funded. Again, like if you look at, if you go farther into the desert, it's still funded by the Yang.
I'm asking you a different question. You're giving me a different answer. The question I asked you, if I provide you an article, data, that Netanyahu has funded Hamas, would you concede to the point that Hamas is not, hold on. What is this, man? Okay. Thank you. Set in the audience. Hamas, right? If I provide you data that says Hamas was funded by Netanyahu, would you concede to the point that Hamas wasn't a terrorist? That's why Netanyahu kept on funding Hamas. Would you concede to the point? If you say Hamas is a terrorist, then you have to call Netanyahu a terrorist by default.
If I had the data in my face, yes. Like,
let me give you the data right now.
But hang on. Like, look at my country now.
I'm not talking about your country.
That is
this room is about
shit.
This room is about
Palestine. All through the streets of Canada.
Hold on. This room is about Palestine, Israel. I don't care what's happening in the country. I'm Canadian and American. I got 2 passports. Okay. I've been there, done it. I went to high school in Canada. I put the link in the chat. I'm talking about Israel, Palestine. This room is about Israel, Palestine. It's not about fucking Canada. Okay.
Well, I am Canadian, so
I am Canadian. I am Canadian as well.
Do you know who won't give a fuck about Israel and Palestine? If the temple gets rebuilt, then we're kind of fucking dead.
Are you Christian?
I am.
Evangelical? Right. Evangelical?
I wouldn't call it.
Are you Catholic?
I'm Missouri Synod Lutheran, so I'm like the first of Catholic.
So you're Catholic, right?
I'm Catholic without the Latin.
Okay. Do you take the ruling from Pope?
Oh fuck no. You don't pray to Pope. You don't pray to Mother Mary. There's Jesus, God, and that's it.
So, okay, you look at Jesus, peace and mercy upon, as a prophet or as a son of God, or what?
Jesus is God. There's the Trinity.
Okay. So, all right. So would you call yourself Zion? Do you support Israel as like a religious paradigm?
I think God protects the Israelites. I don't. But
do
God
you support Israel yourself?
Be clear, Amir, the state of Israel is quite different than just the Holy Land. And I
know, but these people, evangelicals,
they
take it to the next level.
Let me put it very flat out here. I ain't a Jew.
You said you're not a Jew.
I didn't ask you if you're a Jew. I asked you, are you evangelical Christian?
I wouldn't call myself evangelical. I'm a very old school Christian.
Okay, old school Christian, but you do support Israel, correct?
No, God does that. I don't do that.
No, okay, but God told you to support it, right?
No.
Okay, this state that was created in 1948.
Okay, is not the
lazy.
Like,
my question to you.
Don't call me lazy. Call me Ryan.
Okay, according to scripture, Jesus, peace and mercy upon him, was a Jew, correct?
Jesus was a Jew. Yes.
Okay, my question to you: God told you to support Israel. Do you support Israel? Or do you think this is the same Israel that's mentioned in your Holy Scripture?
Go around the sea. The whole reason for was the Gentiles. I'm not a Jew. I'm a Gentile.
I didn't ask you if you're a Jew or not. You're not getting
well,
the
then
point.
just shut your mouth and listen to me. Jesus saved me. I'm not in this for the Jews.
Okay, but so you don't support Israel, right?
I mean this because God gave grace and saved me. I'm a Gentile.
Okay. So you don't support Israel, but then how do you deal with your Christian brothers and sisters are getting spat on inside Israel? And
he didn't say he didn't support Israel up there. You didn't let him land. You didn't answer the question. Do you support the state of Israel? Is it me? I don't want to disrespect you.
Yeah, do you morally support the state of Israel?
Yes or no? Do you feel like what the state of Israel is doing is in line with your Christian values? Yes or no?
Do I support the state? Yes. Do I think what they're doing right now is in line? No.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sense of both those statements. How can those be true at this time?
Do you sin?
We're on you right now. How can you support the state of Israel if you feel what the state of Israel is doing?
You personally, do you sin?
I am not a government. I am not a landmass.
As a person, do you sin? Because I'm not a government. I'm not a landmass. I'm not a nothing.
Answer a question with a question. I'm asking you how it is that you can support the state of Israel when the state of Israel's actions are not in alignment with your values as a Christian.
Okay, then I'm just going to give you the absolutely brutally blunt answer. Damn, those girls are pretty. And I am a complete sinner. And what I was instructed to do is love my neighbor as myself. We all sin. Some are bigger than others. And I've had some pretty big sins in my little neck of the woods. I do my best now to keep that to a minimum.
Can we talk about, she's asking about Israel.
I know. And everything I'm saying sticks.
We're not talking about your sins, bro. Keep your sins to your priest. We don't need to know your sins. We're talking about the state of...
I'm not Catholic, so I ain't confessing to you.
Don't confess it to me. Don't trauma dump on your... Don't, trauma... What is it called?
You asked the question, I'm giving you an answer. Shut your mouth.
We're talking about Israel. We're not talking about your fucking sins. Keep it to yourself. Shove it up your asshole.
Do you want to know why Israel is coming after you?
I'm not talking about Israel coming after. She asked you a different question.
You say shit like that.
Lazy. She asked you a question. How could you support state of Israel?
Don't call me that.
Okay, that's your name. Lazy.
Shit like that. Wonder why people come after you.
Okay, lazy bum.
As long as you refuse to answer the question, we refuse to acknowledge
If you're not gonna answer my question, I'm gonna trigger the fuck. I'm gonna pack you up, motherfucker. I don't care. I don't give two fucks. To me, you're a fucking Zionist motherfucker. Answer what she asked you. Answer to Eze.
People should love their neighbors.
I'm not talking about your fucking neighbors, bitch. We're talking about the state of Israel.
If you don't like my answer,
we are talking about the state of Israel.
Okay, wait, hold on 1 second. You said that you were Christian, and Christ,
yes, ma'am,
or Jesus, demands or asks, requests that individuals be Christ-like. Do you feel like the state of Israel is Christ-like?
No, not at all.
Does Jesus teach that you should support individuals that are not Christ-like?
Everybody reads the Bible wrong.
No. I was a yes or no again. I don't know why those are hard questions to me. Does Jesus...
Okay, so I'm supposed to answer yes. Okay, sorry.
Because I'm trying to learn from you. Does Jesus...
Yes, I'll answer yes or no.
Should support people who are not Christ-like?
you say that one more time out loud? Yes.
Does Jesus teach that you, as a Christian, should support individuals that are not Christ-like?
Yes.
Hold on, make sure that I got that part. And then, guys, anybody who's Christian can help me out with this. You're saying that Jesus says support individuals who are not Christ-like, individuals who don't serve God. That's a Jesus thing? I wasn't aware.
Oh, maybe no. Flip the table. You should not support.
You should not support individuals who are not Christ-like, who are not God-fearing. You should not support individuals who murder.
Who seem to be Christ-like.
Right. What about if they murder? Should you support murderers? I know the whole turn of the cheek and, support, love your neighbor as yourself. But does Jesus teach that you should murder or support murderers?
He is not supporting murder. He's supporting the state, not the government. But
no.
We're not talking to you, Mr. I know you're Zionist. Just calm down.
I'm asking him a question.
I'm not Zionist.
Yeah.
Be quiet, Egyptian Zionist.
Buddhist, vegetarian. I'm talking to him. What I'm trying to understand, and it's hard, and this one is hard for me because I am
answer that one yes or no, just because
It's hard, right? Because you're looking at it.
No, I just need forgiveness on that one. I just can't answer.
So you do support individuals who murder. You do support individuals who steal.
No,
No, wait, hold on. In supporting the state of Israel, not supporting Jews or Israelites, as you said before, in supporting the state of Israel, no different than me as an American, right? In supporting individuals who murder, in supporting individuals who covet, in supporting individuals who steal, in supporting individuals who deny God's existence or God's sovereignty. You're supporting individuals who do not uphold.
You know what I want?
Wait, hold on. Let me just finish my sentence. You're supporting individuals who do not uphold the basic tenets of your faith. Those are 4 out of 10 of the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not murder.
I am a sinner.
Well, no, we're not. No.
I pray for my forgiveness.
No.
So here, let me tell you.
God,
let me tell you really quick. I will solve this. Okay. If Hamas wouldn't protest in my streets and just plug it and have it over with, and I don't have to see it, that would be a 9-cent solution.
Wait. If Hamas wouldn't protest in your streets, where is protesting in your streets?
In Montreal, they say we own Canada. This is our country.
What the hell?
Hamas. I know. Fuck, our country is fucked.
Wait. Everybody just hear him say that because I'm confused. Are you saying that there are Hamas marching in the streets of Canada?
Did you have one too many?
Yes, there are in Montreal. They shut down the train station in Montreal. Toronto, Montreal.
I would love to learn more about this. Do you have a link, an article, some footage of Hamas?
I'm Canadian. I don't have news. We are like fucking George Orwell, 1984 up here.
No, you're not Orwellian, bro.
What kind is your ADHD? Just asking. How bad? Brother, do you have ADHD?
It's not ADHD. It's something else.
I have everyone carrying information.
You have what?
I type 1 KRE malformation. It's not ADHD.
I got you.
Not even
I'm not sure where you're getting your information from. I'm not exactly sure what your lived experience is. but I would challenge you to speak with Israelis, both Jewish and non-Jewish, Christian and non-Christian, to get a better sense of what's happening overseas. I think God has done us a serious favor in allowing us to see raw footage of what's happening in Gaza and in the West Bank, and I think that should.
Well, if we get the next temple, then like we're all fucked, right? So.
As a Jewish person, what I recognize is that it's not about a building, not about brick and mortar. It's really about us understanding what a messianic period is supposed to look like and be. And I take very seriously when the scripture says that God's house will be a house for all people.
Well, September the 23rd, right? So.
December the 23rd?
Well, September 23rd this year is 6. That's the beginning of the. Whatever. It's 6,000 years. That's the beginning of 1,000 to make 7, right? So. And my birthday, so like, and the September, just nobody fucking likes September, or at least I don't.
Are you referring to the fact that September 22nd going into the 23rd is Rosh Hashanah? That's when it falls out this year? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I don't know anything about the Jewish. They were pushing Jesus's birth. That's the 6,000 years revelation. But the whole thing's fucking garbage because they keep I started that scripture in the 90s for myself like a day to God is if you run that little bit of scripture again, like what does it say? Like it's my Father knows. I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Only my Father knows. Like pretty much go fuck off. So all this September stuff that's going across YouTube. It's I don't know that little piece of scripture. Fuck off.
Brother, I'm sorry, this is important to me, maybe not to anybody else in the room. Do you have family that you communicate with on a regular basis?
Just that I take care.
I got it. That can be a very lonely experience.
Ooh, it's pretty shitty. But it's right, so you do it.
I got you. I know what it is to take care of a relative. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're done here.
Everybody's done making fun of me?
No, I'm actually in this moment praying for you and your strength, because your strength guarantees someone else's strength. And I can understand why.
I'm going to leave this thing open, and I'm going to go have a smoke. I'm going to come back, and all you kids better damn well be here. And Amir, I swear to God, if you still want to make fun of me, dude.
You're lazy, bro.
We don't need to even go there.
Go eat shit. I will open my mouth.
I find them to be very intellectually dishonest.
That's what most individuals suffering are. Hurt people hurt others. And I get it.
I will open my Bible and eat you for breakfast.
How about we just open the Bible and read something together when you get back? Would that be okay?
Oh, that'd be ducks. And he gave all the smiley faces there when he.
Okay,
cool. At the same time, so I saw that too here.
He can speak properly when it comes down to Bible and all of this stuff. When it comes down to Israel Palestine, he freaking stumbles. Such an
idiot. A lot of people do, Amir. You told me a long time ago that's why we're here.
What the hell am I stumbling on?
No, I know, but Sister Izzy, you gotta pick a side, pick a struggle. You can't.
No, actually, I will never ever pick his struggle because it's not mine to pick.
No, I understand, but the hypocrisy that I see in this guy and that other Egyptian dude, freaking to the next level. The same Zionist talking points.
It's a question.
And it bothers me when you can you mute up, lazy bum? Please mute up. Mute up. I'm not talking to you. Yeah, mute up. So the problem I have, Sister Izzy, is when they make these claims about Hamas and a whole bunch of other things, when we try to dive into it, they always try to either deflect, derail the conversation. You just heard him talk about Bible and a whole bunch of other stuff. He could speak normally. When it comes down to Israel Palestine, he has a problem. And I even gave him data. I put the link in the chat who funded Hamas. But this guy would never say Netanyahu is a terrorist, right? And this is the problem I have. And he's calling, because I'm Canadian and American. Bro, mute the fuck up. I'm not talking to you. Mute up.
Well, you're talking to me up here. I 82. That's.
Thank you. Sit in the audience. And he's talking about Canada. I am Canadian and American. People are protesting over there. This fucker, just like the rest of the Zionists, they call everybody that are protesting Hamas. And he literally gave me the Zionist vibes right now. As soon as he said they stop, protesting, and that's what the Zionists want in America and Canada, to stop protesting. And they call all of them pro-Hamas.
I'm hoping you can hear this as my Muslim cousin / brother. Never ask a fish to climb a tree. Never. Thank God that you know the difference. Thank God that you can see and then see again. There's a reason why I ask the brother the questions I ask. And I don't demand more from any person than they demand of themselves. So while these platforms are fun, these platforms allow us the opportunity to expose individuals, you will use the terminology, turn them into punching bags. I say white people to become more self-aware. At the end of the day, he's not equipped to have that conversation with you. So why bother?
Yeah, but then how is he able to, have a conversation about Bible and this other stuff? I understand, but it doesn't. Like I said, it just doesn't make sense to me. It sounds intellectually dishonest.
He's scared, bro. He said, I'm scared. He said he was scared. He really is.
But he's calling everybody that protests in Canada Hamas terrorists.
Because and guess what? There might be an opportunity, and like I was trying to refer to before, for you, as you said before, to educate them. But you don't educate a person by sticking a dagger through their eyeball. You don't do that. You thank God for your ability to see. You try not to blind anybody with your brilliance. I'm not trying to force anybody to believe anything.
So would you say he's a Zionist?
I would say that he is confused. I would say that he's going through some things that might impede his ability to see. I would say that there are individuals who are malicious, and there are individuals who are misinformed. I would put him in the latter category. He said that he has no family. Did you hear him say he has no family other than the family he's taking care of? You heard him say that. You heard him when I asked him, hey, what's your life like? And that was a bitter moment. I felt it. I don't know if you did, but at the end of the day, he's not a Nathan. You know what I'm saying? He's not a Caleb. He's not any of those individuals who are stuck on stupid for malicious reasons. So I wouldn't even call it malicious reasons because they're informed. Let's start there. He's not stuck on stupid in a dissonant fashion. Like, you know the truth and you're purposely denying it because your own selfish reasons. I don't get that vibe at all. I feel like he's not gotten out as much as he should, and he has no clue. I know some really lovely individuals who have been brainwashed. He sounds like he's one of them.
I hear you. Just I don't know, because I've dealt with a lot of people with bullshit stories because of my car rental business, right? People would give me bullshit stories to rent a car, and even on this app about 4 years ago when I joined. In business rooms, oh my God, so many bullshitters, right? And then you realize you could tell right away who's a bullshitter, who's not. And then you know. But anyways, this guy,
there are a whole lot of bullshitters. Don't get me wrong. I don't want you to ever walk away thinking that I'm denying the fact that there are a bunch of bullshit artists bullshitting the world. That's a little different. He's not coming on this app preaching Zionism. He's coming on this app pretty much presenting how he feels based on what he's been exposed to. And you've got to give that Zionist propaganda machine some credit. It's effective. Oh, it's effective. I'm looking at black and brown Jews telling me that the only good Arabs are dead Arabs. And I'm like, really? Really? Your head on the chopping block. Still is. Not long ago. And now you're calling for the death of somebody else? Really? But sometimes people will do anything. I mean, I'm talking about now in the situation like the black rabbis and the rest. People will do anything for that little bit of life-saving attention they feel they're going to get from people in power. There's no room to cultivate honor. There's no room to cultivate integrity. There's no room to stand on principle. There's no room for that for most of those people. All they have is this dying need to be seen, this dying need to be acknowledged. And if that means kicking dirt on somebody else's face, they'll do it. Thank God. Oof. I don't know what to say. Baruch Hashem, Alhamdulillah. Thank you, God, that I was not raised with that need to be accepted, that need to have somebody validate me. It's dangerous. You've got Muslims. You've got, where was that guy from? I don't know if he was Turkish or something else, but you would never believe that this man was Muslim or had Muslim relatives or even had Palestinian relatives. The way he spoke, like, talk about self-hating, knowing full well that he would have the same experience as Palestinians if other people were given license to do just that. Thank God for intellectual maturity, Amir, and thank God you're there to claim it. Not everybody is so blessed. That's all I'm saying. I don't go to mental health argue. I don't go to mental health clinics and argue with mentally ill people. I just don't do that. That would say more about me than the craziness I was encountering in those spaces. At some point,
good Lord, you're lovely. You're very lovely.
You're
lovely.
Man. You know, at some point, yeah, it's fun to bang on El Normo. But at some point in my life, he becomes a sad, miserable, lonely old man who's really beating up on himself while he's attempting to beat up on me. Just look at that and say, halas, and keep moving. If you're in your right mind before God. That's all. And let's not lose, and that's what I wanted to say to the other Muslim brother, let's not lose ourselves in this moment, because that would be so easy to happen, wouldn't it? For you to become less Jewish, less Muslim, less God-fearing, less humble, more arrogant in the space of individuals who we are being tested by. That's something else I learned this past week. How do you know that God is not putting, or Allah or Hashem is not putting these people in our midst to strengthen our conviction in our faith? How do we know that these people are not being put in our presence to test who we really are and what we're really all about? I'm not trying to lose myself because somebody else has lost their mind.
That's beautiful put. Beautiful put. Holy shit. Sorry, I apologize for you saying that, but yeah. No, that's a phenomenal perspective. So yeah.
Let them see dignity when they come here. Let them see morality. Let them see an open ear. Let them see the example that they should be to be nations. A lot of Jews say that. Oh, we're the light to the nations. Okay, can you do me a favor and dispel dispel the darkness of your own ignorance so that light can shine? Because I'm not seeing it right now. Every day on my page, my Facebook page, Instagram, there's somebody you don't know. Okay, let me know. Okay, I'm listening. What is it that you're going to tell me that I, as a Torah observant Jew, don't already know? Let me humbly sit at your feet and let you, white man, white lady, wax eloquent to me about what my lived experience is. As a Jew of African descent who's lived amongst Palestinians, who's lived amongst Israelis, who's lived amongst Jews in the state of Israel. Please tell me about my lived experience. And if you let them go on long enough, they'll realize, hey, I'm not telling the truth, I'm telling my truth. Present a mirror, just present a mirror. If you can. And if they don't have the patience, I get it. Because I blow up, I'll be the last person to say that I don't come on this platform and blow individuals to bits in moments of frustration. But I'm praying every day.
We need to have crash outs out there. We need to have crash outs.
Man, you already know. You've been there. When I crash out, I'm the queen of crash out. And I have to ask you guys afterwards, like, yo, please don't let me do that again. Because that was ugly. That was ugly, man. Like, woo! But thank God I feel ugly afterwards. Because in the event that I did it, and I felt no remorse, and no shame, and no sense of self-awareness, that would deny what my experience in this world is really supposed to be about. I thank God for those moments of remorse. It helps me to be a better person. Crash outs feel good. But the after effect isn't so great. It doesn't feel so great. That brother is lonely. That brother is old. That brother is probably taking care of somebody else. Probably has no other outlet than Clubhouse. And that's the reality for a lot of folks on this platform. He has no friends, Amir. You're it.
Yeah, that's what it is. But I think I'm gonna hit the bed. But this is the last one. I have to close the store now.
I hear you.
I have to close the shop. This was the last one. I think we're gonna have more new ones later today. But anyways, thank you for coming and enjoy your day, guys. Take care. Have a good night. And yep. See you guys next time. Just don't trouble your mother or your father or your uncle. Have a good one.
My apologies. Hello, Your Majesty. Hello, Your Majesty.
Oh, you remember. Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you? Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So we're talking about two subjects right now. We're talking on Israel Palestine.
What delusional title is this?
Oh, hold on. Let me just take the trash out.
Oh, I wanted to say first hi to this little dirty Moroccan baby as well.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Always a pleasure, Your Majesty.
You're the chosen, you know. So my answer is can be my answer is 100,000% fucking yes, they can beat fucking Hamas. Yes, they can fucking beat Hamas. They definitely 100% can beat fucking Hamas. And they will beat Hamas. And they will win this war. 100% they will win this war. That's how it is.
From the ideology perspective, what do you think?
What do you mean by the ideology?
So how it's spread around the world where people that are identifying as their Hamas because
people are crazy. People understand. You know, I have an announcement to make if I may, GB, please.
Your Majesty.
These pro-Palestine people have been attacking me because I'm not going by pro-Palestine or pro-Israel. Well, let me tell you something, pro-Palestine people, because I've been accepted by pro-Israel people. If you people don't accept me, let me tell you something. From the
What's up, man? Long time no speak. Hi there. Yeah, sorry I didn't get fast enough last time. You do such a great job. So I'm glad to see that you're still here doing stuff. I just joined recently in this conversation, so I haven't heard a lot, but I would say the one thing, I agree with you 100%. Muslims, and I don't like people painting with a broad brush like that. However, it is really surprising in the non-Muslim community how widely some of these narratives are accepted. And give me an example of one narrative that you think is accepted. Well, just this idea that there's a genocide going on in Gaza, all these crimes and all this stuff that, you hear frequently, especially like in various subpopulations in the U.S. And to some extent Western Europe as well. And it's mostly amongst people like they don't really know very much about the region. They don't know much about the history, and so they just buy into this narrative without looking into things very deeply at all. And it's quite unfortunate. I don't know how you solve that problem. Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Kim, how you doing, man? Good to see you. What's up, JB? Man, I have to tell you, I'm not trying to get off topic, but that little, I don't even know what it was, like 15 or 20 minutes, Clubhouse phone. Thank you for making me like that. So it's good to see you. It was that no matter what you said, that lady was not going to listen. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at your frustration, but it was funny because you knew you weren't going to break through to that lady. Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, that's why I said some of the things I said to her. I'm never a nasty person, but I did say a couple of nasty things to her because she was just, oh man, she was horrible. She a bad human. But I learned the term moon cricket today. She gave a lot of racist terms, and actually I didn't realize the room topic of him I came up here. I don't even came up. I really came up to pick a fight with Nav, but I'm gonna fight her. I'm invited her to the coffee at Starbucks so we can talk. Me and Nav need to talk. Yeah, I don't want to say I attack this room, but I'm gonna, listen. I'm gonna say something respectfully to you, man. So I know you're like 6'7", 320 solid. With all that, I'm still putting my money on this night. How about that? That would definitely put you. I don't want to fight with Akiva at all. I ain't been with Akiva. That's my friend. Marley called him fat. I was thinking to myself, even though I never met Akiva, I don't know what he looks like. I'm thinking, y'all, that was the lord of the internet. That was a very that sugar. He's probably the fittest person on that. Yeah, she didn't know. She didn't know no better about a lot of things. But I'm gonna change the topic. If you guys want to get going up with it, but I'm gonna view the business. I'm a Muslim. There's been a lot of things said about Muslim, but I don't just think that. Listen, Sam, you came up, man. You're my friend, man. I respect you. If something was said that you disagree with, get it out, man. It doesn't be argument. Just say what you have to say. Oh, no, it could be argument. I mean, that's all good. The topic is not about that. It comes up. I'm okay. I'm okay to listen to all that. Thank you, Kiva. Let me welcome Exen to the stage. Exen, how you doing? Doing well. How you doing, Jay? Hey, those rounds are great day for me. Do you want to chime in? About specifically whether or not Israel can beat Hamas? That, and we're also talking about the possible fall of the Islamic Republic. Which one? Iran? Yeah. You
you start flapping your gums in the chat, watch this video and then come up with your anti-Israel sentiment. Come up and talk about this stupid fucking genocide that doesn't exist. Please. At least watch the video before you flap your gums. I see we got Maximilian and Ben back on stage. That if you didn't get a chance to talk before because you said something stupid, so you'll invite. I'm going to give you a minute to speak. If you say something stupid, I'm just going to throw you out. Okay?
GB, I think we got from the wrong foot.
Maximilian, ain't not Beth. Beth, are you there, Beth? Alright, you just want to stage spots. You hear better in the VIP section. Yeah, Maximilian.
Sorry, so GB, I think we got from the wrong foot. I love being Jewish, Zionist, and I love Israel. And I had a cousin who passed away on October 7th, so I just don't appreciate my Jewishness being reduced to just a free trip. But yeah, so I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, but in the chat you said there's not a genocide, but they're committing war crimes. So I'd like you to tell me which war crimes they're committing.
I didn't say that.
You did. Hold on. I'm gonna take away the precious time teaching my kid how to play dominoes, and I'm gonna find this shit where you said it.
Every country, I mean, I was agreeing with Tom Stone in the chat. He said every war has a war
No
crime.
genocide, but war crimes, yes. As the U.S., as almost every country in the war has done. I'm a Zionist and I'm going strong. Supporter of Jews to have a state / I was just about to saw this 19 minutes ago. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Because let me address the show man, Maximilian. He's not being disrespectful, but let me say this, Maximilian. I'm an OG on this app, right? And doing this for a long time. And I'm aware when somebody talks out of both sides of their face. And that's exactly what you do, my man. So when you do that, I don't even know if you do it intentionally. You insult people's intelligence. Now, with that said, I know I'm not the smartest guy on stage. I'm definitely not the smartest person in this room. But I would definitely say Abby's the smartest person in this room. But I know when somebody's insulting my intelligence, then. So you may want to think about what I'm saying here and dial back what you're saying. Now, if you really believe that it's war crimes, then I want you to do me a favor and explain, please. Watch this video and tell me what a war crime is. As a legal problem, but do you want to say something? Yes, sir. With all respect to you, GB. And I would tell you something about them, maybe. Maybe he's not my friend. But I have a question from Bibi because he's a Jewish and in Israel and that stuff. I want to know whether Bibi can ask something GB from Bibi. With all respect to you. If you want to answer it, he's not welcome. Yeah, just I wanted to ask about Mr. Bibi. Mr. Bibi, how many percentage of the Israeli people they believe if the Iran change regime, if they change Hezbollah change and going to democratic country, Iran is going to democratic country, and how many percentage of Israel they believe if Iran going to democratic everything be okay? But right now, so far, if all the problem is Islamic regime and Hezbollah and terrorist organization, how many percent? I'll answer. So I'm not Israeli. I was born in Israel. I was born in Morocco, I don't speak of stuff I don't know much about. So I speak on lived experiences and what I know. So I think I'd have to defer that question to probably Tavi or Excited. So maybe you are Arab. There's nothing wrong with Arab. I mean, I'm a Jew. I'm a Moroccan Jew. My whole family lives in Israel. But I didn't Google the stats on your question. Hold on, let me jump in here real quick. Hold on, Fatima. Yo, Beth, I brought you back. Somebody brought you back to the stage and you were second chances. I already told you about this bullshit you're spewing, so you have a nice night. And I want to prepare you for my house. I don't want to hear your bullshit. Come with facts, not fucking rhetoric. Before you go, Fatima, let me say a little. Hold on, you're on, got you. Let me say a little AJ. Let's see what AJ has. AJ, good evening. AJ, are you there? Okay, let's go to Fatima. Oh, there he is.
AJ, you get zero pushback from me, man. Even when I say I'm anti-Semitic, I'm a self-hating Jew. You gotta attack the ideology, man. Because I don't care how many people they call us the reserves, they go to Gaza City, when you kill people's mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles, and all that other shit. Who would forgive that? Who would forget that? Right? This is not, and if you think that this is going to be like post-war Germany or post-war Japan, this is a different beast. This is a religious ideology that calls for the elimination of Jews. That's just the way it is. That's how I feel. Look at the charter that Hamas had originally. I think it was Section 13 where they said kill all Jews. Kill us all. Let me go to Euro and then Fatima. Euro, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, just two things real quick. So earlier, I made the point about the propaganda war, and then I saw that, Michael followed up on that as well. So the first thing was I just wanted to ask you if you agree with that, Jimmy.
What part? Listen, we lost the propaganda war from October 8 on.
Okay, good. So we're in agreement there. And then on this, I'll just yield, I guess.
No, you were fine. You just made it up. What's up? You still have the mic.
Well, I just wanted to cover your second point, but I kind of forgot where we were going with that.
It was about the ideology. When you kill people's families, they don't forgive very easily. This is not post-World War II. This is not Germany. This is not Japan. This is the religious ideology that's inbred into their children. Can't beat that, bro. I'm sorry. And you know what? AJ's right. Hamas eliminating Hamas today, have Hamas 2.0 tomorrow. Look at the ideology. What are we going to do about that? Fatima, you wanted to jump?
No, not anymore. Sorry.
Fatima?
I said not anymore. Go ahead.
Okay, because I asked, once you said that, I went to Hakeem, not Your Majesty. It's okay. Maybe how do we eliminate ideology, bro?
That's a tough one, bro. But I IRGC. So most of the Iranians want him to be the leader of this temporary government that is going to happen after IRGC. And in this temporary government, we're gonna have three stages of referendum. First, for the people, we put election for the people to choose the leader of the temporary government. Even Reza Pahlavi doesn't want to impose himself to the society. He wants to be elected for this. Then another part of election is for the laws, because when IRGC came to the Iran, they changed all the rules based on the Quran and Islam. They want to, and a group of lawyers, professionals want to work on the rules, and then they put another referendum for the people to accept another.
Let me ask you a question. How close is it to a regime change? How close is it, would you say? Until I really hope the Persian people rise up. We're talking about a couple of weeks, so we're talking about a couple more years.
I think as soon as the attacks, the Israel attack starts, this is my estimation. I'm not sharing any facts or anything. Just my opinion. As soon as the war begins, Iranians can have the courage to come to the street and protest, because Iranians are afraid of their lives also, because IRGC has some organization bases all around the country, which includes we call it siege. It's a kind of kind of police. Maybe not military, but they are armed. They've got weapons. They bring tanks to attack people. Snipers attack people.
Wait a second here. Yeah, and I'm familiar with what the IRGC does. Here's the thing.
All Iranian want is that when they come to the street and protest, the IDF support them alongside in the streets. All they want.
Okay, well, what I was going to say was they already recently were at war for 12 days and nothing happened. They didn't rise up like they should have or they could have. Now, I'm not there, right? But I'm gonna keep it 100% with you. I know Netanyahu would love to see a regime change, but if your people are waiting on another government, you might be waiting a long time. And that's just my opinion.
Okay, but my opinion is the attacks of the Israel was focused on the nuclear sites, and also the army, like the jets, they attacked airports, like the equipments, the army equipments, and they just attacked these like spots around the country. The focus was that, but people want the focus be first the IRGC members, like the commanders, the Khamenei, and also the morality police.
Hold on. I'm being respectful. You're going on, and I'm going to say it again. If your people are waiting for another government to come save them, they might be waiting a while. Israel has its hands full right now, and I don't know if at the top, and I could be wrong, maybe you can fact check me. But if they're going to wait for Israel to come save the day, they need to do it themselves. They have millions of people. They outnumber. I understand IRGC has guns and all this other stuff. But I think once that movement starts, once you find a leader, not this guy that's in America, the former king's son, once you find a real leader that get the people to galvanize, then you'll have the revolution. Let me say hello to First Lady G. Hello, First Lady of Clubhouse.
Hey, JD, how are you?
She's very upset.
That's just basically twice today.
I know, right? That's been great.
So what do you think about the conversation?
I was gonna.
Yeah, I just want to do a little commercial. This was brought to you by Bravo. If you click the link on the top, it's probably gonna make you sick to your stomach. But in turn, by doing that, I would like to see all the red tickets disappear. And if you click the link above that where it says community conversations and collaborations, and you click join the room, that way you can cash in your red tickets. And you can have more amazing conversations like this. Do your civil duty. Cash in your tickets. And like I said, this was brought to you by Grapple.
Thank you, dude. And I'll say this. Hold on, Delusion. What I just said to this young lady, I like Ada. I don't want to say the things, but I feel it's our responsibility to say, hey, listen, we support you guys, but you got to be realistic to what support you're going to expect. Because if you're waiting for the Army or the cavalry to come save the day, it hasn't happened yet. I don't see it happening. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But let me say hello to Jordan real quick. What's up, Dr. Jordan?
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm great. How are you? Good. Do you want to chime in?
Well, I just came up to want to help her answer the question she was going on. I wanted to make sure that before anything happened, we could get to an answer. And I appreciate that she is long-winded and circuitous, but I was having a bowel movement, and I wanted to.
How do you spell circuitous?
CIRCUTOUS.
Jordan, you're one of a kind, kid.
Thank you. I can go back down now. I just want to move things forward. You don't want to continue back to the top.
I was going to say, please make sure you wash your hands, please.
I think he must have been under pressure or rushed a little bit because that wasn't quite the right spell.
Well, listen, you got closer than I could have been, right? There you had. Buttercup, Buttercup left.
Too bad.
Buttercup pleases to smoke.
Yeah, she does. Can you come back up, Buttercup? I want to know what you think about the title of the room and if you watched the video in the Jumbotron there. Oh, she's on stage. How you doing, Shivalata?
Shivalata, I already know about this video. It's from October 7. We all have read about it a million times.
Well, the video actually got released today for the first time.
But it's been described in the media like 100 times, so I don't really need to see it.
Well, don't you think the video would be more important than hearing it described?
I'm already shocked and horrified with the description, and I think it's an atrocity. I thought it was an atrocity when it happened, so I don't think.
What do you think of the title of the room?
Being these kids in a really vulnerable position is like going to change my feelings on it. The title of the room, Can Israel Actually Beat Hamas? That's a very broad question. I think that October 7 was preventable, and like Yoav Gallant, the former defense minister who led the war for the first half, I believe the war should have ended a year ago at a lower cost, and it would have spared the lives of hostages and soldiers and Palestinian civilians. So like Yoav Gallant and virtually every former prime minister and former defense minister, this war should have ended over a year ago, and it would have spared a lot of lives.
What would you have done? The most important question. Everybody wants to criticize.
I would have done what Yoav Gallant laid out.
Oh, but what would you have done?
Okay, I signed the deal that has been thwarted multiple times by the Israeli prime minister. I would have deported the bad guys, the Hamas leaders and people who were released from prison who in exchange for the hostages. And I would, start the reconciliation, rebuilding.
And you keep mentioning Gallant, but he's the one that's advocating for the takeover right now. So do you still feel that way?
Gallant is not advocating for the takeover.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so Gallant, who says the war should have ended a year ago, is now advocating for takeover.
And how
reports today where, the opposition gets a call from the Qataris that say
Zahar, it's just like the KKK newsletter for the black Americans.
And do you believe that we're not? And do you believe that then we're not?
It's not a credible source. But then again, what would you have done? I really want to know.
I can't talk to someone who's not in the same reality. If you think it's the KKK, then
no, you also think that Israel's committing a genocide, and you also advocate for the dismantling of Israel. You also said, it's recorded and documented, that you believe oppression should be dealt with violence.
What? I don't even know what
You said that in Israel. You said that.
Oppression should be dealt with violence? When did I say that? I'm sure last time you told me I said something and you rolled the clip and
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Norm wrote it down. He's already quoted you about it like 5 times.
Wrote it down, okay.
But anyways, regardless, did you not say that you believe that Israel, that you want the dismantling of Israel?
I believe in in a new model of Zionism that is more sustainable, that gives everyone, including Palestinians, equal rights under the law. That's what I want. I want a Zionism that is sustainable, a Zionism that can last and fewer people will die.
Never mind the word Zionism. Israel itself.
The country should be
dismantled, in your words. No. But why should it be rebuilt? In order to rebuild something, you have to take it apart.
Because it's been escalatory violence for the last 70 years. And as someone who's been there before in 2003 and seen how it evolved for both the Israelis and the Palestinians, it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for the Israelis.
Yeah, I agree. It's not sustainable that Israel keeps receiving thousands and hundreds of thousands of rockets being shot at them. That's not sustainable.
The video that you just posted up top is not sustainable. We need a new model. Something's not going right. Okay? So we need a new model that's sustainable. We all agree.
You're not having that many engagements. I'm just curious. Just two very, very, very simple questions, right? Does Israel have the right to exist? And what happened on October 7th? Very simple question. Just a button up only. Please.
Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th in a terror attack and a genocidal act, yes. And then in response, Israel committed a genocide.
And does Israel have the right to exist?
It does exist. It doesn't even matter whether it has the right to exist, and it will continue to exist. There's a in that place, and that's Israel. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about whether the current model of Zionism is sustainable and keeps people alive, or ends up with escalatory violence.
Should it exist as a Jewish nation?
Depends what you consider. Yes, of course, it exists as a nation that is Israel and is Jewish in character. Yes.
Do Arabs that live in Israel today, do they not already have equal rights?
That's right. I'm glad you brought that up because the one state proposal that I keep floating, I keep getting accused of being a traitor and a capo for this utopic idea that people would live together in harmony under the law. In that spot, people think that's such a far-fetched solution, but the truth is, if you talk about Israel, the boundaries of Israel, excluding the territories, they already have equal rights under the law, so we're halfway there. All I'm saying is we're expanding it to those who are in Gaza and the West Bank. Obviously, it won't be easy and it's a long process, and it would require a lot of reparations and a lot of forgiveness on both sides and systems in place to make sure people's safety is assured. But the fact is, we're halfway there.
Who's putting the systems in place to make sure that Jewish or Israeli citizens are safe?
What?
Who's putting in place that the Israeli citizens are in place? And you know Gaza has the biggest army in the world, right? That's there to protect them.
Gaza has the biggest army in the world?
Yes.
Iran?
No, the IDF.
Gaza, you said, has the biggest army in the world.
Gaza has the IDF to protect them against Hamas, but they don't want them to help.
But the IDF is not moving.
The IDF is not looking out for Gaza. Then why are they murdering?
Yes, they are. They're trying to rid Gaza of Hamas, the terrorist organization.
If that's true, Phoebe, why would they drop 3,000-pound bombs in densely populated areas if they were looking out for?
They're not dropping 3,000-pound bombs in densely populated areas. They're trying to eliminate Hamas. If you don't warn people in an area saying get the fuck out,
I know, but you can also
and people sit there with their heels in the
Egyptians will never take them. And she also wants to know about it. How would you eliminate? Buttercup. All right, it's yours, man.
No, sorry. I just wanted to post in the chat the link to the time that Israel said, "Whoopsie daisy, we accidentally dropped 3,000 pounds in a densely populated area and killed a tonnage kids. Whoopsie daisy." Posted the link from Times of Israel, hardly a left-wing rag. You can't call them the KKK of Israel, BB. Mainstream Israeli publication.
The article you're posting contradicts your point. You're saying that they admitted that they had made a mistake, right?
But it's not a mistake. They have like no.
So your position is that this is intentional, and that
but they do these mistakes constantly. It's not like they have any sort of protections in place against it.
Times of Israel is not a mainstream media.
Yes. You don't live in Israel, BB, if you think that.
Yes, I finished my point. Guys, everybody beat up. Let's Seneca, please. Seneca, again. I'll come back to it. Sorry. No, I just want to say. Hold on a second, Ali. Everybody, Dulush, hold on. Seneca, patiently wait with them. Seneca, Lady G, Ali, that's all.
Yeah, I don't know why we're being disingenuous with the history here. We all know the history. No idea is not ruling the Gaza Strip. Okay, we all know that Hamas separated from, is it Fatah? I can't remember. Fatah. Yeah, we all know that's separated from Fatah. Okay, and Hamas is ruling the Gaza Strip. Okay, we all know that it was Hamas that invaded in October 7th, 2023. Okay, on behalf of Gaza. Okay, so I don't know why we're suggesting that IDF is there to protect, those in the Gaza Strip. That's insane.
It's like actually deranged. Yeah.
Oh, no, but hold on. So you guys don't believe that Hamas is killing innocent civilians in Gaza right now?
Killing more innocent civilians.
No, hold on, Buttercup. Okay, so if Israel eliminates Hamas, they're not doing justice to the Gazan civilians? They will never eliminate.
There was a better way to eliminate them without killing them.
Why? By giving them fucking blowjobs? Come on.
No, by using munitions that are smart and not stupid.
Guys, I have one mic mouth. See? So you keep saying this. I'm just curious, but how do you eliminate Hamas in your Buttercup?
So, virtually every former Israeli defense minister and former prime minister has said that they from the get-go, the Netanyahu government has refused to make a plan for the day after. And when you have a void, that creates worse organizations and creates opportunities for Hamas to grow, right? And in fact, there's a lot of reporting already on how much Hamas is recruited
time. Hold on, let's get a cue going. Someone go, Lady G, Ali, I want to say hello to Sarah, then Mohammed. Lady G, the mic is yours, man.
Oh, you remember? No, I was just coming off the mic to mod the space, but you'd already did it with the one mic policy. So that's all. That's my always right.
I appreciate you. Ali, are you there, Ali? Ali, anyway, yes, JD. Also, do a favor for me. Hold up in the mic. Hold up. I guess they keep me as a good. I'm soft like this lady. Keep this in mind, and I'm soft.
What? And he raised his hand. How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
He's gone.
I'm about to say, I don't think I said it right.
Okay. You don't have any understanding situation from 7 October starting now. You don't know what is the situation. It doesn't see the impact of the party and the key the silent people of Brinati. Who's the starter? My God. Why do you like? Why do you leave? The Neptune, Beltane, or Moon? We don't have anything to say. It's fine, but we don't have to attack. She's allowed to do what she wants. We disagree with it. Not yet, man. I promise. Sorry, man. I had to move him because he's down. Come. It's okay. Welcome, she's still Sarah. How you doing, Sarah? Sarah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was responding in chat really fast because Jews. And I'm not attacking Jews. I have no issues with Jews or Israelites or whatever. I just understand history and the way all this shit's gone down over the last 150 years and not trying to tie it into something from thousands of years ago. So I guess let's address the topic. I said this in chat whenever I joined. If you can't beat Hamas because you can't beat an ideology, and ideology is what fuels quote unquote terrorists across the globe. The term terrorist means that you're using violent actions to force political change. And if you lose, you're a terrorist. If you win, you're the founding father. So, like, there has to be some recognition on the way these words are used. I looked at the video. I didn't watch the video, but I read through all the caption to it, and it even says, oh, they terrorized them, and the amount of terror, like they overly use that word because it's trying to make it sound super bad and scary, when in reality the IDF, and I don't want to say it's just war, because it's not just war. War shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't happen in civilized societies. This is not the way we should be living our fucking life with multiple countries across the globe.
Hold on a second, Sarah.
In content war.
Do me a favor. Watch the video before comment on how the video is described.
I've seen a lot of videos on both sides of the last 42 months.
I'm asking about this specific video. Okay.
I understand something terrific.
Okay.
And it's bad. I'm not justifying it.
Okay. Yes, you are. I'm not having that on my stage. Okay. You know how do you say you're an anti-Semite without saying you're an anti-Semite?
John T, how you doing, man? Long time no speak.
Good. I don't know how much long I have, but what I will say is that I personally believe that anything else that's happened in the past, we talk about this war, that war, this year, that year, 48, 67, West Bank, Gaza, everything, all that bullshit is out the window in my book because of October 7th. They want to deflect from October 7th. They don't want to talk about that day. They don't want to talk about what happened that day. They want to, when you bring it up, they say, well, what about this time and that time and this time in 48? Fuck that. I don't care at all about anything else besides that day from now on. They want to deflect from that day. The only reason why people are talking about this right now is because of that day. The only reason why people are marching all across the world is because of that day. So every time we bring up the history of our people there, we're going to bring up this day and why, and the reason why the whole region has changed because of this day. And this is what we're going to live for the rest of our lives there. So I don't want to hear anything else about, Nakba and the creation of the state, blah, blah, blah. No, this doesn't, doing this, what they did on this day to us, is not justified at all. I don't care what's happened to you.
Yo, I appreciate you, man. I haven't heard from you in a while. Hey, BB, are you there, BB?
Yeah.
So, did I call it or what? See, how do you say somebody's in December?
You called it, literally. Look at the shot, yeah.
Silence, hold on, this is fantastic. Silence on someone to avoid reality is weak. I guess that's why you support genocide. Why don't you come, when you were on stage, why don't you just go back to that point instead of just dancing around calling me honey? No, honey, I don't mean to, like, listen, I'm the smartest guy in the room, but I know when somebody's insulting my intelligence, and I can smell it, it's not like within the first 3 fucking words. So I would respect you more if you came up on your stage and speak to hate instead of saying, hey, honey, you know, I didn't watch the video, but I'm going to critique the video. Shut the fuck up, respectfully.
You want me to say tell him something?
No, it's good. I got this. Let me go to Saipio. Saipio, how you doing? Saipio, you there? There you are.
Hello, everyone. It's Scipio. Thank you.
Scipio.
So, to answer your question, Gagan, Israel, actually with Hamas, well, I think the question that you should ask is whether we'll have peace or not. Because I think that, this question would just read, symptoms
stand on your square and say it. Don't give me all this random bullshit and be long-winded about it. Okay, JB, or JB, you are older enough than me that I should respect you. It's not my culture. We respect older people. So, respectfully, let's keep it, gentleman talk. I'm a gentleman. I don't want it to get to this, unnecessary, vocab, unnecessary.
But you're not coming up with respect. You're blaming Israel for October 7th.
Everybody through your bullshit. JB, you can't answer me. Okay? So, respectfully. You cannot sit in a green and stomach under the deep cycles. No, I totally respect it. Moving down because, like I said, listen, the majority is God off the road. Hey, guys, listen to me. I don't want to be the God. I just want to have a respectful conversation. Come with intelligence and come with honesty. You're going to fucking blame Israel? Shame on you, bro. Watch the video and tell me what you think. So I'd like to comment on this because I've been waiting since Buttercup and this last video. Okay, thank you. Because I want to follow up on John T's comments. Because what was just said is nonsense. And it was an attempt to try to justify October 7th, which I find incredibly insulting. So what happened on October 7th is you had a terrorist organization What's up, Shapeshift?
What's going on?
How you doing, bud?
Yeah, okay. Just sitting here in the corner chilling.
Yeah, smoking a cigar.
How'd you know? I actually literally have a cigar in my hand.
It's Saturday night, kid. I ain't dumb. It's not my first rodeo with you.
I got an idea for you. I don't know if you're gonna like it, but go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask you if you actually be Hamas, but I want to hear your idea.
I'm gonna propose something that's never been done before, JB. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
There's another room going on right now. Amir's room. I propose.
Zero chance.
Let me finish my proposal, man. Like, dude, like, taste the cake before you throw it in the trash, okay? You ready? Are you ready?
Yes, Dad.
I'm proposing a clash of the titans. You know what I mean? You ready? Like King Kong versus Godzilla. You ready to be King Kong?
No, with that piece of shit, I respect your offer.
Not even for a little bit? A little merger of societies and see what happens?
No, because I'm not coming from my feelings. He's coming from his feelings. Listen, it's a waste of time, Shapeshifter, because let me tell you what's going to happen. We're just going to argue, we're going to yell at each other, we're not going to have a conversation, because he's going to be disingenuous. I don't go into Amir's space for a specific reason. Because he likes to gaslight, and I don't think he's entitled to his opinion, just like you're entitled to your opinion. Doesn't mean I respect you less, but I mean, it's more than welcome to come in here, but I will never go into that space.
Me neither. I've been warned this would be the response.
Did somebody send you to bring that offer?
I'm an emissary. I've been trying to do this for a couple months now, see if I can combine rules. See, it's never been done, JB. It's never been done.
Probably for a good reason.
I'm gonna let it hang in the air. Awkwardly. Go back.
No, listen, it's called good. I'm not mad. I told you, I don't have them blocked. They can come into this space. But, I will never go into his space. Ever. You already lost.
Yeah, JB, you raised the issue of money because someone else brought up, the injustice of money. And as you rightly pointed out, the billions of dollars that poured into Gaza, that was meant to raise the standard of living for the people in Gaza and for their welfare. And that money was diverted to the personal wealth of 3 individuals who all have net worth now in the billions of dollars.
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. I'm running, I gotta make a phone call.
wants to talk about loving your children more than you hate Jews. Nobody wants to talk about buying books for your children and educating them, as opposed to buying weapons and artillery to try to destroy Jews and Israelis. And not only did they kill Jews on October 7th, they killed Muslims, they killed Christians, they killed Druze, they killed Thai workers, they killed Hindus. They killed a lot of us that day. And how come everybody's trying to say, well, what happened the day before? No, let's focus on what happened that day. That's where the focus is.
What happened the day before was there was a truce. They had been violating that truce, and secretly they were getting many of their citizens were going into Israel because they were getting work visas and stuff, and they carried on this masquerade that they were interested and willing to negotiate peacefully. Well, in reality, they were preparing for war the entire time, and they even said on October 7th and on October 8th, we will do this over and over and over again. There is no remorse on this side. So this whole idea of like, well, Israel should just like forgive and forget, they haven't even taken that position. Their position is we're just going to keep doing this. That's their official position.
And nobody's talking about the ice cream shops that are still open right now in Gaza. Nobody's talking about the restaurants. I know of 5. I did it in my room last week. We called every single one. They all picked up the phone. Operating restaurants.
Well, not only that,
3 ice cream shops that are thriving. And then you have these people going on online. So everybody's saying that they're starving. There's no food. There's no nothing. So if there's no food, then why the fuck are you asking for money? What are you going to buy with the money? Are you going to eat the money? No. You're going to buy food that Hamas is holding, hijacking it, and extorting the people and charging exorbitant amount of money for the food. I'm not joking. We did an exercise in my room, and we called the 5 restaurants that we found. And they all picked up the phone. Busy restaurants. But the problem was, pre-October 7th, if you asked anybody what's going on in Gaza, they'll say it's rubble. Because the media is portraying it's war-torn, it's rubble, it's garbage. But if you actually look, there was a guy that was doing the tourism. There was a beautiful sign with a big heart that says Gaza. It was showing beachside resorts. But they don't talk about any of that shit. It was always an excuse to funnel money in for a terror cell to build weapons to terrorize Israelis.
So maybe you're right. And there's YouTube videos out there that actually show. This is why I was talking earlier about the propaganda war, because this is what they really excel in pushing their narrative around the world. So you can see all these videos out there with young children in Gaza that they show starving, looking for food, and desperate. But you know what? There are other YouTube videos. Let me just finish this one point, please. There's other YouTube videos that show that they're staged. They literally show the people staging the children, showing them what to do, handing them food packages and all this type of stuff. It's a lie.
Well, let me answer this question. And I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm just playing devil's advocate. If it's all a lie, can we put to bed the narrative that Jews own the media? Can we do that? Can people stop saying that Jews own the media? Because we all know it's not true.
Doing that. We don't own the media.
If they do own the media, they're doing a really bad job because the narrative's going the other way. And the thing, what happened between 1948 and 1967? Okay, Gaza was controlled by Egypt, and the West Bank was controlled by Jordan. Where was all the call for Palestinian autonomy then? Where was the outrage against Jordan and Egypt from depriving Palestinians of their homeland? Guess what? It didn't exist.
Hold on.
Only when Israel fell that suddenly it's.
Hold on, Royal, you're on stage right now. So, and I know you're trying to gaslight the room. Because I see you sitting in your room, loading the chat full of shit. So, you believe the Jews own the media?
I think, I don't know why this guy is talking about that when he just sent me messages unprovoked, crazy messages.
Which guy are you talking about? Which guy?
This guy, he's speaking to me right now, this BB.
Let's go. I have the same Josh. No problem. Do it. No Photoshop. Do it, you liar. No, it's not a Photoshop. I've never sent you a message in my fucking life. I have no reason to lie. You're a liar. Show it. Screenshot.
Screenshot a message right now if you can right now, please.
If I'm bringing it, just give me like 2 seconds.
Probably manufactured by Prince because they're on a mission. But it's okay. Go ahead.
Manufactured by Prince.
Here's cheerleader. Right.
Oh, Prince loves me.
She's so full of shit. Her and Prince told the room about me the other day.
Here it is.
Yeah, here it is. Put it up.
Yeah, look at this. PTR, everybody feast your eyes on this. So I don't know this guy, he just keeps, coming off the mic at me crazy. He talks crazy. He messages me just randomly unprovoked. I never messaged him.
Hold on. So we're going to do that. Okay, no problem. Hold on.
Anyway.
So August 22nd, that message was sent after she opened a room about me, saying that I fucked the train. She's a fucking
I didn't open
and you got what you deserve. You're a fucking liar. Yes, you are a loser. There was no lie about that. You're a loser.
No.
Wait a second. What's the message?
That's not my room. Just because I'm on stage.
Royal, are you claiming that message was from today? Or was it from She just said unprovoked.
No, I didn't. Okay, now you're
Randomly
just
sending me
saying
messages.
anything.
Let me excuse
Now
you.
you're just saying anything. Because I never said that.
Well, hold on. First off, let me just say this to you. I'm not going to argue with you, right? I'm familiar with who you are. I'm familiar where you hang out. I think you commented on me and chats. You don't even know me. Yeah, she left. So I was going to call on her shit. She was in another room that I won't mention, talking crazy shit about me. Never spoke to this woman in my life.
Anyways, everybody can check my PTR. I even put it in there, and it shows the date of it, August 22nd. And I even said, you're welcome. I'm curious. What's your angle in this whole escapade to assassinate my character?
Okay, so
anyways, I don't need to defend myself against that.
No, so you got a message on August 22nd. To dissect what she said, you're sending me. So she's using a progressive continuous. So this suggests that it is now or very, very recent, not 9 days ago. So I think she was at best disingenuous.
Listen, you've been around this app a minute. I've been around this app way too long. You be the same thing. We know when people are lying, right? That was all bullshit. And even if you called her a loser, who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Bro, but she was called 9 days ago. And she came
She probably is a loser. But the point being is I get called worse by better people every day on this app. Fuck her. She runs a Prince. Everybody knows Prince is the biggest anti-Semite on this app. Who, by the way, sends dick pictures out, and I have fucking receipts on that. Right? She runs in another group of people that just love to fucking bash people. Who are the trolls? What brings you back, shapeshifter? What's your counter offer?
I'm thinking about it. Just want to catch the vibe in the room and see what we can.
If we have honest conversations, the Rouge character.
I thank you so much. I have to go. My car is never parked, my man. Thank you so much. It's very hard talking with you guys. It's very hard there. You get it. And, just I want to hear you say, I want to back to Persian, back to Iran. I want to get, if you want to fight me,
How you doing, Howie?
Hello.
Do you want to jump in the conversation?
What topic are we on right now?
Well, can Israel actually beat Hamas?
I'm not even gonna give my opinion because I don't know too much about it. And I'm just here to listen.
What would you like to talk about that you came to the stage?
I was just being nosy and just jumping into different rooms. That was about it.
Well, I mean, I got a question around it.
Yeah.
We've got another room going right now with folks from the opposite opinion. Do you think the room should be combined?
Yeah, of course. It creates more excitement.
Think about it, JB.
Zero chance. Thought about it. Still zero chance. Like I said, Amir and his crew are more than welcome to come in here as long as they
conversation needs that.
Okay.
I just gave her a follow because she's a newbie. She might, go into rooms that open up the hallways. Newbies always find new spaces that some of us who've been on here for years haven't seen. You know how it works. So far, Allie.
Thank you. So far, it's just been like gender war debates and all that bullshit, but nothing really too interesting. It's like the same shit. Like, do you think women deserve a snack? I'm like, oh my god, like, damn, we still talking about that? I'm like, and then I'll leave, and then I'll go do something, enjoy my day, I'll come back later, and they're still talking about do women deserve respect, and I'm like, why the fuck is this even a thing? Like, why are we spending hours and hours and just screaming and just bullshit? It's like nothing that ever matters. So I'm just trying to find
Have you got trapped into those spaces where they talk about body counts?
yeah, it's like, oh my god, it's like 40-year-old men talking about body counts, and I'm just like, sir, you're about to die. Like, why do you care? Just pick something and be happy,
I think it's stupid, okay?
I'm just laughing because that's funny. Sir, you're about to die. Just pick something and be happy. I love it.
Yeah, like pick something off the rack. You don't have too much time left. So, they're just being like, oh my god, she has a BBL. I don't know if I like her. She doesn't have a BBL. I'm like, guys, like we just need to
Let me ask you this question, Smith. How many guys have tried to shoot this shot at you in the back channel?
They honestly think I'm a fake account. They're just like, I think maybe a couple, but then they're like, this is a fake ass person. I'm like, I'm not fake, but thanks, I guess. If that's your way of saying I'm pretty, I don't know.
Well, welcome to the space. You're always welcome here. We host different topics, relationships, race relations, Israel, Palestine. All depends on what's going on in the world. So you're welcome here.
Thank you. I'll be listening and maybe chiming.
Absolutely. So we got Royal back. Bibi, your friend is here again. Royal, how you doing, Royal?
I'm not interested in engaging with BB. Like I said, when I came on the stage, he just started immediately barking, and then you muted me, so I couldn't speak, and I don't like to be
I didn't need you, but
you muted the entire stage, JB.
I didn't do it. Somebody else might have done it.
But when I came on the stage,
You're gaslighting. You're lying.
oh, here we go again. Go ahead.
Let's talk about Euro was speaking, and all I said was, hey, Royal's here. So nobody's barking.
Well, let me ask you a question. How many times have you and I engaged in conversations? Any idea? I'm going to say this is the first time we actually shared a stage together. But I've been in other rooms where you've talked the most vile things about me. You don't even know.
Oh, no, I've never talked about you, JB. That's a lie.
Okay. Everybody's a liar but you.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to get clear. Everybody's a liar.
She's the only one that doesn't lie.
I know.
Yeah, like you just told this room you never sent me a message, and then I posted it, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said I never. No. You implied like it was your fucking psychopath. You know that, right?
Well, I do her out. I'm having a good space. She's full of shit. Listen, my glasses in that PCR, they work. I know what I had to read. I know what she said. Just own it. Be a big girl. Put your big girl panties on. Come up to the stage. You want to have a dialogue. You want to call me all these crazy things with no basis. And I call you on your shit. You want to laugh and you want to gaslight. Go hang out with Prince who likes to send dick pictures out from the shower. Go hang out with these other fucking racists. Be my guest. You're not welcome here. And I'll say that. But we got Ali and we got Omar on stage. Ali, Omar, how you doing?
Doing well, JB. Quick answer is no.
I want to know why every day you put in your chat that the IDF. Omar is out. That's directed at you, Omar.
Okay, that's what
No.
what's the bounty blood going on? I promise you he'll be back. But he's gonna want to be centered around the conversation. Ali, how you doing?
Dude, I'm beyond pissed. College football's rigged, bro.
What'd you say?
Fucking rigged. College football's fucking rigged.
What game did you lose that you say it's rigged?
Fucking Texas A&M's up by 25. The spread is 18 and a half. And some podunk, I think it's like University of Texas San Antonio, scored a touchdown with 14 seconds to go. Like, come on. It's just not real. But the side note, based on your topic, I guess define what you mean by beat. What is beat? Hamas mean?
Get done. They're gone. They're history.
Okay, but if that gets replaced by another group, not Hamas, another group because of what's going on now, does that still count as beating them?
Listen, I said it earlier, bro. The ideology is going to stay there. How do you beat that, Ali? Because I don't have the answer. That's above my pay grade.
We don't build settlements on their land in the West Bank. That would work. Two-state solution probably would work. I mean, Hamas even changed the charter and said that they would recognize Israel as the final step of a two-state solution. They've said it like 100 times that they would actually recognize two-state borders. They're not going to do it now, but until there's like an actual agreement.
No, you're talking about Hamas and then you're talking about the West Bank. Are you sure you know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I do. Hamas is making the arguments in the West Bank are even possible to have a two-state solution. Like, because I know Hamas is in Gaza, they're not really in the West Bank, but they can see what's going on. Right? Like anyone that's Palestinian or anyone in the world can see what's going on. The new annexation plan is pretty much.
What's a Palestinian to you?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear. What's a Palestinian?
What's a Palestinian? To me, a Palestinian is someone that has ancestry in that area. Let me guess. Palestinians don't exist, right? Is that where we're going? No. What is a Palestinian to you? Tell me, what is a Palestinian to you? I'm stupid. I don't know what we're going through. You tell me.
Well, if you just
I decided to let it out.
Well, you just
No, it's okay. You're right.
You just talked about Hamas and you talked about Judea and Samaria. Do you know what Judea and Samaria means?
Here we go. No, tell me.
You tell me.
No, I don't know.
You're the one that started the Congo. Do you know what Judea means?
No, I don't know what Judea means. Tell me, what is Judea?
I'm not going to say
I got to address something in the chat. Ali, if you could speed up, please. Give me a minute. Thank you, bro. Abby, can you put the name in on what you said? Because I don't want to take you. I want to address that, please. Abby, just put the name in the chat and I'm going to handle it. I apologize if that happened. You know, I can't control the text. Is it this guy? Is it this guy right here with the Palestinian flag, Arab name? Okay. Shady Aggress. What's up, Shady?
What's up?
Are you making tweets in the chat?
Yes.
Wait, you making tweets in the chat? You're okay with that? You're gonna tweet a woman?
I don't understand you.
And this is the guy I'm supporting.
Okay. Okay, I do now.
I'm sorry, who am I supporting?
Hold on a second, guys. First off, Tyrone, before you speak, Ali, you and Dee can go back and forth, but I have to say hello to my friend Andre. Abby, he's removing these bands from the house, so I apologize for that. Andre, how you doing, bro?
Hey, what's up, dude? I just really quickly wanted to clarify something. I forgot to say it on stage that Hamas is willing to recognize Israel as a state. That's complete nonsense. I think as late as 2024, during like diplomatic relationships and like very heated attempts to solve the crisis in Gaza, the leadership explicitly said that they will not recognize Israel as a state, and they constantly, even with the two-state solution, East Jerusalem has been, part of that movement forward. They always stop short of recognizing Israel, and so that's nonsense.
Andre, let me ask you a question, man. It's just my opinion. I want you to tell me what you think about my opinion. I don't think the two-state solution is ever going to be feasible. I think the best solution is move these people out. If it's not about land, if it's really a religious ideology, then you can give a fuck about the rumble that's there. Move them out, let them go to Egypt, wherever, Somalia, I don't care where they go. But who you were, bro, you can't talk like that. I'm the fucking head man in this room. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. That's who I am. I was having a dialogue with Andre. I signed my Zionist-ass trinity. Andre, what do you think about what I was saying?
JB, it's, I think that's a fairly radical approach. I would be more in favor of creating some sort of Marshall Plan for the Palestinians, but they need to be under the supervision of the Israeli state for at least 3 to 4 generations before that access that they've been infected with keys to poison that society. Because we have to recognize that the history of creation of Palestinian identity and for what purpose it was created. Because most of those people are ethnic, as you kind of alluded to, they're either Egyptian or I think Jordanian. So it's not a matter of them not having a state for their ethnicity. It's the issue is that they've been created with not either belongs there nor exists there. You basically trying to create this implication. They explicitly that they will continue resisting Israel, regardless of what borders they are willing to go back to. And they have never stated that they recognize the state of Israel. So unless you can find, in order to be in a position to actually make any kind of sense, you need to find a statement by Hamas leadership that says that they are willing to recognize Israel. You will not be able to do that.
I'll be able to find a statement that says they're willing to go back to the pre-67 borders.
That's all right. That's right. So
now I want to know.
Your premise is that they are willing to recognize Israel. In order for you to support that statement, you need to find their leadership saying that those exact words that they are willing to recognize Israel as a state. They said they are not willing to recognize Israel as a state. But there is no statement that they would.
Well, don't be fairly shapeshifter and Cam, Sam, everybody else. While you're looking for that information, shapeshifter, actually being taken is free. Right?
Cash, oh, that's joining the house. So let me do that. Join. Okay. So, what does this mean, do you think, to say we recognize that we would like to have our country along pre-67 borders? And obviously that means that Israel will have their country.
No, that does not. Once again, you are filling it with meaning which is not there. That does not necessarily follow that they're willing to recognize Israel as a state. All they say is they're willing to go back to certain demarcation line, and they express explicitly their commitment to resisting the existence of Israel as a state. But those two statements are in no way conflicting with each other.
Okay, so let's keep going. So if they said that they're going to lay down their arms, if we can go back to the 67 borders, does that mean they're resisting?
They didn't say that they will lay down their arms. Definitely isn't. They said that they will stop aggression right now. But once again, when somebody says that they're committed to continuing the resistance, that means that they foresee in the future taking up the arms again. It's just for now they're willing to stop fighting.
Oh, wait. So you're saying if they said they would lay down their arms, that's not stopping fighting Israel?
That's not peace. That's arms.
I'm sorry. Who's the one that's meaning near you? I'm simply reading what they're saying.
Okay. So this question. I just need a clarification. Shapeshifter, when you say that you are just interpreting what they're saying, are you ignoring the fact that they said that they are committed to continuing the resistance, or do you think that they never said?
Are you ignoring the fact that they're laying down their arms as part of their statement?
No, I recognize and I explained to you that those two are not mutually exclusive, that they can continue resisting and they can lay their weapons for time being. So are you ignoring the statement that they are committed to resisting Israel?
No. So now you're inserting your own meaning while you accused me of doing that earlier.
No, I'm stating their explicit statement. They said that they are committed to continue resisting Israel.
Can you provide a statement that says? Sure. Can you provide a statement that says, in the context of their
coming in for the painting
No, I was
occasion.
texting on the back end. No, yeah, I'm probably gonna bill too. When I was texting, sorry.
No worries. All right, guys. Phoebe, when you leave, close it, please. Abby, if you want to come up, I'll mod you before I leave. Abby? All right, if Abby comes up, mod her. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Maybe why do you insult him?
Thanks for everybody coming. I think Andre, it's okay with you. I'm gonna close the room.
Sure thing.
Okay, guys. Have a good night.
I always say, like, literally, when you click on it, you know what part of the next shift.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm still a guy shot.
It's still like that. No matter what, you got to move the last week. Don't talk about this. Still come out. Mike, you're still be doing nothing.
Every time my word was okay on my like.
That's what are you jealous or something? Whenever you talk with her, Mike is not something you and her, so that's what you do.
Oh, shit. He's kind of like nobody.
What's up? What's what you say? Oh, no, absolutely not. And I hope you're not. If you block me, what? She just called you the other pussy.
What the fuck is the other pussy?
Emperor Santa Claus.
I'm just kidding.
What did I betray to you?
You're chocolate. You're chocolate, Messiah.
Why do you think she was milk?
I thought she was like light skin. No, we don't fuck with those light skins. No.
Black is beautiful. No, I'm talking about women. We don't fuck with those light skins, like tan.
Are you good, nigga?
I'm chilling, man. Are you good?
My son is colorblind. Asha's daughter's gonna turn out to be just like her mother. Hi, Mom. How are you?
She's gonna be exactly what God wants her to be.
I don't think I'm talking to you. I'm talking to Mike.
Yo. What'd you say to me? You talking about Kim Kardashian?
Yeah, I'm talking about, like, do y'all think her daughter's gonna turn out just like her?
I think she's gonna turn out exactly how God wants her.
Herself. I know what it is.
You know, see, one thing about those children, yeah, they end up becoming, I mean, it's just.
I feel like people are over judging those kids. They're kids.
We can only with us. So the thing is, at the end of the day, kids tend to, when they, especially these single kids, we tend to emulate the mother. So regardless of whatever we want to say, she's gonna have a long trip from her mother.
I don't even think we should be having this discussion, honestly.
Does her mom even raise her though? Don't they have
I just don't fuck with like any kid slander.
She don't turn out like her nanny.
I didn't be cute though.
Any of you guys in Toronto?
Yeah.
Oh, you are in Toronto.
Yeah.
Don't do this. I like it like this.
No, that's in Brampton. That's in Brampton. That's in Brampton, man.
Julian down. Julian to be like is in Brampton.
You're fucking break it down.
from the tree, from the lucky tree. Really grown in our backyard.
Yeah, that nigga is retarded. Ooh, that's Singapore password. Yeah.
What are you eating? I think I'm gonna keep it there so I can get the size of my bridge.
Wait, one thing about Singapore.
No one hates them. Everyone hates America. I'm so sorry. Wait. You got Singapore passport?
No, Singapore is the strongest passport. It has like 193. It has like 193 countries that it can enter.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Bro, do you know how rich Singapore is? Really?
I mean, I like to read it.
That's good. No, Singapore is the richest country. Not the richest country, but like has like something like
It looks like it is the most powerful passport.
no, it is. I think it has like 193 out of 227 countries. That's crazy. No, have y'all watched that movie Crazy Rich Asians? Bro, Singapore has the most elite people. No. Dubai and Singapore are kind of like on the same spectrum in that aspect. Yeah, they are. They're old money. No, literally, that movie Crazy Rich Asians, just go watch it. Like, that movie is literally about yeah, that's literally how it really is. Like, Singapore's actually it's a beautiful country. Yeah, but you know that was Singapore, Bobby. You know that was Singapore.
It's hard to actually.
Well, no, but Singapore is like you can't just move to Singapore. You actually have to have money. Like that's where I'm telling you, that's where all like these rich business corporations like they be traveling. You always hear them saying, "Oh, I'm going to Singapore on business." Like it's a business city, but like you gotta be the elite of the elite to like actually prosper and have. Like they're billionaires. That's like yeah, because they're running the country. They're running the world, bro.
I'm gonna have my kid there. Thanks for the ideas, guys. I'm gonna have my kid there.
What is Singapore?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have a kid there.
Yeah, that Crazy Rich Asian movie put me on. I had to go do my
give your daughter a chance. Yup. Emperor, you. I don't even want to lay this curse on you that just came into my fucking mind, bro. You see me?
Was that Irish Star? Oh. No, I'm tweeting.
Emperor, I deleted your stupid message. How could
What
I
I
see
what
this face?
I oh, if Irish Star came to my crib and was like, I'm trying to get that dick.
What year?
I think I was wrong.
I wouldn't vote for no Iron Star, but maybe 10. That's different. You would definitely vote.
I just feel like Irish Star smells so good.
I feel like my gonna fold if Bambi from Could Have Been Love came to his show.
Are you like, yeah, bro, you don't respect me. No, this girl's laced.
Could Have Been Love. I got you.
That's good. T-Berry, don't worry, I'm back.
Did he tell you his word?
T-Berry, relax. He's tweaking out on me like here.
Wait, are you calling your dog T-Berry?
Are you crazy?
Oh.
Nah, T-Berry, she clearly doesn't relate.
No, stop it.
Why would I be calling my dog T-Berry?
Because you just be saying some crazy ass shit, Mike.
I know I got a dog. My dog's name is Pussy.
It's because I know things, Mike. I know everything. Yeah.
You want to see her?
No.
You got a dog that I know? Yeah, my dog's name is Pussy.
Wait, what?
Some dog is named King Kazoo. That's crazy. Are you crazy? South African name, Pussy.
Santi, don't ever do that fuck ass shit again in the chat. Like, I mentioned it fucking alcohol.
Because he's evil. My dog
my dog got the same eyes.
You and your dog got the same face. Ugly ass dog.
You and my dog got my
Nobody else like you. Sorry, guys.
Wait, who sings that again?
Money long.
For real?
Yeah.
Well, y'all should probably leave that to her.
Like, don't be a hater, bro. You thought they're attacking you, now you want to attack me.
Wait, they're not attacking me.
What happened?
Nah, she's attacking herself.
No, I'm pretty sure she was referring to something.
Hey, Riri, nobody asked.
Oh, don't cry about it, bro.
I'm not crying. Come on.
You sound like it.
I would never cry about you.
You are so obsessed with my name, man. Stop. You're giving me a vibe of a man that will buy milk after your child was born.
So you're saying because you just asked, wait, time out. You just said I give you the vibe of a deadbeat father. Is that what you just said?
What's that? Right. Oh my God, you like that far?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I just said buy milk and not come back.
I don't drink milk, so what am I?
Are you sure? Are you sure? You don't drink milk?
Are you offering milk?
Breast milk?
Yeah, you offering?
Nah, I'm not offering. Unless you want to buy, I do have a grocery store. Like, mail some to you if you do want to buy.
Fuck your store.
My family buying is in Calgary. Just tell my little brother, go right now if he wants to buy.
Fuck your grocery store, nigga. I'll be right down.
Your house is going to burn down with you in it. With you in it. And you can't escape it. And you can't escape it. And you can't escape it.
No, my God is
My God knows you started.
my God is wide. My God is my God is greater. Awesome every hour I got. My God.
And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us?
Hey, Jamie, you can't see.
Why do my God is not with you? I go to church way more than you do, Michael.
No, you don't. I play in my church. What are you talking about?
You play the women at your church.
I play
The women at your church?
I play the piano at my church.
Women at your church? When did you sleep so early?
So like I'm close.
Good night, Mama.
Let that little girl go to sleep. Good night.
You said you're a little girl. Don't let that slide.
Good night, baby.
Why?
Good night.
Don't let him play with you. Go after him.
Good night, baby.
Why are you scared?
I'll see you at church tomorrow.
You're gonna go smoke that day.
Just because who said that?
Not your business, bro.
Okay. It's not especially Tim.
Tell me this, tell me that. Get my dick out your mouth.
See, you don't even own me.
Are you?
She told us like you like something. She is, bro.
I'm not mean. Like, if y'all be nice to me, I'll be nice to you right the fuck back.
Mind you, I was very nice to Tiffany, and she just kept
No, you weren't.
She just kept this on to me today.
No, Mike, you wanted to be a dick rider for Rocco.
Wait, what? What did I do?
I didn't feel like to ride so good. I'm talking to you, Mike. I say you're the daddy. So, Mike,
Well, I am the daddy, you're right. I am the daddy, you're right. Thanks.
you're welcome. And I get out from there. God, you stress me more than I don't even have a kid yet. Trying on it, like you gave her a kid.
She said I'm a deadbeat.
I forgot about that. Put that on your resume.
It is DEF. Speaking of deadbeats, Timmy.
Here we go again. What the fuck do you want, Mike? Mike.
Solar. Solar.
I'm so sorry. You keep popping in and out. I forget who you are.
Yeah, she's the real Boosie.
Bro, original Pussy. I'm not saying.
It's straight. Boosie, what are you doing right now? You
I'm sorry, I don't want to. Mike, you see that shit around your thigh?
Yeah, he's a rat. He's Ratatouille.
I can't help but laugh. Like, he did all that when all he has to do is shut the fuck up.
He snitched on Ghana. I mean, not snitched, but he did all of that against Ghana.
Nah, that's some crazy ass shit. Because he really didn't have to do all that. Like, there's this one audio of him and 21 Savage that came out, and 21 was like, bread and butter was like going viral or whatever. He was like, Doug, all you gotta do is like stamp this nigga and you good. Like, but Doug was like, yeah, I know he did what he had to do, but Lil Baby and Eric already said something against him. So if I come out and stamp him, like, what you call it, it's gonna be some type of way. I'm like, damn, this fucking idiot. Like,
I didn't even hear all of this, but you're fine.
oh, let me share the Twitter to you. Like, you can listen to all of it. This shit is crazy. But that's what he did. He want to be Captain Mr. Saber, Mr. Come Out of Rat. Now look at you. He making memes with your face on it, right? They don't have anybody who will stand up to them. The government is not standing up to them. So that was the point of why I put that.
That makes sense, and that's why I said the article is a little misleading because it then says that means 100% of the 25,000 workers have been sexually assaulted, which if you statistics it wouldn't be. It would be like 99 point something.
Oh, and that's why I'm saying, yeah, it's just a sample size.
Well, yeah, no, but you take that's the whole point of statistics. You take a sample size and then you're able to project outwards and come very close to, and you have a margin of error. But it would be like 99% or 98 or 99%, whatever it would be. But you can't say 100%. The article said 100%. I'm like, wait, this is a little, it's a little iffy when you're claiming this. So you're not even running statistical analysis on this. So it just loses some credibility there. And then you tell me this,
because self-determination is exclusive for the Jewish people. That's a big problem.
Yeah, no, I understand. There's and I was thinking about why were they so upset when I brought it up. Because there's usually like when it's something that they know there's no legitimacy, then people don't get upset. Usually people get really upset when you poke on something there's legitimacy to it. And so they're angry about that there's actual legitimacy to the claim. So yeah, I agree with you that there are elements of supremacy there, for sure. And it's a big problem, yeah, I agree. But it still doesn't make moron correct, or even remotely correct. They're the ones that should be condemned very quickly and swiftly for their stupid, hateful actions.
No, I mean, the scripture thing, I just don't get it. I mean, I would go to the rabbi or somebody that actually knows the scripture. I disagree. But people, I don't hate the Jews, but I'm talking about people that hate the Jews. That's where it comes from, right? When they try to look into Israel, how it was created, the Jewish supremacy, the self-determination, the amount of, and do you know if you go on Twitter space, do you know they don't use the word Zion, they use the word Jew? Did you know this? And I was like, okay, yeah, it's no, because they left the Zionist word back. They don't even use that word anymore, right? If I was on Twitter space, people coming in saying Jew, that's what they do. And these people host big spaces, 500,000 people, 2,000 people, 5,000 people. Now there are some good spaces where they talk about Zionism and they only address Zionists, right? But there's a lot of places and spaces that are pro-Palestine, they the term Jew. So now when you look at how they have segregated the roads, right, in the West Bank, how they're occupying different sets of laws for the Gazans, the people in the West Bank versus the Israeli, like this whole system, right? And then some of them are justified. Ben Gavir, Smotrich, these are government officials. Daniela Weiss, she's connected directly with Netanyahu. She said it on the Center's documentary that he actually agrees on the Center Christian, like Palestinian background.
Any evangelical Christians from Palestinian background? Yeah, there was a guy from Canada, I forget his name. He was a crook. He was like an evangelist. I can't remember his name.
So he supported Israel, right?
I don't know if I supported Israel, but if you told me about evangelicals, I don't know if they are. Yeah, I mean, some of them probably will. And that guy was born in Palestinian household. But most did you want to listen to Shoki? He said it's something related to what you said.
If you want to go on, yes.
It's from, I think it's from JB or something like that.
Besides our recognition that the money is good for the evangelicals in America when it comes to Israel, right? And the guy who was a Palestinian stock, who's an evangelist, was named Benny Hinn, if I recall correctly. It's such a good crook, huh?
He's a fucking asshole. There's nothing worse, some of these evangelicals. I'm not talking about all of them. They're raping their own people, man. It's disgusting what they're doing to these.
But the money is good.
I feel bad. I really feel bad for some of these Americans whose lives are being ruined. They're being fooled by these satanic people.
Are very gullible. Right? Actually, people send those people money and a lot of it.
You'd be amazed if you came to America. It's an amazing place. Zombies, not play characters, completely.
No, see, honestly, I was always fascinated with those people who are when they're on TV and they tell me to send me money. God, shit, they don't like that stuff. Send me money, and I remember a few of them who were like, there was one who was from New Orleans, I can forget his name. He was the cousin of Jerry Lewis. There was another guy with his wife. They were building the church for millions of dollars. Tammy Faye Baker. Baker, his name was Baker. And there was the guy from New Orleans. He was the funniest one. He used to cry on TV.
How could you be Palestinian and evangelical? How could you be Palestinian?
If you're making millions of dollars, you can be anything.
Italy got something like that, you know, they killed the Jews, like, you know, this is your other Jewish brothers are saying this, you know. What is this? Where's this narrative coming from to kill the Jews? Where is it coming from?
They're from us. They're from their charter. That's all they're good for.
That's their old charter, but the new charter is different. It's updated.
It doesn't matter. Nobody knows that. They didn't tell anyone they updated. They're going off the old charter.
Well, what do we do about the Likud charter that was made before the old Hamas charter was issued?
I'm not familiar with the Likud charter. How about that?
You're not. I'm a leftist. That's a good one. Listen, I think this is true because the leftists do not support Netanyahu.
I have all my lines activated.
Yeah, for sure. I did hear this from a leftist. Shame. This is so true, man. From a leftist, they would like, I don't support Netanyahu. I don't support the Likud party.
A lot of us don't support that. Yeah. You see the protests going on in Israel? Very low support for it.
Very low support.
And Euro is really, I love Euro. I love his voice. I love his talking points. His whole cadence and his whole mannerisms. It's very cute. Just really, I love listening to him. So thank you for playing.
Makes me feel sick.
congressman or somebody, and he came back and he was like, I can't believe it. They're miracle workers. They made the desert bloom, and what they were doing is they hired children to put all these flower beds in the desert, and in the desert, and then once he left, they took all the flower beds, the flowers, and put them back in the flower shops and be sold.
So it was the settlers that destroyed that water greenhouse.
Yes, on the way out.
Yeah, and if they destroyed it, I mean, what the hell are they crying about? Back the greenhouse? What the fuck are they talking about? Such idiots.
They're liars. And the thing is, Israel, the government, took advantage of this guy. Somebody said where he's from, but somewhere in Europe, that purchased those greenhouses for Palestinians for $14 million and set up a plan with Israel, so that the United States could sell whatever's grown in these greenhouses to external markets to export them. And these are massive greenhouses, massive commercial greenhouses. Each crop would have probably yielded millions of dollars. Massive. And instead, Israel blocked them, so they all rotted out. And on top of that, Palestinians had to pay to get them fixed to begin with, after paying for them. It's crazy.
So, I do have one question for Shay. Shay, could you back channel me who asked you about something that was played in this space?
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Anyways, we got Matthew here. Matthew he's a proper evangelical, right, Matthew? You support Israel? I mean, there's a genocide that's going on. In Gaza. Everybody came out that says the genocide, including the Israeli organizations, came out and said genocide. I know, because we religious belief systems support Israel, but at the same time, you gotta calm it down, calm the speed. No, but if you keep supporting it, it ain't gonna go anywhere. The job is still, if you have any argument or discussions about this, then I could provide you. So you can go with it. If you take Hamas as a terrorist entity, what do we do about getting funding from Netanyahu to Hamas? Netanyahu funded Hamas. They have different setup, but I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm talking about Israel. I was talking about Hamas. I wasn't talking about anything else. You said Hamas is a terrorist entity. I read in your Times of Israel article. Now Netanyahu is funding giving weapons to ISIS members. And Netanyahu, more than twice, he said there's no Palestinian state, or even Prime Minister told Trump in front of his cancel Palestinian state. So Israel never wanted the two-state solution from the jump. I mean, if I'm in America, I'm sure you're in America or Canada, right, Matthew? If you fund a terrorist entity, basically makes you terrorist. So where do we go from here? I mean, first he funded Hamas, in spite of Shin Bet, which is intelligence officials inside Israel, told them not to fund Hamas because that's, you're giving, when you fund Hamas, you're giving them money to build, tunnels and military equipment or whatever, like guns and whatever. Where do we go from here?
grocery stores, on buses, just wherever. And there's all across the police society. This basically inflicting terror on an entire nation. We call that terrorism, no, man.
Yes. That's like a heroic act. That's a very big heroic act of the government to get over the democracy. It's a dignitary. He gives it a
Yes, thank you, Jacob. I was going to say, you beat me to it. So Hamas are terrorists, and it appears that Israel is also using terrorist tactics.
that's something.
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. We have a little bit more respect.
True.
Hezbollah. I like the way you said the shame Hezbollah. But yeah, back to go back to your point. So if they were terrorists, would you say Netanyahu is terrorist because he funded Hamas? He's a terrorist. Okay. So moving on from terrorism to now, what do we do that is giving weapons to ISIS? What do we do about that? That's giving the aid for more than a year and a half. And he's selling it in black market from Israel 5 times the price. And he kept on blaming Hamas. US aid company came out and they said Hamas is not systematically stealing the aid. So would you put the blame on Israel and Netanyahu that his own government is full of criminals and they're allowing this and they're to collective punishment on Palestinians? Do you believe in collective punishment, Matthew? I mean, you sound like a sane person, man. You're coming from a very Christian background. We can have a conversation, man. But the good thing you're not living in denial. That's good.
What do we do about the idea of soldiers that post videos on how to blow up mosques?
Yeah, that's another thing as well. But Matthew, do you look at Catholics as the Christians? What do we do about the church? The last church that was attacked. It's like they killed the old lady. She was praying, and they killed a few more people in there. And what was so special about that church was there's a guy in there that actually used to talk to the Pope every night while Pope was at the hospital. I know you don't believe in Pope, right? I know you don't believe in Pope.
No, I have conflicts back. Most of my family are.
Okay. So you would say that you have some sort of respect for the Pope, right? You have become a Catholic background.
Yes, second last Pope. Typically.
Yeah, I mean, so is it okay for that to attack churches and mosques and witnesses and guns of that? They did that in Lebanon as well.
It's never acceptable.
Hospitals, too. Hospitals.
You gotta keep coming to the space, man. You learn these day after day. A lot of times we have time.
We work very hard with Israeli intelligence and American news press, the information that's coming out of this room. That's why we have agents in the audience recording, so that we can see what these types of people are doing. So Matthew, don't despair. You sound like you want to be a good American, and please don't let the people in this room influence you. Good Americans support Israel.
This is a Zionist narrative. So, we allow everybody on the stage that on the streets like she's Zionist. So, he comes off the mic every now and then. He speaks from his own narrative. But then we get to go back and forth. So that the Zionist narrative is that, we're not committing genocide, we're not killing people, we're not, and literally even Biden said that they're doing indiscriminate bombing. So if at the end, given the report recently came out, it's only 8,900 Hamas soldiers, the rest of them are civilians. 83 to 1 suspected Hamas. right? And they're there, literally wants to annihilate every single soul, right? Small Turk said, we don't give two fucks about the hostages. We're going to carry on. And it was never about the hostages. Just 2 days ago, security officials came out from Israel. They were saying that if there was a perfect deal on the table, if Israel would have accepted it, we would have had the hostages back home. But it's Netanyahu. And the other issue is if Netanyahu stops, he'll get locked up too. Because he has committed so many crimes. But I don't know, man. That's what I welcome Ali.
Matthew, nice to meet you. I have a question for you. You mentioned throughout your life, supporting Israel. And also before you joined, coming on stage, I think people were talking about the role of American evangelical in the U.S., particularly in the last 2 decades before that, in support of Israel. So could you tell me, you don't have to, can you tell me what is the underpinning you logic or this conflict?
We've learned in Sunday school. Jewish people thought. Second one is there's Steelers, wrestling, there's those, and there's and that's just
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the third reason perhaps, and it's really probably my way of thinking, is fundamental for the reason for supporting Israel. It's really theological.